Good morning.
Happy Sunday. And aren't we enjoying this gorgeous weather? Hasn't it been beautiful? Have you been out in the garden?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been living in the garden the last week.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This week I've potted out all my dahlias. I've decided the time has come. They've all gone outside. Fingers crossed they'll do fine. And I did my hanging baskets yesterday.
Oh, what's in your hanging baskets?
Stu's asking what's in my hanging baskets. I've got my Belgian trailing giant begonias.
Right, yeah.
I've put a few lobelia in with them.
Okay.
And do you remember those lovely Picardy
you've done
petunias?
it, haven't you? You've done it. You
I've
said
stuck
you were
a
going to do
couple
it.
of those in the baskets
Cool.
as well. We'll see
Brilliant.
what they look like. What have you been doing in the garden this week? We want to know. We do have an email address for you to send us your pictures, any questions, any comments. It's ygtv@yougarden.com. We want you to be part of our show. We are here for 4 whole hours. So join us. Let's give you a little shout out. Let's show your gardens on screen here. Adam and I are going to be here for those full 4 hours. We've got loads of deals, loads of offers. The big one over there, which is the buy one, get one free of the perennials. You're going to get 18 hardy perennials for your garden for £1 each if you're in the club.
That is insane.
It's insane value, isn't it?
Insane, yeah. And when we show you these plants, these aren't kind of wiggly little kind of plug plants. You know, these could be in a 2-litre pot for £4.99 in an average garden centre each.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's incredible, incredible value. You will get a free gift with every single purchase that you make today. So it's 1 per order, and it's a bag of 10 of our majestic lily bulbs. And these are gorgeous, aren't they, Adam?
They are. I mean, these are just going to be so colourful. And the fact you're going to get 10 of these with every order is quite insane, really, because, you know, if you get 3 or 4 orders worth of these, you could have 2 lots in the garden to enjoy. You could plant another in a straight row and just have them as cut flowers as well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic thing. It's something we've kept going since we started our YGTV shows. A free gift with every single purchase. I'll reiterate that. It's every single purchase. It's not 1 per customer. If you place 3 orders, you will get 3 bags of those delivered to your door. Little bit of housekeeping is what we call it. The most important thing you need to do is enter the offer code. It's on the screen right now, YGTV1924. That puts your free gift into your basket, first of all, but it also unlocks all the deals. The buy one, get one frees, the buy one, get 2 frees. If there's any saving on an item, it is all unlocked by entering that special code in when you place your order. You go to our website to do that, YouGarden.com, or the phone lines are open till 4 o'clock today, 0844 502 00500. All the details are on the screen for you, but if you've got any questions, if you've got any comments, email address at the bottom, or you can join the chat on YouTube, you can join the chat on Facebook as well. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, Neil. Good morning, Elaine. Who else was that? Grimmy, good morning to you all. And good morning, thank you so much for your company. And what are you doing with all the fuchsias you bought? Stuart's asking, he wants to know. Let us know in the chat or send us some pictures on your email, okay? Right, I think I've done everything. Oh no, there's one more thing, the club.
The club, you've got to be in the club.
You've got to join our club. You've got to join our club. Stu's telling me we've got loads of new members this week. Now is a fantastic time to join, because now is probably where we're spending the most amount of money, isn't it?
Well, we were just walking around the nursery just now, weren't we, Bex? And I mean, we were kind of talking about, remember supermarket sweep, when you had like, you know, 5 minutes to go round and get us. We wish we could have a supermarket sweep for here.
We want a supermarket sweep for the nursery. That would
so
be
many
amazing.
things out there.
All right, so join the club. It costs just £5 to join if you go for the auto renewal yearly subscription. That subscription then stays at £5 every single year that it renews, even if we put the club membership up, which is fantastic. You can cancel that at any point. So that's why we're recommending you go for the green box rather than the purple box, because you can cancel it if you want to. It's not a problem. But it costs you £5 for the full 12 months, and what that gives you is 10% discount, woohoo, of every single plant and accessory order. You can also go and shop the entire website. It's not just about the plants and things that we've got on our YGTV show. There is a whole website. There's thousands of products. You can shop the entire website. Just always use our offer code. You'll also get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to use throughout the year. It breaks down to £5 every 3 months. It's free money, and we love Adam's maths when it comes to this. We'll highlight this throughout the show. If you've got to buy one, get one free, well, you might as well get 2, because you've got one free anyway. Do you know what I mean? I love that maths. So yeah, do join our club. Be part of the 40,000 plus members that we've got here. We are live right now. We broadcast every single Sunday, 10 till 2. And we also here on a Wednesday and Thursday, 10 till 1 as well. But you can catch up on the shows at any point on YouTube and on our website. Everything you need, I was pointing in the wrong direction, everything you need is on the screen here. The item number up at the top, excuse me Adam, item number at the top, the item description, the price. The first one you can see in the red, that's the normal price, but the one in yellow, can you see in the purple bar, that is your club discount price, okay? So that's why you'll be able to see the savings mounting up. The offer code is down there, look, YGTV1924, that's what you need to put in every time you place an order, and down the bottom you can see where you go to place your order. All the boring stuff is done. Let's get into the exciting, interesting stuff. Let's start talking about plants. Let's start talking about flowers. And let's start talking about freebies, because this one is a buy one, get one, absolutely free.
Yeah, and that was the crazy thing of, was it Thursday we were working together?
Sorry, say that again.
Thursday we were working together?
Yes, it was.
Because Thursday, it seemed almost every plant we were bringing you, it was like, you
get another one free.
There's another one for free. Or it's a double up, or it's, yeah, it was insane. And these, I mean, are remarkable. Look at these Becks. I mean,
I think they're beautiful.
These aren't examples of what you can achieve over time, you know, if you kind of fiddle about getting that stem and pinching out and pinching back. And these are what's going to be in the box when they arrive to you, already looking this incredible, this amazing, covered in flowers, gorgeous healthy foliage, lovely shape to these as well, and just look at the way those incredible flowers are just hanging down, and not just flowers, buds everywhere, buds all over the place.
Do you know what, we've got the fan on in here today because it is warm today. I'm enjoying all this lovely weather, but I actually really love how this is moving the branches of our flowering fuchsia tree, because it gives that real impression of what this is going to look like in your garden.
Absolutely.
Not just a riot of colour, but beautiful movement as well.
Yeah, and you do get that movement as well, and you know, when you see these flowers just sort of moving in the breeze, they do look absolutely fantastic. And yeah, you can see those great big kind of bunches of flowers. And fuchsias are great, aren't they? Because the fact you've got, it's like a flower within a flower, because you've got the sort of the sepals on the outside, and which, like on these ones, they kind of recurve or go backwards, and then these incredible sort of downward facing petals in the middle. Then you've got the sort of the stamens and the goodness.
I always think they look like little dancing girls. They look like can dancers to me, and I just love the the mixture of colour that you're getting on here. They will flower all summer long, won't they?
Oh yeah, these will go for months after month after month. And these aren't actually hardy, but that doesn't mean you've got to give up on them at the end of the year.
No.
If you just keep these somewhere frost-free for the winter, not warm, they don't have to be warm, don't have to mollycoddle them, just literally frost-free with a little bit of light, keep them on the dry side, you can get them all the way through the winter, and you can grow them all over again next year.
Well, if you keep them in a pot, it would be the easiest way, in actual fact, of then being able to move them and keep them frost-free into a conservatory or into a greenhouse or something like that. We've got an amazing deal on our Laval planters, because this is a twin pack that you will get, but it's also on a double up deal, or a buy one get one free double up deal. It's a double up deal, and it works out at £5 each if you take advantage of that double up deal. And these would be the absolute perfect size, wouldn't they, for the flowering fuchsia trees to live in. How gorgeous does that look?
Definitely. I mean, they're not going to... That is spot on, actually, that size pot. I mean, yeah, they would be finding that indefinitely, really. And also, you can do extra things if you want to. You can allow these fuchsias just to tumble and grow as you see them here. Or if you want to, you can keep trimming back some of these longer stems. That will get them to reshoot. So, this will become 2, then that grows an inch, that will cut it back again, that will become 2. So you can get this to be kind of more bushy and dense if you want to. I mean, personally, I just quite like this lovely open, sort of loose, lax sort of habit it has. That's great for me, but I know some people really kind of enjoy a little bit of a challenge, and they like to shape plants a little bit more. So you can do that if you want to. Totally up to you.
Yeah, and you can also remove, and we have done it on a couple of these. So you can remove some of these lower branches, so that you do create this lovely ball, this lovely head at the top.
Yeah, and you get that standard. Yeah, you get that proper standard kind of look. So I mean, you did it the other day, Bex, didn't you? So like there was some leaves and stuff further down.
Yeah, just remove those lower ones. I get sad when I remove one that's got flowers on the end, but do you know what? It's going to help. If you want that standard look, it will be for the best, and it will encourage actually more energy to go upwards and create more flowers at the top as well. So it does do the plant some good anyway. It does,
yeah. But again, the option is completely yours.
Totally.
You keep this plant how you want it. But the main thing is that you're not going to be waiting around for fuchsia flowers for another 4 to 6 weeks.
No, they're there now.
They're right on the plant now. You get these home, you open the box, you put these outside. They can go straight outside now. We're not going to get any more frost now, unless you're in the Highlands of Scotland possibly. So they can go straight outside. They can enjoy the warmth, the sun, the humidity, the high light levels, and they will just explode
They'll romp
into
away,
flower,
won't they?
romp away,
Romp
and just
away.
keep looking brilliant for months. All I would say is, keep them regularly watered, feed them.
Yeah, they're hungry fuchsias. They do want to be fed. We have Blooming Fast, which is our feed of choice. It's absolutely amazing. So on the screen, you can see the details are for the twin pack of the Laval planters. That is on a double up deal, so you can get 4 of those for £19.98, £5 each. That works out for those pots. The fuchsias, if you want to take advantage of the buy one get one free, the item number is 450008. Put one in your basket. Enter the offer code YGTV1924 and the other one will appear into your basket for you. We'll show you, shall we? We'll give you a little basket example so you can see how it works. So look, we've put a pack of our Lavals in. We need 2. At the double up deal, you put 2 in. We're not going to pay $29.96, just bear with us. We've got 1 fuchsia in there. There's also an item that's popped up. That pops up if you're eligible. It's this amazing deal on some wines, but you know, take advantage of that if you want to. We're going to put the offer code in there. Look, YGTV1924, apply the code, and that's where the magic happens. Look, now the Lavals have come down to $9.99 for each pair, so you're paying just under 20 quid, £5 each per pot. We've got a free flowering fuchsia tree in there. We've also got our free gift. Remember, you get that pack of 10 majestic lily bulbs in there as well. And we have also got rid of the postage because our order is over £40. I don't think I talked about that already, did I? If you get your order over £40, we'll get rid of the postage. If it's under £40, you'll only pay 1 postage cost. That is how wonderful we are here at YouGarden. You can also save a little bit more money if you join the club. Look, see that box at the side? It says save a further £5.50 by becoming a club member. £5 to join, so you're going to save on that first order, and then every time you place an order in the next 12 months, you'll be saving 10% off that order as well. It's just a one-off cost of £5, so it's well worth doing. Okay, so that's how easy it is to do. Let's bring you to one of the most iconic, the most joyful flowers, and one that's going to give you hundreds and hundreds of flowers throughout the summer season, and that is our Helianthus, the Sunbelievable brown-eyed girl.
Yeah.
This is a phenomenal plant, isn't it?
It is, yeah, because I mean, you think about sunflowers normally, and yeah, you might have children already starting to grow sunflowers now, and I know a lot of schools do this thing where
competition. Who can get the biggest sunflower?
By the end of the summer holidays, who can grow the tallest sunflower? And sometimes they're like 3 or 4 metres tall, and they've got the giant flowers, haven't they? Like at the top. Well, this one is very, very different. This one is very compact. This gets to about 2 or 3 foot tall. It's got a nice sort of domed, rounded shape to it. It's a well-behaved plant, and somebody once, I think they needed to get out a bit more, but somebody did once, as far as we know, count up to 1,000 flowers on one of these plants,
yeah.
You know, flowers and buds in a season.
Well, there's a little secret to its success, isn't it? It's a sterile plant.
It is, yeah. And the thing is, because what plants want to do is, plants have just got one thing on their mind, really. They just want to produce seed and just create the next generation. So when a lot of plants have produced seed, they just say, well, that's it now, I'm going to stop flowering. No need to flower anymore. I've done what I need to do. But this one can't produce seed, so it gets frustrated because every time it thinks it's produced seed with a flower, it hasn't. So it produces more flowers to try and attempt to produce seed again. But it never will. So it just keeps flowering and flowering and flowering, which sounds a bit cruel, but you know, the plant doesn't know anything about it. It's just doing what it wants to do.
Exactly.
But of course, what it's doing in the process of that is bringing us that incredible joy, that endless display all the way through summer, right up to autumn. You know, even perhaps early winter if we don't have a hard frost, just bringing us back, isn't it? Months and months and months of this fabulous colour. And
yeah.
I just love the way those flowers have got that black button in the middle.
It's so pretty, isn't it?
Then the other colours kind of leaching out a little bit, isn't it? I mean, it's almost like it's like powder painted, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of on those petals. And then that pure, gorgeous yellow. Aren't they lovely?
It's absolutely gorgeous, honestly. There'll be so many flowers on here. You can see how tall they rise on these lovely straight stems. So you'll be able to cut these and use these as indoor displays as well. And you will get so many of them. All it asks from you is that you put it in a really sunny spot. It wants sunshine, doesn't it?
It loves sunshine. And that pot that it's in is probably big enough as well for the time being. So you could just leave that in that pot, or you could put it in a pot cover if you want to.
Yeah.
But again, you know, the Laval pots, I was calling them larval at one point. What a fool, larval. But,
yeah, the Laval pot would be absolutely perfect for that, wouldn't it? You could put that in there quite happily.
Look really, really stunning in there.
Now, here is where I'm going to highlight Adam's maths, and I love Adam's maths when it comes to shopping, because this is basically a half-price deal, OK? Because this should be £29.97. It is £14.99. So you can take advantage of it being half price, or you could put 2 in your basket because you're basically getting one for free, aren't you? I like it.
Yeah, well,
I like that kind of maths.
Well, I mean, if you sat down this morning and you set, I mean, if this was me and I'd sat down this morning and I'd set myself a budget of £60, and then I started going onto the website and putting all these offers, and then suddenly, well, what I was going to get was only £45 for me.
Still got £15 to spend.
I would think, I can get more plants than I thought, so I will spend that 15 quid. And rather than get 8 plants, I can now get 10.
My mum will she'll be like, no, that is not good maths, Rebecca. What are you doing, Rebecca? That's what she calls me. When I'm in trouble, I get the full name. Morning, Mum, if you're watching. 560. Mum, if you are watching, Mum, is this the one you had outside the front of your house last year? I keep meaning to ask and keep forgetting. Is this the one? Let me know. Send me a message. 560-541 is the item number that you need. If you can go for 2 of those, I definitely would recommend it. Months and months and months of colour you're going to get from there. We're not moving on. We're going to go and have a little word from Sean, who went out onto the nursery floor to have a little look at these.
Well, I was just walking around the gorgeous nursery and I came across these. These are the Dianthus, known as the Sunbelievable brown-eyed girl. And I've just done a little count. Each shelf was about 20, and there's 4 shelves, so 80 on a trolley, and I've counted over 30 trolleys. So there must be 2,500 of these waiting to find a home right now, and they're absolutely stunning. And I love to see the quality, because as I look along the shelf, every one of these is pretty much identical. So they're all really big, healthy plants in the 3-litre pots. They're all covered in flowers. I'll be honest, those in the premium position, top shelf, they're all coming out in flower. These ones down here a little bit further behind, but I promise you, whichever one you get, it will be really well established. And this is the sunflower that keeps on flowering. Most sunflowers that I've ever grown, you get the flowers and then they start to produce seeds, they go over and that's it. This will produce potentially hundreds of flowers all summer long. The reason being, it's a sterile plant, so it doesn't produce seeds, so it just keeps flowering and flowering and flowering. It's absolutely glorious. And if you'd like one of the 2,500, it's a lot of plants, isn't it? But don't forget to place your order, because I know you're going to love it. And it is unbelievable, and it's called Sunbelievable.
We're all about the maths here. I was seeing Sean, who it's like being at home with my kids and my dog. I call my kids my dog's name and all sorts. Sean was doing the maths there, working out how many of them are there. There are so many, and we had a look. We saw them this morning, didn't we?
There's loads out there.
There's so many.
It was weird because we were trying to find a replacement one. Quick story: we had this. The greenhouse was whitewashed, and all our samples were underneath, and some of the plants got whitewashed as well.
Whitewashed a little bit, so we went to find some new ones.
Yeah, and there were so many of those sunflowers outside. I said to Bex, it's like when you go to choose a Christmas tree, and it's like you just freeze, don't you?
He couldn't move.
I couldn't decide which one because there were just too many. Yeah, and every one of them just look brilliant, look gorgeous.
They do look absolutely fantastic. So details are on the screen for the Sunbelievable if you want to add that into your basket. But right now we're going to move on to the Viburnum. This is the Opulus roseum. It's also known as the snowball tree, and that is really obvious, isn't it, as to why? Because the clusters of flowers you get on here, they're dense, they're tightly packed, they look like beautiful snowballs.
They do, don't they, Bex? And yeah, this takes me right back to my childhood as well, because I remember in the garden next door to us there was one of these, and it's still there. I mean,
they last a long time, don't they?
Well, it's probably been there longer than 60 years. I mean, I'm 59, and I remember that plant being in that garden from when I can remember gardening. So they're super long-lived. They're ridiculously tough, these viburnums. They're not really fussed about what soil they go in. They just grow anywhere. But this time of year, they just have these explosive heads of pure white flower, which just look absolutely gorgeous. Although, having said that, as they start to go over, sometimes they do get that little kind of bit of a pink tinge on the flower as well, which is quite nice. I love the leaves on this as well. The leaves are attractive, aren't they?
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's sort of almost like maple shape, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've kind of got that really lovely sort of lime green freshness to them, but on the edges they're almost tinged with a little bit of sort of red, aren't they, as well? Bronzy colours. Yeah.
I can't remember. Is this evergreen?
No.
This one is deciduous, isn't it?
It's deciduous. But having said that, the leaves do turn a really gorgeous colour in autumn as well.
Love that.
It's a great autumn-coloured shrub. Well, I mean, this can be a shrub, or left, it can grow into a smallish kind of tree. But great thing about these viburnums is you can prune these back whenever you want. You can be as brutal as you like with these. You can grow it in the pot even if you wanted to keep it trimmed back. But if you've got sort of you know, a space that you want to fill, you know, something ugly you want to hide, and you want a shrub that is just so easy to grow, hardy, robust, reliable, going to flower year after year after year, go for one of these. Honestly, you'll just love and enjoy this every year. And I meant to take a picture and I didn't. Story of my life.
You forgot.
But yeah, my neighbour opposite, Andy and Denise. Hi, Andy and Denise, if you're watching. They've got a gorgeous Viburnum, the same as this, in their front garden, and I can see it out of my kitchen window, and it's a joy this time of year because they've got one of these in full flower, and on their fence behind it, they've got a lovely pink flowering clematis montana.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so the two of them look absolutely stonking. That's my word. Stonking.
You were talking about this being hardy, so this is winter hardy. This will have our lifetime guarantee attached to it, which, by the way, I'm really, really proud of. I'm really proud to work for YouGarden because we do have this lovely winter hardy guarantee. What you're looking for when you go to the product page on the website is a little snowflake symbol. It's shaped like a snowflake and it says winter hardy underneath it. If it's got that, it means that it has this lifetime guarantee. So if in 10 years' time this plant fails to thrive, is what we say, if it dies, you can get back in touch with YouGarden. You can talk to our customer services department and they will replace it for you free of charge. You only have to cover the postage cost to get it out to you, but I love that guarantee. It gives real peace of mind. It tells you the confidence we've got in all of our winter hardy plants, the quality of them, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, Bex, as well, and also it's reassuring if you're a new gardener as well, because, you know, sometimes I know, you know, we try and give you all the details, and, you know, we tell you about the plant, where it will grow, how you need to look after it and so on. It might be, it's easy for those guys to say that, you know, because Adam's a professional gardener, Bex is a passionate gardener, has been gardening for years as well. You know, we know and love gardening, so it's easy for us to say these things, but you've got that reassurance. If, you know, you want to try a plant and you're not sure, if it's got that guarantee, like you said, Bex,
absolutely,
there's not that risk, is there?
And I don't know of anywhere else that does it. I've seen garden centre, we've got a 5-year guarantee and we've got a 6-year guarantee. That's wonderful. Ours is a lifetime guarantee and this one actually has that. 510895 is the item number that you need if you would like to add that into your basket. It's just £12.99. There is a saving on there which is unlocked by entering that code YGTB1924. I want you to break that £12.99 or £11.69 if you're in the club. I want you to break that price down for the amount of years that this will be growing in your garden. If you're saying decades, 50, 60 years, let's do a price per year on that, because that's going to break down to something absolutely phenomenal, isn't it?
Oh.
This is where Adam gets all hot and bothered.
Yeah.
This is why we've got the fan on, you see, because he gets all excited when he looks at these
look
roots.
at those roots, I tell you.
Look at those.
As I say, Boy George preferred a cup of tea. I like a nice, healthy root system. Look at that. I mean, that's just
healthy,
look
isn't
at
it?
that. That's fantastic. And I'm doing your thing now, Bex. I'm
squeeze and tease.
It's a thing I learnt from Bex, a squeeze and tease thing. So
it works, though.
It does, yeah.
Often
so
you don't even need to do the tease. You just need to do the squeeze.
Yeah. This literally, I mean, you can just see, you know, these are already starting to sort of ping out, and we're not just doing this for fun, you know, because we get a kick out of it.
No, I mean, it's good for the plant, isn't it?
Yeah.
What is it? Shrub roots tend to go out rather than down, and other ones like to go whichever way the shrub roots like to go. It's really good to just make them just like that. That's all you really need to do, and then it encourages those roots to go out into the ground, search for their, you know, feed, water, all the rest of it.
Yeah, because otherwise, initially, they keep going round still, because they got used to doing that in the pot, because they've got nowhere to go. They'll keep doing that, but yeah, now we've teased them. As you say, they're going to, those roots are going to get involved with the soil around them very quickly. Yeah, and then of course, you know, once those roots are in there, like you say, they can get the moisture, they can get the nutrients,
and then you get a big, strong, healthy plant.
And most importantly, they can anchor themselves down into the ground to get established.
That's it. 510895 is the item number if you want to add that one into your basket. Now then, yes, we are going to go on to something that everybody needs. Everybody absolutely needs to be putting... No, it's not wine, Stuart. I mean, we do need a bit of wine in our lives, you know, drink responsibly and all that, but everybody needs to get their hands on some of our premium professional compost. Obviously, if you know this already, I know you are putting your orders in, you're getting this regularly, don't ever run out, it's so frustrating. But if you're brand new, if you're one of our newer viewers and you're going to stand there and or you're sitting there and watching us and go, what are they getting so excited about dirt for? Why are they getting so excited about dirt? It might be because you bought some from outside the supermarket and you've opened the bag up and it's a bit horrible smell, it's got great big lumps and chunks in it. You might have been disappointed. You will not be disappointed. First of all, with how it looks, how it smells, how it feels. But then once your plants start growing in here, that's when you're going to notice the difference.
Yeah, that's the thing, Bex. You know, the reason I was smelling it as well, because
it smells so good.
It does. It just smells so fresh. And you were saying as well about there's a kind of, the smell from this actually kind of releases good things in the brain.
I think it's fascinating. So yeah, compost. When you smell it, it can release like all the happy hormones, the serotonin and things like that into your brain. So scientific fact, you can look it up. So just smelling it can actually make you feel happier.
And that probably makes sense, you know, because if you think, I don't know, go back 1,000 years or so, you know, we literally lived, you know, practically on the land. We didn't live in sealed houses with carpet and everything. And I guess probably instinctively back then, people could tell good soil from bad soil by how it smelled.
How it smelled.
You know, oh, can't plant there, that's stagnant and not nice smelling.
It does smell so good.
But this just smells, I mean, it just smells fresh. That's what I like about it. And there's not that mildewy or mouldy smell you get with some composts. But also, it's massively peat reduced as well. So, we're moving the same direction as everyone else. We're making this, peat reduced. And what we've done, we've substituted the peat with that bark, that...
composted wood fibre.
I always forget that word. Yeah, composted wood fibre. Yeah, the composted wood fibre, which does three things. It keeps the compost nice and open. That lets the air get down to the roots of the plants. It lets the water percolate and it lets the roots penetrate. Look at that. You've got that long release feed on there as well. So up to 6 months of feed. That breaks down gradually, feeding your plants for up to 6 months. There's a wetting agent in this as well. So it makes your compost like kitchen towel. It makes it super absorbent. It wants to suck in moisture. It's pH balanced. And it just comes in these plain bags because, as Stu says, the value is in the bag, not on the bag.
Yeah, it's a commercial product. It is the compost that we use here at the nursery. Anything we grow on, anything we pot on, the pre-made hanging baskets we'll be bringing you very soon. We use this compost. Our head gardener insists on using this compost because it is the best. Once you've used it, you will understand, I promise you. 100125. There is no postage attached to this item, so this is a great one if you're trying to get multiples of your free gift. Just come in, place your order for one lot of compost, put the offer code in, your free gift will be entered into your basket, and that'll be one free gift coming to you. Then come back, place another order, get another load of compost. Get a couple of other things. That'll get your order to over £40. Enter your code, you'll get another free gift, and you'll get free postage because you've got that order to over £40. Have a little play around with your basket so that you get the absolute best deals. We do it all the time, honestly. It's the best way to do it.
And everything you told me about this, Bex, as well, talking about loads, you can actually get bulk orders of this, can't you, the compost?
Totally.
If you want a
if you need like commercial quantities of the compost, you can get in touch with our customer services department, tell them how much you need, and we can sort it for you, basically. You can do some special deals on there.
Yeah, right now.
Right. Stonkinest of the stonking deals. This is the best deal. Actually, we've got loads of them. We've got loads of them, but this one is absolute. I'm going to move this because you just want to get in, don't you?
I did the same with that because I knew I was going to elbow it.
This is probably one of the absolute best deals that we're going to bring you. This is a pack of 9 of our hardy perennial plants that you're going to be adding into your basket here. But if you enter the code YGTV1924, we will enter another 9 into your basket for you. That means 18 of our Lucky Dip perennial plants being delivered direct to your door. If you are in the club, that is £1 each, and we want to compare that to any nursery prices at the moment. Nurseries are great. Love going there for my coffee and my cake. I come here to buy my plants because I know this is where I get the best value. In fact, I'll let you in on a little secret. I get a little staff discount for working at YouGarden. It's awesome. It's nice having a staff discount. Normally the staff discount is the best discount, isn't it? I rarely use my staff discount because the offer code that you get with YGTV works out better value for money. That is how good this deal is. These would normally be, what, $4.99?
Yeah, I mean, this is silly, Bex. I mean, look, this is just insane. This is a Gora, Gora Lindheimeri, and, I mean, this is... I like it, Stu. Is it agorable? It is agorable, isn't it? Yeah, and, this is just incredible. A plant like this in a 2-litre pot in the garden centre could easily be $4.99, and, I just... Honestly, I can't get my head around it. Yeah. And again, well, I'm going to pull this one out the pot because, look, the incredible root system as well. And that's what I love about our plants. They're as brilliant under the ground as they are above ground. Oh, look at that one on that campanula as well. There we go.
Hang on, camera's
Yay,
camera's catching up.
Look at
so
that.
my campanula, I've just taken that one out of the pot as well. These definitely need a little squeeze and a tease, but they are very, very healthy. They are absolutely raring to get in the ground. And I mean, the fact that these are going to come back for you year after year as well, you know, these are fantastic. We've got a Nepeta in here. You could get any one of these times 18, basically, when you get that buy one, get one free. What else have we got? A Gaillardia, I think, that one.
Gaillardias are great because they flower kind of mid to later summer as well. So, you know, you've got a whole range here that's going to flower over a long, long period of time.
This is the fantastic thing. Because you're getting a mixture, you're going to get months of colour, months of different coloured foliage, different heights, different structures.
I mean, just look at the leaf shape as well. Not only the leaf shape, look at the leaf colour. I mean, even the leaf colour, look. You've got this lobelia here that's got the purple
the
foliage.
lobelia, that's lovely,
Look at these two. You know, this Gora and that lobelia, just the foliage is gorgeous on these, isn't it? They've both got that lovely purpley kind of bronzy foliage, which is great in its own way. So you've got the foliage on those. Then you've got like the little geranium, their little crane's bill geranium with, you know, hundreds of these flowers that will just flower all summer long. Can you see all the
buds? There's so many buds on there.
That's
waiting to flower its socks off for you.
And that would be great for somewhere really hot and sunny. So if you've got a really hot sunny spot like a rockery or a real kind of dry area that gets really baked, the geraniums will love that. But then on the other side, this lobelia, that loves really, really wet soil. You can almost plant that as a marginal at the edge of a pond. So again, not only a range of foliage colour, not only a range of flowers, not only a sort of a flowering season range, but these plants can go in all different positions. Some full sun, some shade, some wet, some dry. Yeah, brilliant.
It's fantastic, and they do come with the labels on, so you know what you're getting. Even though it's a lucky dip, it's not a case of, oh, guess where you're going to plant it. No, they do come with the names on there, so you can then have a look. You can go onto our website, type in the product name, and it'll give you all the details that you need, how big it's going to get, where it needs to be planted. I think it'll be super exciting to get that home and open up the box and go, ooh, 18 of these, and then you can plan where in your garden you're going to put them. I think that'll be really, really enjoyable thing to do. 561046 is your item number. Remember, with a buy one, get one free, you put one in your basket. By entering the offer code, that's how the other one appears into your basket along with your free gift worth £10. It's a pack of 10 majestic lily bulbs. Now, we're going to move on to the tomatoes, and this one is also a buy one, get one free. I love this tomato selection. This is the Tomato Sun Gold Super Sweet. I grew these last year. I will be growing them again this year.
Why?
The reason is, Adam, because they are super sweet. Honestly, they are just so juicy, tender, gorgeous, sweet tomatoes, but you also get hundreds of them.
So for you, you know, because it's weird, once you've found like a variety, say, you stick with it, don't you?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll try some different things, but I just know how good this was, so I'm definitely going to do it again this year. You are guaranteed, honestly, of getting the most amazing crop of tomatoes over a really long period as well.
And this is a bit more simple, this type, isn't it, Bex? Because you get the sort of the vine tomatoes that sometimes you have to train up strings and then, you know, top of the greenhouse, and you have to keep pinching them out where you get the side shoots in between the leaves. This is more of a kind of a bush variety, so you could just put like a little wigwam of sticks around this, because the plant gets so full of fruit it can get a bit top heavy and sort of topple over.
I just put some stakes in and tied it in with bits of string, and it worked absolutely
and it just
perfectly.
kind of holds itself up, doesn't it? It almost forms like a little tomato bush, doesn't it? And then these trusses with, you know, dozens and dozens and dozens of fruit on, 11.5 on the bricks scale.
Yes, and that is amazing. When you compare that to your standard sort of supermarket varieties, it can be up to 4 times as sweet. And that is how glorious this is. I even got my kids eating them. That's how good they were. Yeah,
and I think the reason being as well, because sometimes you can get the bigger tomatoes, and also if they're not completely ripe, you can cut them in half sometimes, and they're a bit green in the middle, aren't they? And I know, you know, we shouldn't be as fussy as we are these days, but, you know, sometimes kids can be a little bit fussy about things like that, can't they? Whereas if you've got those just little bite-sized tomatoes that are so soft and juicy and sweet and full of vitamins and minerals, which is what when you get in, you know, that's what you want to get inside your kids, isn't it? The goodness of the fresh fruit. That's what they're good for. They're just fantastic.
Yeah, now a lot of these I ate outside while I'm pottering around the garden. A lot of them I ate, and we often talk about it with Grow Your Own. Oh, they won't make it into the house because you'll just eat them all outside. You will get so many tomatoes on here that you will get some inside the house as well, honestly. Hundreds and hundreds of them. Now, they grow quite quickly, so these look like little tiddlers at the moment, but it's amazing how, once you plant these, how quick your tomato plants will grow. Honestly, you'll walk out the room, walk back in 5 minutes later, and you're sure it's doubled in size because they grow so quick.
Well, I can vouch for that because I went away to Cumbria the week before last, and I actually took my little tomato plant with me. Because
you took them on holiday, didn't you?
I took it on
Like
holiday.
it.
And, because I didn't want to leave it at home. My neighbours would have looked after it, but I didn't want to give them the responsibility, in case it popped its clogs and they'd be really, really embarrassed. And so I took it on holiday, brought it back. It grew about 3 or 4 inches just while we was away for a week.
Yeah.
And now it's almost like about a foot tall. I mean, once you get these tomato plants outside this time of year and they've got the warmth and the light, they just go for it.
They really do.
Another thing you said, Bex, when you grew these yourself, you were saying to me that you didn't necessarily have to pick the fruit immediately it was ripe.
No, they do stay ripe on the plant for a really long time. Now, it sort of crops over a long time. So I think it was around July I started getting tomatoes on there, and I was picking fruit from July, August, September and into October. But I didn't feel like, I've got this massive glut of tomatoes, I have to do something with them now. I was able to leave them on the plant for a while. You know, you don't have to go out and pick them straight away. They gradually ripen whilst they're on the plant, and you can leave them there for a little while.
Yeah, because I've grown tomatoes before, and pretty much once they're ripe, if you don't pick them within a day or so, sometimes they start to go mildewy.
Yeah.
Then they split, I found as well, or they just drop off.
I didn't seem to get that at all when I was growing these last year.
So you don't have that panic of suddenly having so many tomatoes.
Totally.
Sometimes you end up in that ironic situation where you've got so many, you give them all away, which is sort of counterproductive, really, isn't it? Let's grow tomatoes myself. I've got to give them all away because there's too many at once.
I absolutely enjoyed it. I'm recommending you go for this variety. It's super sweet, super easy to grow, and you get hundreds of them. Those are the top reasons to go for this. It's buy one, get one free, so put one lot into your basket, enter the code, and you'll get another pack put into your basket as well. 370043 is the item number. Just £11.69 if you are in the club, and that will give you 12 plants, because it's buy one, get one. OK, so this one, yeah, you're right, Stu. Stu's saying to me, do you want a plant that's going to make you feel like you have, you know, you're the most achieved gardener in the world? This is the one to go for. You were saying when you grew this and you got this to flower, you felt like the best gardener in the world.
Yeah, I mean, what is it, King of the Hill, kind of?
King of the Hill.
That's a cock a hoop. That's what I was like. Because I've always adored Meconopsis poppies. I've seen them on television, and it's just that blue colour, isn't it? I mean, that blue, there's no other plant I can think of. It looks like it's a made-up plant colour.
Yeah.
So
Ian has sent us an update on his. Would we like to see it?
Go on,
Of course we would.
Oh,
my word.
You're teasing us there.
That is exciting, isn't it?
Look at that.
Look at how that... I love how that opens up. I've not seen that.
Yeah, that's kind of the sepals.
nodding head.
On the outside.
And then it comes upright, I assume.
That's it. Yeah, that's like the very outside one. They're called sepals, and they gradually drop off, and then the petals unruffle. It's amazing how those flowers are all scrunched up. And then they open out like this. I mean, look at that blue, Bex. I mean, it's
this
mad,
is what's
isn't
fascinating about it. The colour of that is incredible.
These
and then you've got
stunning.
that gorgeous yellow centre. The combination of those two things together is incredible.
Yeah, that's what I grew through in a pot.
Those are yours,
and,
aren't they?
Yeah, and you know, I'd seen these for years on television and stuff, and I thought I'll never be able to grow these. And for me, there was 3 things I thought was a secret of success with
and
me
this
for
is
these.
important because I know a few people have said that they've struggled to grow these, but listen to Adam's tips here, because this is your secret to success.
Yeah, with mine, I kept them permanently in the shade.
Yes.
So I don't mean dark shade, I mean out of the sun. So I kept them out of the sun. I kept them permanently moist. I never let the bowl of water dry out underneath.
Yep.
And I put them in ericaceous compost. I did those 3 things, and they turned out like that, and they flowered for months, and they were knockout.
Amazing. All right, well, this is also a double up deal that you can go for here. So you can just go for the 3 jumbo plugs for $9.99 if you want to. But if you put 2 lots into your basket and enter the code YGTV1924, you will get 6 of those plug plants for £14.98. So do consider maybe doubling up, because you get a bit of extra saving by doing that. 480678 is your item number. Right, let's move on to Osteospermum. Now, I was out on the nursery floor earlier on, and I saw the gorgeous...
What, did you walk into something?
Was that knocked about? No, I saw the beautiful Osteospermum in the purple sun, which I grew last year, and they're beautiful. They really, really are. But those are annuals.
Yeah.
OK? And I loved them because they flowered all summer long. They just didn't know when to stop. Bit of deadheading involved, because it does encourage more to come through. So if you keep on top of that, it's great. But one season and they're gone.
Yeah. And
that's not the case with these, is it?
These are perennial.
These are hardy.
And just the last couple of times we've done these, I kept saying to you, didn't I? I saw a place that had a bed of these along the side of a pub. Well, I couldn't remember where it was. It's actually just down the road from here, literally. There's a front garden that, about half a mile away, and they've got a huge stretch of these at the side of their path, about 6 foot long, about 2 foot wide, and it's just one carpet at the moment of purple Osteospermum flowers.
Wow.
And that's obviously a perennial one because it's covered such a huge area in it. It wouldn't be that mature, and it's in a lovely open sunny position, which is the secret for these. If you want these to come up year after year after year and have months and months of flower, put these in the sunniest, most well-drained position that you can plant them. And again, they're good for rockeries, they're fabulous for ground cover, they're good for porous soils, good for porous soils, and gravelly soil, chalky soil, those kind of soils that aren't so productive as other soils. These will love growing in those sort of places. Look at the colour range there, Bex, as well.
I love them.
Lovely
So
mix.
they do come in these mini greenhouses. There is a label on the front there that tells you the variety, and there's a letter next to it which matches up to the letter on the box here. So you can see which colour is which. So if you want to colour coordinate or plant certain colours in certain areas of your garden, you do have the option to do that. But we have put 3 together that work harmoniously together. So you could mix these up quite happily.
I would.
Adam and I definitely recommending that. But of course, you garden your way. But the 3 of them have been designed so they will work together.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see on the picture we've got those, how harmoniously those colours sort of mix together. And what's amazing is as well, the plants we're sending out to you, look, there's already buds on there, Bex. And in fact, these have grown since
these are
Thursday.
the plants that we had on Thursday.
And the buds were only kind of just visible, weren't they? Now
There's one there.
They're really showing now, aren't they, those buds?
There's one there, there's one there. Honestly, they're so easy. My biggest tip is make sure you deadhead. Some plants you can get away with not deadheading, but these ones definitely need a bit of deadheading, just to make sure that it encourages those flowers to come through. But you will get them all summer long. They're ready to burst into flower now. They'll keep going right the way through.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, right the way through to those first frosts, October time, and it'll be flower after flower after flower.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's really, really uncanny how much they flower. But the secret to get the maximum amount of flower from these is, say, put them in the sunniest position you can find. That's where they'll really, really thrive. Fantastic for pots, really great for pots. Why not try some of these in hanging baskets? Because they're quite drought tolerant as well. So
they are,
you could try these in hanging baskets. Great for window boxes, great for troughs, great for planters. You might have, for example, some trees or fruit bushes in some big pots in the garden with nothing at the base. You could sort of plant the base of those.
Very good idea, yeah.
And they will sort of tumble over the side a little bit and trail and flower their socks off. And they're just really easy plants to give colour for a long time. And like you were saying, Bex, you can get the annual ones, but at the end of the year they're gone, and you've got to keep buying them every year.
This is the thing, and it's about getting the right balance, isn't it? Sean often says, he used to do bedding every year, summer bedding, always the annuals. But what he's learned over the many years he's been gardening is that actually, there's sometimes a better way of doing it. Summer bedding we love, don't get me wrong, and I have still planted some summer bedding, but it's getting that right mix so that it's not costing you so much every year.
Yeah, and this day and age as well, with cost of living crisis and all the things we talk about now, we want things that are going to come back year after year, don't we? I mean, as you say, it's still nice to treat yourself with the odd kind of special annuals, like the Picardy petunia that you're growing, which is
I planted a bunch
gorgeous.
of lobelia. I did exactly that. My tall cypress trees that I've got, the pencil cypress. I put a bunch of lobelia around the bottom of there just because it was looking a bit bare. So of course I'm still going to do bits of that. Yeah. But I'm mixing in as many perennials as I can.
Yeah, and if you've got a big area to cover, as I say, like the house down the road, the village is called something Chalfont. Chalfont's something called something Chalfont, and
Chalfont St Peter, I think it's called.
I think it's just down the road. And because every time I think, where have I seen them? Where have I seen them? And just as I drove in this, that's where they are.
That's it.
I should have stopped and took a picture, but they probably thought, what's he doing? Taking a picture of my front garden. But I mean, just this morning they were flowering their socks off and covered this huge area. And I know the soil around here is very sandy, very well drained. So they will do well in those kind of conditions.
Yeah, fabulous. So do go for that double up deal. You can get 12 of those jumbo plugs, and these are jumbo plugs. I should point that out to you. Could you pass me one of the tomato
ones? Look at the roots on those,
Bex,
as well.
So just to show you the comparison of the sizes.
I've got that one. There you go.
So the jumbo plug next to a regular sized plug, okay, that's the difference that we are talking about. All it means, it's still a plug plant, it's just been grown on that little bit further. It's that little bit further on. You can plant these ones out straight away, whereas maybe some of the smaller plug plants you might think about growing them on a windowsill before you plant outside. The root system, as Adam's pointing out, fan-flippin'-tastic. Get those, squeeze and tease, plant those out, and have probably years of joy from those ones. So 480991, as I said, remember to go for that double up deal. Put 2 in your basket, enter the offer code, and that's where you get that saving. So it'll be 1 pack for £12.99 or 2 packs for £17.99.
They're great when they're that size as well, because they're not going to get lost, do they, when you put them in the garden?
No, very true.
Some of the really small plugs, you almost kind of want to protect them a little bit, yeah. But those are big enough to stand their own ground, aren't they? When you pop them in.
Absolutely, yes. Right, we do need to take you back to the perennials. It is as busy as we thought it was going to be on our Sunday show. It is a pack of 9. It's a lucky dip. You will get a mixture of some of these. It's not a lazy collection, as Adam calls. These are absolute winners. But this is a buy one, get one absolutely free. So if you put 1 pack into your basket and enter the code YGTV1924, we will put another 9 into your basket. So that is 18 perennial plants delivered direct to your door. And if you get your order to over £40, it will be a free of charge delivery. Tell us about some of the varieties, quick.
Well, just an amazing range. I mean, this is Agora I've got here, which is great for super hot, sunny positions. Flower its socks off for month after month after month. But then you might have somewhere that's a little bit shadier and needs sort of more moisture. Well, we've got a lobelia over here. That would do well in really moist soil. So a plant there for super dry soil, a plant here for much wetter soil. You might want some ground cover. Well, we've got little cranesbill geranium here that you might get, which makes fabulous ground cover. You might want some plants for colour later in the year. Well, how about these gaillardias or the mesembryanthemum, the leucanthemum rather, the daisy? There's just such a range here, Bex, that's going to give different foliage colour, foliage texture, flower colour, flower texture, flowering at different times, plants for different areas, plants for different types of soil. I mean, there's just such a mix. It's incredible. There's even a cat mint here, if you're lucky to get it. It'll send your cat into heaven. They love the smell of it.
In a good way.
Yeah. It's like cat cannabis, they call it.
Do they call it that?
They do, yeah.
Amazing. All right, so that'll be 18 of these absolute winners, months of colour and incredible value for money, because if you are part of our club, this will be £17.99 for this particular deal here. So it'll be £1 per plant. Just compare that, please, to some of the prices that you will pay elsewhere. You know, you could be paying £4.99 for any one of these in a garden centre. £1 a plant if you're in our club. £1.11 I think it is if you're not in our club. But I would recommend join the club. Put 1 in your basket, enter the code, we'll put the other pack into your basket for you as well. 561046 is the item number. This is how you do it, look. We typed in the item number. You can type in item descriptions as well, but it helps to put the item number in. You know you're getting the right one. Add it to your basket, view the basket. OK, hang on a minute. We said it was a buy one, get one free, didn't we? Enter the code, YGTV1924. Apply the code. This is where the magic happens. We've got a free pack of our perennial plants. We've also got our free gift included, which is the Majestic Lily collection. 10 bulbs included in there. And that's where you're getting your value for money here at YGTV. Now, our order total is £26.98. You might want to hold off on checking out, because if you could get that basket to over £40, we'll get rid of that £6.99 postage cost for you. Yeah, you're right, Stu. Let's add in some compost. You're definitely going to need some of that. I just went through, how many litres did I go through? I think I just went through 400 litres just the other day with planting out my dahlias. I think it was 400 litres I went through just with doing that, yeah. So add in the compost, and as you can see, look, it's taken that order to over £40, and we have now saved our £6.99 postage. Come back in, Adam. We're going to have a little look at some of the emails that people have sent, along with some pictures, which is our favourite time of the day. Let's have a look at what's happening in people's gardens. Oh, this is Elaine's azalea. Look at how many flowers are on there.
Talk about pretty in pink. I mean,
pretty in pink, for sure.
Just beautiful, isn't it, Bex? Look at that. Look, wait, it just fills that nice little corner. That could be a really boring corner, couldn't it? And now it's an extraordinary corner.
That's
it looks gorgeous there.
Yeah, very, very nice. We're going to have a look in Neil's garden next.
Oh, lovely.
Ooh.
I like a hosta.
Is that a hosta? It must be a hosta.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. My hostas are looking great as well this year, Neil. I love it when the I mean, look, I know we grow hostas for the foliage, but I love it when the flowers come up as well.
Yeah,
they're beautiful, aren't they?
It's like a double bubble, isn't it?
It is a double bubble.
These,
could that be viola pumpkin?
Yeah,
it could be.
Yeah, John, my other half, he's still got those flowering in our front garden that I got from
And he's
here.
got them in our bird trellis planters as well. Have we still got those, Stu? Well, I think we've still got those on a buy one get one free if you want some more of those, anybody.
Oh, look at that garden. It's just so green and lush, isn't it? And
that is very lush. Look at that.
Oh, is that that looks like a really nice is that a clematis in the background, right on the left-hand side? Is that sort of just left of that little archway. Yeah, is that a clematis?
It could be.
It's like gorgeous colour, nice purpley colour.
Beautiful, yeah, looking good, Neil. Right, so that's the email address at the bottom of the screen if you do want to get in touch, if you want to show us your gardens. Dingo, this is his clematis starting to come up.
I'd say dingo, ding dong, looking at those.
Like me,
I mean,
dingo.
look at that.
I've got 4 at the moment. I still need to get my flame lily out.
Oh,
all
lovely.
your lilies are coming up. That's looking amazing. What is this luscious
that's a
leaf
hollyhock.
here? Is that
Yeah,
hollyhock
that's
coming
a
up?
hollyhock coming up there. Yeah.
Amazing. And
Yeah.
loads of lilies. Look at all of those.
Yeah, they're going to be absolutely fantastic.
So many of them. Karen's in paradise, apparently.
Oh, look at
Oh,
that.
Karen, that
very
looks
smart.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Did you see the pot of the alliums in the background there as well? That pot of alliums over there in the
handsome,
background.
those ones, aren't they?
Oh, apparently there's a close-up of those. I'll wait. Oh, that's a riot of colour, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks. I think that's
Fuchsia
like
in the background.
Yeah, and like a yellow corydallis as well. There, the yellow.
Yeah,
oh,
that
no,
does look like the
Is it
corydallis.
corydallis or is it the other? The
No, it definitely. It looks like the.
Yeah, corydallis. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that one. Oh, those alliums. Oh, and she's got the Sunbelievable.
Yay!
Well done. Oh, those alliums are looking fantastic. Mine are just starting to open. They're looking really good. I've got loads. The heads are there, but they haven't quite opened yet. Love that. Sunbelievable looks amazing. That looks like a new one as well, brand new. So they're going to get loads of flowers coming on there.
Especially all this warmth and stuff we're getting now as well.
So much. Claire's been in touch apparently. She has ordered canary palm, calicarpa, some gerberas. They're lovely. Love gerberas. Mine are just starting to poke up as well. Neil's going to get the Osteospermum. What, the Hardy collection? Yeah, very good. Well done, Neil. That's a good idea. Anyone else? That's it for now. Well, you can join in. You can be part of our club. I don't just mean the discount club. I mean part of our lovely community garden of gardeners that we've got here. Email your pictures. Join in on the chat. Stu is just through that wall there, just on the other side of that wall, and he is getting to have a little look at it all and join in, and then he sends the pictures through so that we can have a look at them. Right, so we've got so much more to show you. We're not even an hour in. We've still got another 3 hours to go, but we're going to give you a little review of what you've seen so far. So if you want to grab a pen and paper, write down some item numbers so you're ready to place your order later on. Now is the time to do it. We are starting off with our flowering fuchsia trees. Excuse me, this is the buy one, get one free of these beautiful flowering fuchsia trees. Colour all summer long. They're not hardy, so you do need to give them some winter protection, but you will be able to get them to come back again next year, and they will just give you just hundreds of flowers for months on end. Absolutely unmistakable as well. Gorgeous tall plants, 80 centimetres tall, by the way. It's not 8 centimetres tall, it's 80 centimetres tall in that 19 centimetre pot. Buy one, get one free, so put one in your basket, put the code in, and we'll put the other one in for you. £22.49 if you are in the club. On to our snowball tree next. This is the Viburnum opulus roseum. It's a lovely established plant, actually. You'll hopefully get some with flowers on as well. You are saving £7 on this, but as Adam was telling us, this is a very long-lived perennial plant. Decades you are going to get out of this one, and every year it will delight you with this sight. These beautiful clusters of gorgeous white flowers that kind of get a bit of a pink tinge to them as well, we were seeing. We'll have hundreds of those flowers, and it is just £11.69 because we have that £7 saving on there, which will be unlocked by you entering the code YGTV1924. 510895 is the item number. On to our Sunbelievable, the brown-eyed girl. We just saw that in Karen's garden. Yes, I remembered. This is going to give you just some of the most beautiful sunflower flowers. And I don't just mean some, actually. I mean hundreds of them. Because this plant is sterile, so it cannot set seed. So that's the secret to its success. It basically puts all its energy into flower production because it can't produce seed, which is why you get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these. They will come to you with flowers on. We've seen them, they're on the nursery floor, they've all got flowers, they've all got buds on them, and they will just keep flowering for you all summer long. It's a half-price deal. It should be £29.97, but it is £14.99 here today if you use that code. So, with Adam's maths in mind, put 2 of those into your basket, 560541, one either side of a doorway, your seating area, your patio doors. That will just give you so much joy for so long. Highly, highly recommend that one. Next, we're moving on to our tomatoes. The Sun Gold, the super sweet, the variety I grew last year, and I will be growing again this year once I get mine ordered. I need to do that. It is a buy one, get one free, so you can get 12 of these plug plants delivered direct to your door. Put one in your basket, enter the code, we'll put the other one in for you. They are super sweet. They measure 11.5 on the Brix scale of sweetness. That can be up to 4 times as sweet as other standard sort of cherry tomato varieties in the supermarket. The amount of fruits you'll get on here is incredible as well. I mean, on our website it says up to 400 per plant, and I can verify that they're worth, I mean, honestly, I had so many of them, and I made a few mistakes with planting last year. I planted them a bit too close together, so obviously I'm going to rectify those mistakes, but even with making those mistakes last year, I had so many tomatoes. The amount of, like, tomatoey pasta-y dishes and bruschetta dishes and things that you can make from this over the summer. Just pick them off the plant and pop them in your mouth. It is an incredible one and highly recommended by all of us here at YouGarden. 370043 is the item number if you want to add that one into your basket. The Himalayan blue poppy, this is another one that's on our favourites table. It's the colours. It's that sky blue, ice blue even, and then that yellow centre. I think people are so proud when they grow these ones that they are just, they just make you feel like the most amazing gardener. 3 of those jumbo plugs in this particular deal, but you can double up and you can go for 6 of those if you want to. So £9.99 if you want to just go for the pack of 3, or go for 6 for £14.98. 480678 is the item number. It's just £8.99 if you're in the club for a pack of 3 of those. That's quite cool, isn't it? Remember, you'll always get your discount on your club membership if you double up as well, so you can take another £1.50 off that £14.98. Right, we're coming back. We're going to talk to you a little bit about some pots now. If you do need some pots for things to go in, we've got a few really awesome deals for you. Should we start with the buy one, get 2 free? Our lovely Karen, I saw she posted a picture in one of the groups I'm in yesterday. Karen, who's got them in the stand, and she's going to make a herb garden out of them. I saw the picture, Karen, if you're watching. She's actually planted it up, and she's put some lovely little lights down the side of them as well. They look really beautiful. So, Karen, if you're watching, send the updated picture to us as well with you, because she's bought these pots and multiples of them, and they are perfect for that sort of thing, aren't they?
Yeah, the great thing about these, Bex, is you can do all those kind of little augmenting things with these, can't you? You can change the mood of something, can't you? Because if you love pots, I mean, my other half has got masses of pots in the front garden, and quite often if you love pots, you know, eventually you tend to have quite big pots, don't you?
Yes.
With big plants
Yeah,
in.
because you put things on.
Yeah, and you don't want to move them about because it's too much hassle. But you know, you might just want to refresh the look a little bit or change it from time to time. And it's difficult, isn't it, with big pots, not being able to move them around. But when you've got something this size, these are just so ideal, aren't they?
Easy.
You know, great for summer bedding, great for autumn bedding, just great for sort of most size sort of plants that you just want to enjoy in the summer for a little while, say, before you've got to put them into the garden permanently.
So what I did yesterday, and it's not these ones, I've got the Alhambra ones, the round ones, but they're similar size, and this is why I highly recommend them. Yesterday I potted up 10 of them with geranium fire queen, because I've been growing them on the windowsill. So I've got 5 each, and they're around my pots where I've got my pencil cypress. So I've got my lobelia in there, and then I've got these fire queens around the bottom. Honestly, the difference that has made to look at that now is so pretty, and it hasn't cost me much to do it.
No,
because
exactly.
it's the right size pot. It doesn't take a massive amount of compost to change the look and feel of your garden, and I love that.
And it's not even, you know, filled up with compost. It's not heavy, is it?
No.
You know, you're not struggling
Easily
to move these about. So again, you know, my example I always give is you're 3 floors up and just got a balcony. You know, you can't have too much weight on the balcony. Well, you know, these pots are great. You can grow so many different things in these. And you were saying earlier about the herbs. There's a bit of a trend now as well that some people are doing in the summertime when they're barbecues or kind of eating al fresco. They actually just put pots of herbs on the table so that you can just, you know, pick fresh herbs there and then and put them straight onto your
lovely,
food.
like that idea.
Which is, you know, which is really, really nice thing to be able to do.
Pot of basil, pot of rosemary, whatever it might be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a bit, you know, basil or something like that.
Coriander.
Oh, coriander. Yeah.
Bit of chives.
Oh, yeah. Because I mean, you could just literally pick a few sticks of, you know, stems of chives. Couldn't you just rip them up and just drop them over?
Beautiful.
I like white chives mixed into mashed potato.
Nice.
That's really nice.
Yeah, that's lovely.
Gives a kind of nice sort of oniony kind of, chivey taste. Really, really nice. Or you can mix it with mayonnaise. That's great as well. Well, we're going off on one now.
Are you hungry, Adam?
Yeah, it's kind of making me think of all those nice, yummy things you can do. But the good thing about these pots as well, these pots are small, but they're so full of character. I mean, sometimes small pots are just small pots. They're just dull. They're just small. These, look at these. I mean, these have got, the decoration around the base. It looks really fantastic. They've got that recurved lip at the top there as well. So easy to pick up as well. UV resistant, frost stable. And I just like, Bex, the fact that they've got this sort of burnished, antique kind of look to them. And they are plastic pots, but I used to hate plastic pots because you used to be able to see the seam down the side, or where they come off the blow mould, you could see the stringy bits of plastic hanging off. Bex and I were saying the other day that if we could stand in a high street somewhere and and put these on some of these crates, and as people walk past, say, tell us, metal or plastic, metal or plastic. Don't stop walking, just tell us, metal or plastic. A lot of people because you can't tell, can you?
You can't. The quality of them is absolutely so incredible, real. And they just work perfectly, as surrounds for bigger pots, or as Karen has done on a tiered kind of shelving thing where she's planted stuff either side. If you've got some steps in your garden, if you put them coming down the steps,
that's my favourite idea. You said steps. I think because sometimes a flight of steps can be a bit boring, can't it? And because you've got brick wall either side, you've got the flight of steps, and sort of one of these on each tread in the corner, and say planting something trailing over a little bit, and then something a bit more upright. That could just transform a flight of steps, couldn't it?
Totally.
From something boring to something really colourful and interesting. And
they're excellent value for money because it's a buy one and get two free. So if you put one in your basket and enter the code YGTV1924, we will put another 2 into your basket for you. And obviously you can multiply that up as well. So if you put 2 in your basket, you'll get 4 for free. 3 in your basket, you'll get 6 for free. What Neil is asking is, are these big enough for the free lilies?
I'll tell you what, we can show you that.
Yes, they are, but probably only...
I would say, Bex, you could put 3.
Yeah.
3 of these, because these are your free gift. You're getting these fabulous, gorgeous lilies, which are already growing, by the way, so don't worry about that.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's absolutely fine. You can see here, I've got 3. Let's pop that one back. Yeah, so, 3. You could get 3. In fact, you know what? You could even do 5.
You probably could squeeze 5 in, couldn't you?
Because when you're growing things like in a pot for just 1 year, you could 1 in the middle, then 1, 2, 3, 4 on the corners. And I would probably just fill the pot up halfway, then sit the bulbs on top, then fill to the top, and you could just make sure the very top bit's poking out. And you know what? These are going to flower. This is what's so brilliant about this free gift. Look at the stems on this already, and I can tell these are going to flower because when you squeeze the top,
you can feel the solid bit, can't you?
Where the bulbs are developing in the top of the stem there.
Yeah.
So and remember, this is for every order as well.
Absolutely. So by the way, if you are going for this deal on the planters, so £3.99 and you'll get 3 of them. So £1.33 each, less if you're in the club. You will still get your free gift included. So you could get a pack of 10 majestic lily bulbs worth £10, and you could just be paying £3.99 for that. Doesn't make sense, does it? But it's true. That's exactly what's going to happen. All you have to do is put one thing into your basket.
So one of them.
Just put one of those in.
Creates all of that.
Enter your code in, and as you can see, look, you've got 2 free, plus you've got your free lily bulbs included as well. Now you're paying $6.99 postage, but to be perfectly honest, even if you just got that paying the $6.99 postage, that is a stonking deal right there.
Can you imagine going to your supermarket and then you put a loaf of bread in your trolley, and then they say, well, actually, now you're going to get a pack of eggs for free. You're going to get a pack of tea bags for free. It's like, that's
I
great.
want to go to that
fantastic.
supermarket. Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean the deals on here are spectacular. It's no wonder people love to keep coming back and
totally
because it just makes sense. With things being money being tight these days, everybody's looking for a great deal, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, look, gardening can be an expensive hobby. It absolutely can. So we've got to search out the right deals. And if you're watching YGTV, you've searched out the right deals. Right. So we're talking about the Laval planters next. Absolutely adore the design of these. These look like a chiselled stone planter. This looks like somebody's put loads of work and effort into chiselling out this gorgeous design on here, but it's not. It's a plastic pot. It's UV stabilised. It's frost resistant. The deal on it is incredible because it's a twin pack, but you can double up. So you can get 2 twin packs. That's 4 pots for £19.98. £5 a pot.
Yeah, £5 for a pot.
And if you've looked at... Sorry, cut you off there. Apologies.
Go for it.
But I was looking... I went into one of those bargain shops recently, and I was looking at the price of plastic pots, and they weren't pretty plastic pots at all.
No, I know the type you mean.
They weren't nice plastic pots. And they were incredibly expensive for ugly plastic pots. These are £5 each for beautiful plastic pots.
Yeah, these are beautiful. I'm laughing as well because I went to Caister a little while back, and they had a pound shop there, but apparently everything's not a pound.
No, it's not a pound.
So
it's multiples of a pound now.
Yeah.
It used to be £1.
I know.
Now it's not. It's multiples of pounds.
How does that work then? It's a pound. It's not a pound.
Don't work. It's not a pound.
Yeah, but you go in there sort of, and you see those, and they're horrible. They're all kind of
horrible.
They're just sometimes they're really plain. They're that kind of.
And you know they're only going to last one season.
Yeah, because they're thin.
You know that's going to crack or fade
or go brittle in the sun and fall apart. I even love the texture of these as well because I always try and think. Yeah, because I always try and think about gardening from different perspectives. Having done a sort of a garden for guide dogs for the blind, sometimes texture and feel is really, really important as well. So these pots, if you can't see, if you sort of just to feel these, they just feel great to the touch as well. It's just, that lovely texture to them. But these look what I call posh.
They do.
Look like posh pots.
But they're that kind of
High
design and colour that they'll work in any kind of garden coloured scheme as well. They do have the drainage holes in the bottom. They've got the raised bit as well, and they've got the channels coming out the side. Just from a practical point of view, there is extra sort of drainage for that to go away from. 130595 is the item number. If you want to take advantage of that double up deal, put 2 lots into your basket. It's a twin pack, so 2 twin packs into your basket. Enter the code, and you will get 4 pots delivered for £19.98. Right, let's take you to another buy one get one free, shall we? Because we've got a lot of these. Yeah, it's perfect. Absolutely, do it.
Let's put those in there because look, I mean these straight away. We're on it today, Bex, aren't we?
Yeah.
I mean,
the Laval planters work for so many different things.
They look fab in there, don't they? Those oleanders.
This is our buy one get one free of the oleanders for you, and this is the lovely creamy yellow variety. I do love all the oleanders because they are beautiful. They flower for ages, but I love this colour. I think it's the classiest colour personally.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I like this colour for the fact that it's just different because pink oleanders are what I've always thought of what I've pretty much always seen. So for me, just have a sort of a different colour is great. And again, the fact that sometimes you look at these and you think they are going to be pink.
Yeah, because they've got pink buds, haven't they?
Yeah, pink buds, and then those buds unfold, and then they go to that sort of soft, orangey, apricot colour. But the quality of these plants, and I'll let you talk about that, Bex, because there's a special supplier for this, isn't there?
The supplier that we work with, who supplies these oleanders, they are the best. Our head gardener is incredibly proud of the relationship that we've got with this Sicily-based grower. They're a family business, and it is all about the quality of them. There's a waiting list to get to work with them. I believe it's like a 10-year waiting list now, but we've been working with them for several years, and they are the absolute best. And Adam, the quality you're showing with the root structure there, but also you're saying about how these are, they've got foliage right down to the base. They're multi-stemmed.
Yeah, and these haven't just been cut because these are grown from cuttings. That's how they're grown. They're grown from cuttings, and these haven't just been plunked into the compost just a few weeks ago and then
they've been grown on for
shipped over to us. These have been properly grown on to be established. And then when you look even further, what we're generally finding with ours when we look is that there's 3 clumps in each part, 3 clumps of 3. Yeah, so some have got slightly more, some have got slightly less, but this one has already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stems in. So 8 stems in that pot. So not some widdly little single stem thing with just a few flowers on top. A super bushy shrub there. Foliage all the way down to the bottom. And look how glossy and verdant and shiny and happy that foliage is on that plant.
Yeah.
How
and
healthy
it's evergreen as well.
Yeah.
So the foliage is going to be there all year round. And the flowers, as you can see, they're in flower now. The buds have been on there for several weeks, but they will keep going all the way through the summer, right through to the first frosts, won't they?
Right through to the frost. And talking of frost as well, these are hardy. We say down to about -5. The more mature they get, the more hardy they become. But I mean, if you are in a really, really cold area, you can just grow them in pots. These pots, the Laval pots, will be absolutely perfect for ages for these. A couple of years they're probably right in those pots. And then they don't need to be warm for the winter. Just away
just
from
frost-free.
just frost-free. Somewhere bright. Let them
Well, I say frost-free. I mean, they can cope with a little bit of frost, can't they? Down to -5.
-5.
Yeah.
So if you've got somewhere that's going to be much colder than that, just bring them to somewhere where they won't go down quite that low. But like Stu was just saying, in our area, he saw a place in London with a huge oleander, and I've seen that more and more as well over the years. I'm seeing more and more places now where I'm seeing oleanders that that are taller than me. So obviously they've been there quite a number of years, and they've got through a lot of winters. And it's strange because I remember a couple of times I've been lucky enough to go to this really fantastic place in Italy called San Gimignano, which is like an ancient Manhattan, they call it in Italy, and it's full of these stone towers. It's an amazing town on the top of this hill, and sort of around it are all these huge oleanders. And I went in a gift shop there, and they had a picture of this place in winter time, and the oleanders were completely covered in a thick layer of snow.
Yeah.
And I thought, my goodness me, and I was there in May, about this time of year, and they were looking glorious, and they were smothered in flower, and I thought, to think how hot it was that day and how they were flowering then, but in the middle of an Italian winter, they were covered in a layer of snow, and it probably went down minus a good something or another overnight, but they pulled through because they were getting bigger, they were getting more mature. And for you, the best place to put these, if you could put these in the sunniest, brightest, warmest spot in your garden, that's where you'll get the best result.
Absolutely, very very minimal maintenance as well. A little bit of deadheading, cut back any faded flowers, and it will really encourage more of those blooms to come through all summer long for you. It is a buy one get one free. Just put one into your basket. We will put the other one in when you enter the offer code YGTV1924. Quick one, just to tell you, they are toxic. Don't eat them. That's the same for humans and for pets, just like a lot of the plants that we have in our gardens. But just if that does worry you, obviously, just be aware of that. Best thing to do is probably keep it in a pot and don't eat it. It's probably the best thing to do. Right, let's move on to our hibiscus. I'm so excited about my hibiscus. I do not have the standard. I'm jealous of anybody that gets it. I've got the bush form and it's beautiful. But I love standards. I've got lots of standards in my garden because I think they add a class and an elegance. And when this one matures and grows and you get this beautiful kind of ball of colour up at the top here with those flowers on, it's going to be the most elegant plant in your garden, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you need to get a chiffon with this one because it's going to be.
You need to get a chiffon.
Yeah, because this is really, really, incredibly attractive hibiscus. And the good thing about the hibiscus, it's a shrub that flowers much later in the year than most shrubs. So this is going to be flowering from probably late July, August, right into September. I've even seen them go all the way into October.
Me too, yeah.
The flowers only tend to last a day, but you get loads and loads and loads of flowers. Come day after day after day. And look at the colour of this one. I mean, that is really, really.
That is amazing, isn't it?
Adorable
that
colour.
White colour and then that magenta just sort of bleeding through
there's
it.
little streaks going through
It's
there.
incredible. And of course, it's a chiffon, so you've got the double flowers included on there.
What I call like decoupage kind of flowers, if you like. And this, again, the great thing about this is if you've got limited space, you can sort of double plant the area because you can have this ball of colour up in the air occupying space that nothing normally is occupying, but you can plant right up to the base as well on this.
Yeah.
So if you've got this in a pot, for example, you could plant right up around the base of it. Then you've got this lovely bolt upright stem. And this can be left to grow to whatever size you want. I mean, you can let it get this big, this big, this big. Eventually, the stem will thicken up as well. But if you want to, you can prune these back. You can trim them back in early spring, late winter, early spring, and the new growth that comes will flower for you the same year. So you don't have to panic too much about worrying about how to prune these. But what's good about this one? I mean, look at it, Bex. I mean, this has been sort of grafted onto this stem. But again, it's not some weedy little thing with just a few sparse stems sticking out here and there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 stems on there, all growing out. You've got that lovely equalness and evenness around that, haven't you, as well?
Absolutely.
It's not lopsided.
And it's hardy as well. This is the other thing,
silly hardy, this.
Obviously, some hibiscus, it's tender. You have to look after it. You have to give it that extra winter protection. But this one is winter hardy, so this is not one that you need to worry about over the winter.
-20, this will go down to.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right, so I appreciate this one is the sort of higher end of the price points that we bring you, but there are certain things in your garden that it is definitely well worth spending that extra little bit of money on, when you've got a statement piece, that's the one that you're happy to go, okay, I'm going to spend a little bit more money on that, and that is this. This is a statement feature plant for your garden that you'll be so overjoyed with later on when this starts flowering. 511532 is the item number for that one. We need to bring you back to our brown-eyed girl again, because this one, as we expected, has been incredibly popular. It's the Helianthus. You go.
It's the Helianthus sunflower brown. I always think of Brown Girl in the Ring, Boney M, when I talk about this plant. But that's a happy song, and this is
Brown Eyed Girl by Van Morrison. That's the one I think of.
Yeah, my brain's
Boney
a bit
M's
addled,
cool
really.
as well.
But I mean, such a stunning plant. Normally you think sunflowers, you think, oh yeah, I don't want one of those. You know, 7, 8 foot, 9, 10, 12, 15 foot thing. This is a nice compact plant. Gets to about 2 or 3 foot tall. Makes a lovely sort of dome shape, and somebody once said they counted up to 1,000 flowers on one of these.
Yeah, by July.
Which
is crazy,
they stopped counting at that point. Incredible healthy foliage on this. Lovely, interesting, healthy foliage. Sort of lovely, sort of crinkled leaves that have got a little bit kind of furriness to them, actually.
Yeah, they have.
Nice texture, again.
Really nice.
You know, that's a very important thing to think about, texture on leaves. Yeah, do you know what it reminds me of? We were saying the other day, when you shave, and then a couple of days after you shave, and you just that little stubble come through. That's what it feels like. But
Stu's saying, stop agreeing with him. You don't know what that feels like. I know what it feels like on my legs. Anyway, yes, so this is going to give you hundreds and hundreds of flowers, and the secret of it is that this is a sterile plant, so it cannot set seed. It just puts all of its energy into producing those flowers, hundreds and hundreds of them, loads for the plant, loads to be able to cut to bring indoors as well. Half price deal, put 2 of those into your basket. What you're saving, just get another one with that, because that will be just the most incredible plant for your garden this year. 560541. Now, one of the most popular ones that we have brought you over recent weeks has been the clematis, the Mrs. N. Thompson. And you can see why, because the flowers on here are stunning, aren't they?
Yeah.
Big flowers.
Big flowers, and I like the fact that you've got those purple petals, but then you've got that stripe of kind of almost, is it like vermilion? Could you say vermilion? Kind of that, colour down the middle there. Almost reminds me a little bit of the English flag, a little bit, that kind of look, with the stripy bits.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is
Look
sort
at
of...
the centre of that, though. That's incredible.
It's really interesting. It's almost like there's another little miniature flower in the middle, isn't there? Also, that little bit reminds me of the passion flowers.
Yes.
They've got that kind of look in the middle, haven't they?
I love a passion flower.
Yeah, but these are great, these clematis, because this one isn't too rampant, this one. This is, we normally say this one about 2.5 metres. Really healthy foliage. It will sort of cling on to any support.
Yeah, clematis is good as that, isn't it? You don't have to help clematis too much. It sort of grabs hold itself.
Yeah, and they've got this weird thing, because the actual leaves turn themselves into tendrils, because sometimes as soon as the leaves touch something, the leaves then start to extend and twist and curl and will grip onto support. And just to quickly say, if you want a great support for these as well and something to grow this in, we've got some tower pots that would be brilliant.
Yeah, and you could probably put, you could put all 3 into that tower pot and create a gorgeous full display. You could put 2 into that tower pot and then have another one to plant somewhere else. If you're growing them up over a pergola or over an archway or up a fence, having 3 of those pots means you're going to get a bigger display much quicker than just having 1 of those.
Yeah.
Of course, if you don't want to use all 3, you can give one away to a friend or something, but it is a half price deal again on this one. It should be £29.97 for all 3. But if you enter the code YGTV1924, when you put your order in, you will get it half price, £14.97 or £13.47 if you are in our discount club. If you've only just joined us, we've got a discount club. It asks you to join when you place your order. It'll tell you can save a further X amount of money by joining our club. But join the club for £5. It's a one-off cost. You're a member for the entire year, and what that gives you is a massive saving, 10% every single time you place an order off of your plants, your pots, your compost. You'll get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend throughout the year as well, which is brilliant. It breaks down to £5 every single 3 months, and you will see those savings ramp up so quickly, I promise you. I mean, if you spend £50 on your first order, you've paid for your club membership. And then every time you place an order in the next 12 months, you will save that 10% as well. Adam mentioned the tower pots. This is one of my favourite things that we do here at YouGarden. Along with like the heavy duty pots, which are also phenomenal. This is just clever, isn't it?
It is clever, because one thing that always jumps out to me about the tower pots is sometimes you can buy things that claim to support plants or are good for climbing plants or trading plants, but they can be a bit spindly sometimes, and there's not a lot for the plant to grip onto, so the plant's flaying about a bit, you know, trying to grip on. With these, you know, if you put, I'm just going to grab one just from here actually, you know, if you put this Mrs. Thompson into one of these, you know, it could so quickly, you know, these leaves could just so quickly grab on to so many bits of this and secure itself very, very quickly. And I know, Bex, you've grown all sorts of things. You've grown sweet peas, you've grown wisteria.
Yeah, so I've got my two of them are filled with sweet peas. The sweet peas are about up to here now, so they're really starting to rump away. I've got my wisteria growing, I've got my jasmine growing in here. I'm getting another one because I've got my flame lilies to plant as well, all three of them coming up. So they're going to go in there as well. Honestly, I just think it's really clever, and the reason I love it is, first of all, so my flame lily, for example, that is frost tender. So it'll come back next year, but only if I look after it over the winter. With this, I can pick it up and I can take it and I can keep it in my conservatory over winter until next year when it warms up again, and I can bring it back outside. If I ever move house, my wisteria is coming with me because I can pick it up and I can take it with me.
And you can pick that up because it's lightweight as well, isn't it? It's lightweight, but it's strong.
There's my wisteria from last year. It's looking a bit top heavy this year. There's a lot of foliage up at the top and not much down at the bottom, so we'll see how that progresses. It's looking fantastic. There's loads of flower buds on it, so it's looking really, really good. But yeah, that's what it can look like. It completely smothers this bit, but when my wisteria loses its leaves over winter, it still looks pretty because it's got this kind of
it's got that
brushed
burnished
golden
antique, isn't it? Kind of look to it. And
love it.
When you order it, when you get it home, it actually just comes in 3 sections like this. So you've got the base pot, the 3 sections dropped into the pot.
They clip in.
Yeah, clip together really easily. So you don't have to have it this size to start with. So if you wanted to, you could just clip the bottom section on first, wait for your plant to grow up to that level, and then you can tie it in nicely. Well, having said that though, these holes are big enough.
You can get your hands in. I know some
Yeah.
people do just put them on in sections, but you can actually get your hands in because these have been made big enough for you to be able to do that.
Big gardener's hands, sort of can get in there so quite easily. But yeah, if you want to, you can do one section at a time as things grow up, or just put it together in one go and do what Bex said. Train your plant up through as it grows up.
That's what I've done with mine. But it is a double up deal, so you can get 2 of those. So it's really good time to take advantage of a double up deal here. They're normally £24.99 each, or you can go for 2 of these for £39.98. So you get an extra £5 off each of them, basically. 130461 is the item code if you fancy adding those into your basket. They will last you for many years, I promise you. They're frost resistant and UV stabilised and all of that as well. So that is to go with your clematis, the Mrs. N. Thompson. I'll remind you the details of those. 550350 is the item number if you'd like to go for those ones. All 3 pots included in there, and it is a half price deal for you on that one as well. Now we're a bit hidden behind here, aren't we? It's fine. It's all about the plants anyway. We don't mind. We've got a little grow your own section going on here. Okay, so we're going to start off with our honeyberry. This one is awesome. This is also a double up deal. These are beautifully established plants. I planted 2 honeyberries last year. They were babies. They were like this big. They were in the little pots when I got them. Mine aren't this big yet. So you are, and I paid probably this price for those two small pots, by the way. So this is an excellent deal because you're getting really established plants, and you're getting 2 of them for £14.98 if you take advantage of that double up. Tell us about honeyberry, Adam.
Well, I'm really excited about honeyberry because yesterday I had my nephew and his girlfriend come to stay for that. We had a Eurovision party.
Very nice.
We were sitting out in the front garden, and I noticed on my honeyberry they're already turning purple.
Yes!
Which is fantastic. So
amazing.
Yeah, so planted it last year. It's fruiting this year. The little purple fruits are there. Obviously, they're not ripe yet. I've got to leave them to really plump up and grow. So looking forward to having my first ever taste of honeyberries. And the weird thing is, these are members of the honeysuckle family. We've brought you honeysuckles before. We've talked about putting honeysuckle in a tower pot and let it grow up and scramble through, and the gorgeous flowers. Well, this is exactly the same family, but this is a shrubby form of honeysuckle that produces lovely flowers in the spring. The flowers have gone over a couple of weeks or so now, but they had these lovely golden yellow little flowers all over the plant. And then they've been pollinated by the bees, although these are self-fertile plants, and they're starting to produce these fruits. These fruits are absolutely packed with vitamins, minerals, natural sugars. And to be honest with you, I've not tasted one yet. I know Sean
grew them, yeah,
has.
and he said so what we say is they taste a bit like blueberries mixed with a blackberry with a hint of kiwi. He said he couldn't really taste the kiwi, but what he could get was that they're just sweeter and juicier than a blueberry, but they are still packed with all those vitamins and antioxidants. And the difference here, if you're talking about sort of blueberry versus honeyberry, is that these don't need ericaceous compost.
No.
And I know that puts a few people off, you know, having to grow apart and ericaceous and all the rest of it. I'm doing it, but if it puts you off, honeyberry is a great one because it can go into your borders.
Yeah.
And it's winter hardy, so this has the lifetime guarantee included on it as well.
Yeah, these are tough plant specs. These are not fussy, really. These, you know, they're not really fussy about soil in particular. They'll grow in full sun. They'll grow in sort of semi-shade, dappled sun. They get to about sort of a couple of metres tall. Not much to do with them in the first 2 or 3 years either. Just enjoy them.
Yeah.
They actually turn a really nice...
You don't really need to prune or anything.
No, not really. And they actually turn a really nice colour in the autumn as well. You get a nice sort of yellow foliage in the autumn before the leaves drop. And all I would do after the first 2 or 3 years is just early in the spring, just sort of look into the plant. Any branches that have gone a bit wiry or a bit brittle or rubbing or crisscrossing, just sort of clip those out, trim them out right back to the stem or the trunk of the plant, and just open the plant up a little bit.
Yeah, let's light in it, let's air in, and that's important, isn't it, for the fruit production?
Yeah, and it stops, you know, things like mildew and sort of certain pests and stuff building up. But honestly, don't sweat it, because that's literally all there is to do. It's really straightforward. And just for many, many, many years, you know, just have that sort of play a bit of a prank or a bit of a fun on your friends and family, and sort of, you know, get them to eat those fruit and just tell them they've eaten honeysuckle, and they'll be like,
what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
So exciting. Yeah, I've got 2 of those growing. I recommend you go for the double up deal. You can just go for one because it is self-fertile, but obviously it will help each other out if you get 2 of those, and of course you'll get double the amount of fruit. 310070. Put 2 in your basket if you want to take advantage of that double up deal, and use the offer code YGTV1924. Right, we're going to move on to another little grow your own. I'm just going to stand on tiptoes, and that is the tayberry. Now, I can't plant another one, but I'm loving. So I've got strawberries, I've got blueberries, 3 types. I've got pink lemonade, I've got honeyberry growing, I've got my lovely little apple teeny.
Yeah.
I would love to add tayberry into that collection as well, because just imagine all of those fruits that you'll be able to pick from stuff in your own garden.
Yeah, and all the different colours, Bex, as well. Have you got a kiwi?
So
Did you buy?
I didn't get a kiwi, no.
No,
but not yet.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
these
next year.
are just amazing. These are tayberries. Now, tayberries are a cross between a blackberry and a raspberry. So sometimes raspberries can be quite small fruit but sweet, and sometimes blackberries can be quite big fruit but, yeah, a little bit more sour, a bit tart. We've crossed the 2, so now you get big, sweet fruit. You get the best of both worlds.
And you can't buy tayberries, can you? I've never seen tayberries for sale anywhere.
No. Yeah, they're quite a soft fruit when they're ripe. And, you know, if you sort of pick them at that perfect moment, you know, to go in the supermarket, by the time you got home, there'd be a punnet of mash.
Mess, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And they're very easy to grow as well. On this example we've got here, we've got 2. In fact, if I turn it all the way that way round,
yes,
we've got 2 stems.
You can see the difference, can't you?
Yeah.
So they fruit on last year's stems.
That's it.
So you can see, just looking at this. This one's last year's because it's gone that darker woody colour.
And that will fruit this year. That's going to fruit for you this year, that stem.
So that side is going to fruit this year. This side, which is the new growth, that's going to flower for you, or fruit and flower for you next year.
Next year.
So you've got a great tip here, haven't you, about training them in opposite directions?
Yeah, because these will need something to grow onto. They'll need a support. So that could be trellis, it could be put some wires up, or, you know, something like that. And what you need to do is when you first plant this, say you got this home today, so I would plant it, and then I would train this woody stem to the right, and then I would train this green one to the left. That way you're keeping, you know, the new growth and the older growth apart. So at the end of the year, when this growth has finished fruiting, you can cut it down to ground level and get rid, and then This one will fruit for you next year.
I love it. It just makes it nice and simple.
It does.
You always know. So each year you just switch
Alternate.
over
That's it.
which side you're picking the fruits from, and it's really easy to do.
Really simple. Really
nice
easy.
sunny spot, yes?
Yeah, sunny spot, nice sunny spot, well drained. Dig a nice lot of organic material into the soil for these before you plant them. So, you know, some of our compost is really good, or well rotted manure. One tip: don't use mushroom compost. Mushroom compost is very limey, and these don't really like limey soil. So, yeah, well rotted manure is brilliant. Or some of our compost, give them support, and just for year after year after year, just enjoy the most amazing, sweet, sumptuous fruit.
I can't wait. I mean, I'm not growing them yet, but one year when I've got the space, I'm adding those into my basket as well. I fancy giving those a go. Right, 310062 is the item number. It's in a 1.7 litre pot, so really nicely established. You should get fruit this year, and it is a £5 saving, so just make sure you enter the code in order to access that saving on there. It is allium season. I am allium obsessed, I'm Acer obsessed. There's certain plants in my garden that I absolutely adore, and these big purple balls of joy bring me joy every single year. These are phenomenal. They are beautiful, and they come back for you every year, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, we went out this morning, Bexley, we kind of hand-picked these ones from outside, and you can see there, I mean,
I love them.
this one at the back, look, I mean, that I can't even get my hand around that. That's the size, you know, that flower head on there. Look how stunning those three are. I mean, and it's one stem, isn't it? But, I mean...
Yeah, and it's a strong stem.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm being the British weather.
Well, yeah.
They really are, sorry, but they really are strong, they really are sturdy. Look, the flowers aren't popping off, but with me waggling that around, they're strong, and look how tall they are.
Yeah,
they're so strong.
Lovely straight stems, real statement plants. So these are great. You can plant these bulbs between your other perennials, and they'll come up and stand proud above those perennials. But another great habit they've got, if you look, you can see the leaves are already starting to sort of go off a little bit. Now, that's normal for alliums.
We like that, though.
And I like that, because unlike daffodils and tulips, you don't have to...
They stay forever.
They do, and they drive you insane.
Drive me mad.
So, you know, allium leaves will go over very quickly. So once they've gone brown, you can clear them away. But leave the flower heads where they are, because as they go over, they kind of go quite woody and sort of stiff, and they just have this lovely structure that will stay on the top of the stem all the way through to the winter.
So mine are planted in pots at the moment. Oh, that's one from last year. The bees absolutely adore them. They spend ages hopping around there. Mine are planted in pots right now, but what I'm going to do is, at the end of the season, you know, towards autumn, I'm going to take them out the pots and I'm going to plant them into my borders. So then I've got my pots free for next year, and my borders just keep getting better every single year.
That's
it's a great way of doing it.
Brilliant place to do.
Sean, well, we went out and had a little wander this morning, didn't we? If you're on my if you looked on my social medias, you'll see Adam was all in his happy place, but we didn't film it. We did film Sean when he went out onto the nursery floor to have a little look at the alliums.
Well, guess what's caught my eye? It's hard to miss these. These are the Allium Purple Sensation. And what I love, when you see them all grouped together here on the nursery, it really gives you an idea of the impact that these have en masse. Now, you do get 3 of these, but you may well want to buy more. And obviously, over the years, you'll get more and more. But they are just spectacular. I mean, those flowers that are just coming out right now, they're just wonderful. The purple is so powerful, isn't it? Really, really rich. And I just adore the fact that you get these long, straight stems, and they're just this ball of flowers. And actually, on each stem, there are dozens of individual flowers that create this wonderful, wonderful ball. Often used by garden designers. They've been in many actually award-winning gardens when I think about it, but you can see why. I mean, that is just breathtaking, isn't it? And sitting here looking at all of that purple. And you notice with alliums, the leaves are not significant, and don't worry about that. It's very normal for the leaves to die down a little bit as they flower. And what a lot of people do is they underplant their alliums with other plants just so you actually hide the leaves. But what you really want to enjoy is that complete sea of purple. That is magnificent, isn't it? It's made me think I need more of these. So yes, it is the Allium Purple Sensation, and it truly is sensational.
Don't they look amazing all en masse like that? I think they're absolutely gorgeous. There's a house I pass on the way here. They have nailed it with their spring and into summer garden. So it started off with the bluebells and the snowdrops, daffodils, tulips, bluebells, and now all of these alliums are coming out in their front garden, and it looks amazing. Absolutely adore these flowers. If you haven't got them, I highly recommend you going for them. You will get 3 of those 9-centimetre pots. It's another half-price deal. So get another lot, because you've saved it anyway, so you might as well add another 3, and 6 of those plants delivered to your door. 560-885 is the item number. Right, we need to talk to you about compost, because this is our best-selling item that we bring you here at YouGarden and YGTV. Over the many years that we've been bringing you this, we have had thousands of people review this compost. And you might think, but it's just a bit, like it's just compost. Why do you get so excited about this? It's because it is absolutely brilliant for growing pretty much 98% of things that you put in your garden. I've repotted all my houseplants in this as well. And there's a mixture of reasons why. Let's have a little look at the reviews first, shall we? And I'll talk to you through them. I've used this compost a couple of times, definitely be using it again. Compost was well packed, arrived really quick. Driver was most helpful. Very good experience all round. I mean, it's just, I found I don't need to mulch. Potted up the plants, they seem to be doing fine. Good price compost. Different look and feel to the compost I usually use, but the plants love it. And that is the key. My flowers are coming up so well. Like, there's pages and pages of 5-star reviews from this. And that reviewer that said there about the look and feel of this, it's so different, and it genuinely is. If you've been and bought cheaper compost, okay, there is cheaper compost out there. But this is not something that you really want to get the cheapest thing of, okay? So it's like our 5 a day. We need our 5 a day in order to be happy, healthy human beings. Our plants need their 5 a day as well, and this compost gives it to them. The texture is vital, so it's lovely and light and airy and fluffy, and that is so important if you're thinking about, I don't know, seed sowing for starters. You need something light and airy for those tiny little seedlings to make their way through. But also, any plant that you plant out, it needs its roots to be able to spread and to grow. It needs the opportunity for oxygen to get around the roots as well, because that's vitally important for healthy root production. That texture allows for that, okay? It's a peat-reduced compost. There's a few different types of peat in here. Sphagnum moss peat, that's a renewable one. The ones that aren't renewable, what we have done is we've really reduced that the amount that we put in here. We're keeping up with environmental needs, just like everybody else is. But that's really important for feeding plants and things. We've got composted wood fibre. You can see when you look through it, there's all these fibres in here. Now that gives it this lovely light texture. It also helps for even water distribution, but it helps to retain that moisture in there as well. Somebody was saying about how they don't need to mulch their plants as much. This can help with that. There's loads of little green balls in here. Now somebody did review the compost a little while ago, and they said compost is great except for all those snails' eggs. And we think that they thought that these little green balls in there, we think they thought that they are snails' eggs. They're not, I promise you. This is a slow-release fertiliser. In fact, if I pop it, woo! That was the feed that all just popped out of there. Well, the casing just breaks down over time, releases that feed into here, and it remains in there for a good 5 or 6 months. It's really important that plants get hold of that feed as and when they need it, not just when we choose to do our water-based feed. Are you doing that, by the way? I went out and did all my plants the other day. It's really important. Feed your plants. We've got a pH buffer in here as well. This is what turns this compost into something that you can use for, I say 98% of the plants that you've got in your house and in your garden as well, because it puts it at just the right level of alkaline, acidity and all the rest of it for the majority of your plants to live in. If you've got blueberries, rhododendrons, azaleas, those sorts of things, they need ericaceous compost, and that is available on our website. But for the majority of your houseplants, for the majority of things in your garden, They are going to be so happy. If they could thank you, if they could high-five you, they would do it once you plant them in this, I promise you. It will turn you into a green-fingered gardener overnight. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. Go and check the reviews out, honestly. Over the years we've been bringing it to you, thousands and thousands of people have done it. And our business is, they've reviewed it, our business is growing plants. We want to bring you the best, the healthiest, the most fruitful, the most flower-producing plants possible, and that is why we choose to plant in this particular compost. Our head gardener is fastidious when it comes to the standards that we apply here at YouGarden, and he would not use an inferior compost. That is why he chooses to use this one. Comes to you as 100 litres. It's 2 50-litre bags. They are there in front of you. There are no complicated numbers on there. We haven't written on it, added this and added that and added the other. And that's because the value is in the bag. We're not wasting money by putting marketing on the outside of the bag. This is where you get hold of the compost that will make you the best gardener overnight. 100125 is your item number. There is no postage included on that particular item. So if you want to get your free gift, which is the pack of majestic lily bulbs, and you want to get multiples of this, just buy an order of the compost, enter the code YGTV1924. We will put a pack of those bulbs into your order for you. Then you can come back, you can place another order, maybe for some more compost, maybe for some plants, maybe for those Laval planters that we showed you earlier on. And then you'll get multiples of your free gift included as well. Right, somebody has been asking to see this. Who was it, Stu? Can't remember, but somebody was asking to see the Colquitzia. We weren't actually going to feature this today, but this is where you being part of our little community here makes a difference. If you go onto our show page and you see some plants and you like the look of them and you want us to talk about them, just send Stu a message in the chat on YouTube or on Facebook or on the email address. He'll put the details at the bottom there. George, it was. Hello, George. YGTV@yougarden.com. You can send us an email and we'll bring it up and we'll talk about it for you.
Jo,
this one's beauty, isn't it?
It is a beauty. And, you know, Beck, I've been looking at this. You know, sometimes you look at a flower on a plant and you think, that reminds me of something else, and you can't think what it is. They remind me of flowers you see on Mimulus. You know, the little monkey flower?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, got the same kind of shaped flowers as those.
They've got this lovely little trumpet, haven't they? And then it opens and splays at the end.
And when you look inside, you can see the other little throat down there inside with the kind of little yellow coloration on the inside.
They're pretty.
They're absolutely stunning, aren't they? And this, again, is such an easy shrub. We were talking earlier on about the Viburnum opulus, the roseum, which is a long-lived shrub, very robust. This is exactly the same. This shrub will live for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. It's incredibly bone hardy. It will get through every winter. It's not particularly fussy about soil. Grow in most soils, does well in full sun, it'll do well in partial sun. It won't do well in very deep shade, but, you know, just a really easy shrub that you need to do the minimum amount to just to enjoy these flowers year after year after year.
They call it pink cloud for a reason, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, when these get going, and honestly, you know, you see this shrub from a distance and it's like, what is that? You know, because it's just absolutely smothered in these gorgeous, soft pink little flowers. They almost got a little bit of a foxglove look to them as well, each flower, that kind of little throat there as well. And I even like the new foliage, because the new foliage comes through sort of like a bronzy kind of colour as well. And it's a shrub that sort of grows up to start with, and then it kind of just sort of cascades out a little bit and just sort of arches. It's got like a little sort of lovely open arching habit. Great for filling a large space or a corner somewhere. You know, sometimes you might just have that space in your garden where you think to yourself, I just once and for all finally want something I can put there that will just fill that space nicely. It will hide that ugly fence behind. It will hide that ugly bin store or whatever. This is that shrub. You can plonk it in. You just leave it. You let it grow. It will look great all the way through the year, because even in winter time it's got this quite interesting sort of wiry branch structure to it that looks really great when it's covered in frost or a light fall of snow. But then obviously when we get to spring and this time of year, when it's adorned with all these pink flowers and this lovely shiny foliage, and even the leaf stems, the new leaf stems are a lovely red colour as well. So it's a sort of plant, the more you look at it, the more kind of things you see and you find to enjoy about it.
I love it, and it's winter hardy as well, so it'll have our lifetime guarantee. guarantee. Just £14.99. There is a £5 saving on there, so just enter that code YGTV1924. That will apply that saving to your basket once you place your order. 511485 is the item code. Right, we're coming back over to what we call our favourites table. Now, at the start of the week, when we start our shows on a Wednesday, we put out what we like, what we think is going to be the favourites. And then we change them over, basically, based on you voting. You vote with your purses, you vote with your orders. Whatever is the most popular ends up on this table.
It's like Plant Eurovision.
It's like Plant Eurovision.
It's the public vote that counts at the end of the day. You make the decision.
Absolutely. What we think makes no difference whatsoever. But often it is the same thing. We're going to start off with our Osteospermum collection.
Easy for you to say.
This is not the annual variety, and I grew the annuals last year. They're beautiful. They flower their little socks off.
You silly woman, why are you doing that?
I know, stupid, right?
Just throw them away every year.
Get yourself the hardy collection, because these will come back year after year.
Yeah, these will. I mean, and look at the colour mix as well. I like the way somebody's thought about choosing that nice, sort of soft, harmonious colour collection, because sometimes these can come into real banging, zingy kind of colours, like oranges and really deep reds and pinks.
Yeah.
And that will suit somebody, but I like this. There's something sort of just harmonious and relaxing and sort of joyful about this. It's that daisy flower thing again, isn't it? It's the simplicity of that daisy flower. We always say, you sit 100 6-year-olds down somewhere, give them a pen and paper and say, draw me a flower. 99% of them will draw a daisy, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
There's just something about it that kind of it's the simplicity of that flower, but it's just attractive, even though it's such a simple flower. And the colours on those are great. But the fact that these are hardy Osteospermums is brilliant, because it means they're going to come up year after year after year. They'll have a lifetime guarantee. And these make great carpets. Eventually, they kind of spread out and they layer themselves. And by that, I mean, where they kind of lay on the ground, they kind of root themselves in as they spread out. And the quality of those ones, Bex, already flower buds.
Yeah, I just picked up 2 of them. I mean, that one's got 1 flower bud on. This one's got 3 flower buds on there. It's ready to burst into life for you and start flowering. Really good root structure on those. These are the jumbo plugs, so these are just bigger plugs. They've been grown on. You can plant these out now, can't you, without any worries whatsoever.
Definitely.
And they'll just form a beautiful carpet of colour for months and months on end. My biggest top tip, and what I learned, is you do need to deadhead. If you don't deadhead, obviously it'll still flower, it just won't flower as prolifically, and you want as many flowers as possible. Just give it a bit of deadheading. Yeah,
that's all you've got to do with those. There's no other maintenance with those at all. And another top tip for those as well, grow them in the sunniest part of the garden you can find. They love full sun. And you know what? They're not fussed about soil. You don't need to do lots of soil preparation. These will grow in really poor soils, sandy soils, gravelly, stony soils. Those sort of soils where other things might struggle, and you've tried different things and they keep failing. Put the daisies in, these African daisies in. They will love that kind of position if it's really, really sunny.
OK, so it is a double up deal. You can just go for the 6 jumbo plugs if you want to. That would be £12.99. Obviously, you get a 10% discount if you're in the club, so that would be £11.69. But if you double up, if you put 2 lots into your basket, you can get 12 of these home for £17.99. 10% discount if you're in the club off that price as well. 480991 is your item number for the hardy Osteospermum collection. Next, we've got our Mechanopsis, the Himalayan blue poppy, one of the most mesmerisingly beautiful colour combinations that you could ever get from any flower here, I think. I know that's a bold statement, and I do believe it.
I agree with you, Bex. It's iconic.
It is. It's beautiful.
That is iconic. And why we've got these anyway, they're so difficult to grow. Nobody's ever going to be able to get these to grow properly.
It's not true,
or
is
flower.
it?
They're
impossible.
impossible.
I know some people have said they can be tricky, but there are 3 top tips you're going to give us that should ensure success for people. Yeah,
and I think, what was it you said earlier on, Stu, about these? When you get these to flower, that's when you it's an accomplishment. That's when you really feel like an accomplished gardener. And even though I've been gardening since I was 5, when I actually got these to flower about 2 or 3 years ago, it was like a landmark in kind of my gardening gardening history that I got these to flower.
There it is.
And what I did 3 things. First of all, I made sure that these were always out of the sun. So somewhere bright, but no full sun on these, so the foliage doesn't get scorched. I made sure they never, ever dried out, not not even once. Hence, you've got the bowl at the bottom there to keep the water in. And I used ericaceous compost because they like acid soil. I did those 3 things. I put 3 in a pot, and the first time I tried, I got this result. And that's day 1 with the very first flower coming out, and there were dozens of flowers on this, and it kept flowering for months.
Amazing.
And I was so chuffed that I actually got these to flower. Even for me, after all these years, it felt like such a brilliant achievement.
So, 3 rules. Keep them out of direct sunlight, somewhere bright but not in direct sunlight. Make sure they never dry out. A bowl at the bottom there is the best way, particularly if you're going to go away for a couple of days.
Yeah.
That ensures that they're going to keep nice and moist. And also use some ericaceous compost. If you need some, we have some on our website. Get 3 of those jumbo plugs for $9.99, $8.99 if you're in the club, or double up and get 6 of those jumbo plugs delivered to your house for $14.98 or $13.50 if you are in the club. YGTV 1924 is how you access the savings from that double up deal. Put 2 of them into your basket. Now, grow your own. We love anything grow your own. And we bring you things, actually, that no matter what size of garden or gardening space you've got, you can do. So if you've got an allotment, if you've got a massive garden, if you've got a big old greenhouse, if you've got just a balcony, you can grow these, right?
And you know what I love about when you and I work together? We don't just talk the talk, we walk the walk.
We do indeed.
I grew those. I grew the Meconopsis poppies, and you saw the picture. You've grown the tomatoes.
I have,
and you've got pictures of the tomatoes.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just going to let you keep talking about them, because when you do it yourself, you know, don't you?
Yeah, it's wonderful once you actually do it, and then I can impart my knowledge and experience to you here at YGTV as well. I found these super simple. They grow nice and quick. So what I did was I took these pots, and they were these sizes as well, these size plug plants, and I put them into 9-centimetre pots, and I put them on my windowsill, allowed them to just grow on a little bit. They grow so quickly. Tomato plants really do grow. The foliage is amazing how quickly that grows. And then I planted them into a nice deep pot. I've got a big trough planter, and I actually put 6 in there. Don't. I would recommend 3 maximum. In one of our heavy duty pots, just 1, to be perfectly honest with you. I overcrowded mine last year, so here's my top tip. Don't overcrowd them. They grow into a lovely bush kind of shape. They do need a little bit of support. I used canes and tied them in, but you don't need to do too much of the complicated trimming off the side shoots. A bit of pinching out, I think, helps. It creates stability for the plant. It does mean that you get more fruits on there as well, personally speaking. But I got fruits for months on end. About July they started, August, September, into October. We say 400 fruits per plant. I didn't count them. Maybe I will this year. But I got so many of these. There was enough for me to be out in the garden, popping them in my mouth every time I wanted, but still take bowls and bowls of them into the house to be able to create delicious dishes inside. And they are super sweet.
And what I liked, you said earlier on, Bex, about these as well, is when you grew them, because I've grown, I'll be honest with you, I'm growing tomatoes this year, but I'm growing a variety called Modus. I'm not growing this one. I always like to be honest. I'm growing one called Modus, which is a vine tomato. And when they ripen, you do have to pick those quite quickly on the type I'm growing, because otherwise they either just drop off or they split or start to go a bit sort of mouldy. I like the fact you said with those, even though you're getting tons of fruit, there's no rush to immediately pick the fruit off. It doesn't decay or break down.
No, they stay ripe for quite a while on the plant. I mean, you can't leave them indefinitely, but it's not like you have to rush out, I need to pick all of these before they start splitting. They do stay ripe on the plant for ages. You get loads of them. They ripen over a long time. If you're new to growing tomatoes, this is a great variety. If you're brand new, I mean, if you're experienced, this is great because it's easy. But certainly if you're new to it and you're like, I'd like to try, some of them can be very complicated. This does not fall into the complicated section. Plus, they are super sweet. 11.5 on the brick scale of sweetness, which is sweet, right?
It's sweet.
It can be up to 4 times as sweet as your supermarket varieties of cherry tomatoes. So that one's great, particularly if you've got kids and you want to get them into it. Growing tomatoes with kids is great because it's like instant results. Well, not instant, but it's quick. It grows quick. They can see a difference from one day to the next, which is brilliant.
And they're great. They're just that right size to put in the lunch boxes, aren't they? Kids' lunch boxes and stuff.
Absolutely.
And you just drop them in and don't make a fuss. I mean, I haven't got kids, but I would just secretly drop them in and
see what happens.
See what happens, yeah. And I bet 9 times out of 10 they are gone. When you empty the lunch box later.
It is a buy one get one free on there, so you can just go for the pack of 6 if you want to for $12.99, or you can. Why? Well, you can. Right, Stu's saying you can't. Well, you can if you don't put the code in. So you would just get 6 if you didn't put our offer code in, but please don't do that. Put the offer code in, because what that'll do is it'll put another pack into your basket, but it will also enter the free gift into your basket as well, which is the pack of 10 majestic lily bulbs. Stu saying put the code in, or he's going to personally come to your house and give you the free pack. 370043 is the item code if you want to go for certainly my top tip of the show, the tomato sun gold super sweet.
I could just imagine Stu knocking on the door saying, "You're having these, whether you like it or
free.
not."
It's free! But I don't want it. You're having it! You're having it! He's not that scary, honestly. He really isn't. Right, we're moving on to our big deal of the show. This is the Perennial collection. A pack of 9 of these in 9cm pots. These aren't the little plug plants, because we do a perennial collection, which are plug plants. I've planted those out. They're great. These are 9 in 9cm pots, but it's a buy one, get one free. So again, if you enter the code YGTV1924, you're going to get 18 of these. And it is a lucky dip. We can't tell you exactly what you're going to get, but I love what you say when we put these collections together, Adam. It's not a lazy collection, is it?
No, it's not. And let's just move the picture out of the way a bit so we get stuck into this collection, because, you know, that is a fantastic plant there.
Yeah, the Nepeta, we brought this one to you in the past. It's got a lovely smell to it. But oh yeah, the smell of it is gorgeous. But cats love this. It's like
it kind of just sends them
like
into like a
cats,
frenzy, doesn't it? Yeah.
They absolutely adore this one.
Yeah.
There's Ted. There's Sean's cat. He took a pot home, and honestly, he couldn't believe how much Ted loved it. He thought it was great.
Yeah, look at that weird.
Look at him. He's having a great time.
Because sometimes you think about cats. Because sometimes they say like to keep cats off your garden. You know, put strong-smelling things down because cats don't like strong-smelling things. But this is strong-smelling, and they love it, don't they?
Well,
they
look, if you've got a cat and you want to give them a little joy, I hope you get that one in your basket. If you want to keep cats away from your garden, by the way, there's something called Scaredy Cat that's on our website. I did a little video up for it recently. So I know some people get annoyed about cats coming into their garden, and it's designed to make cats stay away from your garden. So check out the website for Scaredy Cat. That's an interesting one. But yeah, that's one of the plants you could possibly get in here. Perennial, coming back for you year after year.
And masses of blue flowers on that as well.
Ah, blue flowers are gorgeous, aren't they? Yeah. And then we've got the Gora here.
Yeah, I mean, these two actually, I mean, I only picked them out randomly, but these will both do well in the same kind of position, because these do well in really hot, sunny positions in sort of quite well-drained soil. But, you know, what's insane, Bex? I mean, this plant here, this Gora, or butterfly, it has these sort of like butterfly kind of flowers on it.
Yeah, I love those.
I mean, looking at the size of this is in a 9cm pot, but this could easily be in a 2-litre pot in any garden centre, and it could be $4.99 just for this one plant.
Yes.
Because normally, you know, when they're in the little 9cm pots, you might have 3 little stems that are like 2 or 3 inches tall. But I mean, this is insane. I mean, this plant is multi-stemmed. It's got the most incredible root system, and
it's called Gora Gambit.
Sea pink, yeah.
Stu's just looking it up on the website for us.
And flower buds, look. Already
there it is.
Flowers on the top. So you've got pink flowers, those gorgeous pink flowers, and they sit on top of this lovely kind of deep purpley
This is why I love
foliage.
Gora, because they do look like butterflies, and the flowers just sort of rise up tall out of the foliage, and it does just like this dance of the butterflies up at the top.
Well, there is actually one called swirling butterflies. That's a variety. Now, this is Campanula. Is that Passicifolia? Which type is that one?
Tachyon blue.
Tachyon blue, yeah, quite a common one, that one. This grows straight up.
Flower buds.
Flower buds, yeah, and it has these bell-shaped flower buds.
Flower bud.
For week after week after week. Easy to grow. All of these perennials are easy to grow. There's no prima donnas here. None of these need any sort of fuss. Gaillardia there as well, which is a lovely perennial that makes a nice big clump, and then it flowers mid to late summer, and you get these sort of daisy-like flowers on the top, but they're kind of orange and red and sometimes sort of striped flowers. Really, really unusual. And again, they will do well in a hot, sunny position. This is a type of lobelia. This will grow bolt upright. This will have spikes of deep red flowers. That does well in really damp, wet soils. You want ground cover. Look at this geranium. This little, it's like what we call like a cranesbill type geranium. Great for rockeries, great for hot, dry, sunny areas. So, you know, such a great mix there. Even right down at the front, we've got the little Erigeon Kavinskianus, or the fleabane. And that is amazing, because once you've got that, you'll never free of that plant, because it seeds about and it'll come up in nooks and crevices. And
my Erigeon is looking amazing this year.
Yeah, and that Bex just flowers. It's insane, isn't it?
It's so good. You like 7 months, 8 months.
Yeah, I would
just
say
constant
7 or 8
flowers. And all you do is you give it a little trim every now and then, and it just encourages more to come through. It's fantastic.
There it is. And again, it's that sort of plant which has the different colours. As the flowers start to sort of get, I think they turn more. No, do they start pink and then go white? Or is it white and then go pink?
No, they start white and turn pink.
That's it. They start white, yeah, then turn pink.
Yeah, so it's fantastic, honestly. So all of these perennials, obviously they're perennial, they'll come back for you year after year. They're all hardy. What they're going to give you is variety of shapes, colours, sizes. They're going to flower at different times of the year. This collection, I think, is so if you've got a brand new garden and you're trying to fill that garden, this will be great. Get a couple of sets of these, maybe even don't just get 18, maybe get 36, as in get 2 free, if you see what I mean. That will fill a garden beautifully. But if you've already got quite an established garden, to get a set of these, you can fill in those gaps, can't you?
Yeah, and they are great gap fillers, because with all the sort of planning in the world, there's always every year there's always a gap. And you think, how did that wasn't there last year, that gap? But every year there's always that gap. You're good at maths. So there's what's 18 times 5? I should be able to work that out, really. So
it's 100 minus 90.
90. So, if you bought these, which could be in 2-litre pots, you could pay 90 quid for all of those. And in some 2-litre pots, they wouldn't be any bigger than they are in these 9-centimetre pots.
Absolutely not.
So you could pay 90 quid in the garden centre for those in 2-litre pots for 18 plants, or you can do what we've got there, $17.99 with your discount code, and have all those plants. It's crazy value.
If you are in the club, it works out as £1 a pot for plants that are going to come back for you every single year. 561046 is your item number. Put one in your basket. Enter the offer code YGTV1924. We will put the other set into your basket, and that'll be 18 hardy perennial plants delivered to your door. And how fantastic will that be when you get the box and you open it up and you're like, oh, I've got a Campanula, and I've got a Physotegia, and I've got a Catmint, and I've got it'd be awesome, honestly. And then you can go onto the website, you can type in the product names, and you can work out where in your garden you're going to plant them. 561046 is the item code if you want to go for our buy one get one free of the perennial collection. Right, pens and paper at the ready. We're going to give you a little reminder of some of the things that you've seen already. Starting with edibles. Okay, so we're going for the honeyberry first of all. This is a double up deal. If you want to go for this, you can get 2 of these for £14.98. Honeyberries are fantastic because they are those dark-skinned fruits that they are packed with antioxidants, vitamins. They are supposedly more vitamin rich than blueberries, so have a little search for that, but they don't require the ericaceous compost, so that might be the thing that makes you go for these. If you've been thinking, I'd like to grow blueberries but can't be bothered with all that ericaceous nonsense, you can grow honeyberries instead. 310070 is the item code. Tayberry is next. Now, I love the idea of this one because tayberries, you just don't see them anywhere. You can't buy them in the supermarket because they're that soft fruit. By the time they're ready to pick and then they get transported, it'd just be a bowl of mush. Well, you could grow these. What are these? A mixture of blackberry and raspberry. That was it. Yeah. So you've got the sweetness of the raspberry without the tartness of the blackberry. It's the perfect berry in a 1.7 litre pot. £5 saving there. It fruits on last year's stem. So just train the stems going in opposite directions, and all you do is flip-flop each year as to which side you're picking from. Once it's finished fruiting, cut the stem off right to the base, and then it'll create that new growth for you. 310062 is the item number. Make sure you enter the offer code to get that £5 saving. Here are all our alliums out on the nursery floor. Genuinely, that's what they look right now. Adam and I went and had a look the other day. 3 of those 9-centimetre pots. It is a half-price deal, so just add 2 of those into your basket. Get 6 instead. What you're saving, spend it. 560885 is the item number. They will come back for you year after year. Very architectural, very beautiful. Definitely an eye-catching flower for your garden. 560885. Oleanders. This is a buy one get one free deal, and it's the creamy yellow colour that we've got here. So they're in the 15-centimetre pot. They're incredibly well grown. These are high quality. We work with the best breeder there is when it comes to oleanders. They're based in Sicily. They are a family-run business, and they provide us with all of our gorgeous oleanders. Honestly, on the nursery floor, it is incredible how they are all the same shape, the same size. There are flowers, there are buds. They will flower for you all summer long, and they're super easy to look after. Winter hardy to -5 and evergreen. These are a total winner. $29.99 or $26.99 if you're in the club, and if you put one in your basket and you put the code YGTV1924 in, we'll put another one in absolutely free. Now, if you fancy a climate in your garden, then you should go for a clematis, and I think this is one of the most spectacular clematis that we have ever brought you for a couple of different reasons. Obviously the colour, I mean, look at that flower centre, it's so beautiful. The colour combination is absolutely incredible. They're big clematis, but the plant itself is more compact than other clematis varieties. So you know, sometimes with clematis all the flowers disappear over the fence, don't they? Your neighbour gets the benefit, you don't get all the benefit. This one will stay a little bit more compact. If you go for the tower pot in conjunction with this as well, you can get that 360-degree display by planting it in the tower pot. It's another half-price deal. It's either a buy one get one free or a half-price deal, isn't it, today? 3 of those 9-centimetre pots working out at £5 each. Spend what you're saving on something else instead. Make sure you put the code in order to access that £15 saving. 550350 is the item code. Oh, the Sunbelievable, the brown-eyed girl. Absolutely adore this. Another half-price deal. So if you were going for your clematis, put this one in with what you're saving on going for the clematis. It's in a 3-litre pot. It will come to you in flower, and it will flower its socks off, honestly, all summer long. It's a sterile plant, so it does not have the ability to produce seed. That is the secret to success here. This is why you will get so many flowers on here. Hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of flowers over the summer period. All you need to do is make sure this is put in the sunniest spot possible, and it will delight you all summer long. £14.99 or £13.49 if you're in the club. 560541. If you can, go for 2 of those, because I think the pair, you know, either side of your front door, if you've got a nice sunny front door, that'll be the most glorious welcome every time you walk in the door. Beautiful. Okay, so another buy one, get one free. It is our fuchsia tree. Now, these aren't the hardy type of fuchsias, but very simple to look after. Just top tip, put them in a pot. Keep them in a pot, and then it'll be really simple for you to overwinter these. Just put them into your conservatory or your greenhouse. Just keep them frost-free, and they'll come back for you next year. And I love fuchsias. There's something so, I mean, they're just recognisable, aren't they? They're instantly recognisable. No matter which variety it is you get, no matter what the colour combination of the flowers are, it is instantly recognisable as a fuchsia. And these, you know, you can allow them to just grow in this lovely arching way. You could trim back the stems and create a bushier look. You can trim off some of the lower stems to create that lollipop standard shape. But these will flower for you all summer long, right the way through to those first frosts. Just make sure that you feed them well. These are hungry plants. These don't just want to be watered. You know, if you feed them regularly throughout the summer, they will reward you with lots and lots of flowers. 450008 is the item number. Put one into your basket. Put the code in, YGTV1924. We will put the other one into your basket absolutely free of charge. So that's a massive saving you're getting right there. Plus, we will add in your pack of lily bulbs as well, which is your free gift with every single purchase that you make. Now, if you're going for any of those plants, you're probably going to want to order some of our premium professional compost. And our head gardener was in the potting shed with Sean a little while ago, and he's going to tell you all about it while we have a little break.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, they're slow-release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow-release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see that there's another one just down below. That is amazing because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic, and plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in, but most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water, and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon the literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough. Yeah.
A bit stuck there, sorry. 100125 is the item number if you want to go for that premium professional compost. Honestly, our head gardener is so very passionate about this, and if there were a better compost, I genuinely know that he would be telling us we have to switch it, we have to get rid of this, we need to get this new compost in. It isn't better. There is nothing better than this one, and a lot of our regular viewers already know this because they've shopped with us for years and they know how good this is. If you're wondering and like why can compost be so important? Let's just think about the root structure of your plants, okay? The roots are where they get all of their goodness. This is where they, reach out. This is where they're going to get their moisture. This is where they're going to get all those nutrients and things that they need from what they live in. And if it's a poor compost, they're not going to get their 5 a day, like we need our 5 a day. This genuinely is the best compost there is. Comes to you in those 2 clear plain bags. We don't put any marketing on there. We're not wasting money doing that. We're putting the value in the bag, not on the bag. Comes to you delivered in a cardboard box as well. So it means that if you want to stack and store, you absolutely can. There is no limit on how many you buy of these. You can multi-order to your heart's content. And if you need a commercial quantity, just get in touch with our customer services department. They'll be able to work out a deal for you. Apparently there was somebody on the phones earlier, did an order with some compost in. And then did another order of just compost. Hey, listen, I'm all for it, because what that man has been able to do, he's got 2 packs of his free lily bulbs included now because he's placed 2 orders. This is your free gift for today. It's something that we've kept up with our YGTV shows. There is some, mostly a free gift. There's been a couple of other offers, but mostly it's a free gift every single week that we bring you. So every order you place, this week's is £9.99 worth, £10 worth of our lily bulbs included. And that's great because these will come flowering for you every single year. You can have them in the garden. The scent is going to be beautiful. The colours are gorgeous. You can cut some to be able to bring indoors as well in order for you to have cut flower displays. And let's face it, it's free. And that's the most important price, isn't it? I love a free gift. And this one's an actually, you know, awesome free gift. So don't even look at that item code. You don't need it. Well, that's for the compost anyway. You do need that one. All you need to do when you place an order is enter the offer code YGTV1924. That is what will enter that free gift into your basket for you. So well done, that man who got 2 free bags there. Welcome back.
Yeah, good to see you. We had a little break there, didn't we?
We had a little comfort break.
Yeah.
Got out of the roasting hot potting shed for 2 minutes. Had a little wee. Too much information.
Little gulp of milkshake, yeah, a little energy drink. Keep our
energy up.
Keep our energy up.
Absolutely, and we're going to move on now to our carpet phlox collection. The creeping phlox, the carpet phlox. I've got a bunch of these to plant, okay? Now, I've got them this size, and they're in little pots, ready for me to plant out. But even this size, I got flowers. There's flowers coming off them. It is incredible. And you get like that. And I've got lots of them as well. It's amazing how on one plant there's so many of these flowers. And this is the beauty of phlox, isn't it? Because it just flowers.
Yeah, these are monster plants. They really are. I absolutely adore these. In fact, I planted some of these for a customer on the estate I live now in Swaffham about 6-7 weeks ago. And they have gone nuts. And yeah, they kind of. Oh, it was that same place. Remember when I was telling you about the pots, the heavy-duty pots, and I had to like pick up gravel in the pots and empty it.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Well, then we planted some of those carpet phlox in the gravel.
Perfect. That's a great location for them, isn't it?
I tell you, Bex, they have gone berserk, and they've spread. I mean, they were about, when I put them in, I would say they were about the width of a sort of a mug, you know, like the top of a mug.
Okay, yeah.
They've now got to the width of a side plate.
Amazing.
In just sort of 5 to 6 weeks.
Well, this is the beauty of them, because over the years as well, they will spread a little bit, and they create this lovely kind of carpet. Essentially, is what they're called. And they work in gravel gardens, they work in rockeries, they work to edge borders to soften pathways.
Amazing. Yeah.
There's so many things you can do with them.
And they're not at all fussy about the soil they grow in. I've seen them growing on rockeries that are really baked and bone dry and got really thin, poor, dreadful soils where other things struggle. Once they're established, they will grow in the most punishing kind of places with almost no soil at all.
Yeah.
In fact, they seem to flourish on neglect and kind of growing in poorer areas, because these other sort of plants, if you gave them too rich a soil, that they would kind of luxuriate and you'd get loads of foliage and sort of very few flowers. But I think it's probably because, you know, looking at these would originate from an alpine kind of position.
Yeah.
So, you know, originally they would have grown in mountainous kinds of areas where in the summer they get baked, you know, by the sun, high UV, really dry, poor soils. In the wintertime, you know, they would have got covered in snow and they would have kind of you know, slept quietly under the snow cover. So these are tough cookies, these plants. Really frost resistant. They'll take full sun, they'll take drought, they'll take baking. Eventually one plant could cover an area probably the equivalent to that of a dustbin lid, an old metal dustbin lid. They really do spread. And the ones I was just talking about, they are just smothered in flowers at the moment. I am so chuffed with them.
Yeah, very much like these pictures that you're seeing. And the only thing you need to do to ensure that happens lenses. So flowering time is now, isn't it? But
Yeah.
April, May time,
Yeah.
flowers will then go over, leaving foliage behind. They don't completely
Evergreen,
disappear,
permanent
so
foliage.
evergreen. All you need to do, once the flowers have faded, is give it a little haircut, probably with some shears, right? That would be an easy way of doing it.
Yeah, I've got like little sheep shear things,
Yeah.
one-handed sheep shear things, and you clip over the top just to take the dead heads off the top and the little wiry stems off. Don't go down too far because otherwise you'll end up severing main stems, and then you'll get sort of brown patches where you've cut off too many stems. So yeah, just literally the flowers
like a
off the
trim.
top. Yeah, just a little trim off the top.
And it keeps it nice and bushy, doesn't it? It creates this nice bushy plant, but then it means that it'll flower even more prolifically.
It'll flower more next year, and if you want to, if you find that the clumps get a little too big, you can actually just trim around the edge as well. Just reduce the size of the clump a little bit if you want to. But I think what Bex and I are really trying to get across is if you want a plant that just flowers in a most crazy way, but for a really difficult position, you know, this could be, you know, sometimes when you try and grow things at the edge of paths and then they've put that concrete fillet in at the edge of the path to hold the paving slabs in place. That's always thin, dry soil there, isn't it?
Yeah.
And things quite often die at the edge. You see that happen to grass. They would do well in a position like that. So really poor soils, hot, dry, sunny positions, come up year after year after year, and just, mind-blowing. Look at Sean's there.
Yeah, so Sean's got those, and they sort of edge his pathway there. And look, that's gorgeous. So it's in the border, but it's just kind of spilling over the edge onto that gravel pathway there. So this is what I was talking about, where it softens the edges, you know, so you haven't got those harsh lines. Some people like those harsh lines, but it's nice to have that lovely little softening bit to it, and that is exactly what your phlox will be able to do for you. 480 533 is the item number. It's 24 plug plants, by the way. That is amazing value for money. £14, and it's a half-price deal, isn't it? It's a half-price deal again. $14.99 or $13.49 if you are in the club. Now, another one that works beautifully for rockeries and a few other areas as well is the rock roses.
Well, you know, ditto what we've just said about the phlox is the same for the Helianthemums, the Helianthemum rock roses. These were some of the first alpines I ever grew. I think they used to call them Helianthemum mutabi or mutabile back then. Might still do, but the names change. But yeah, I remember growing these as a kid, and again, they just form these great big carpets. These ones, they kind of send up a little stem. I mean, when I say little, it is about an inch sort of high, perhaps inch and a half, 2 inches, and then they spread out sideways, and they just cover, again, a huge area. I've seen these probably cover an area the size of a bucket, you know, the top of a bucket, and they're flowering right now, and they're looking glorious, and the foliage just disappears.
So these two work quite well together?
Yeah, I mean, these would look great together. You could grow these in exactly the same area. So if you've got a gravel garden, an alpine garden, a scree garden, if you've got chalky soil, gravelly soil, sandy soil, stony soil, super well-drained soil that you just can't get other things to thrive in, the rock roses and the phlox, carpet phlox, love that kind of position.
Amazing.
Open, sunny, great for seaside gardens if you've got a seaside position.
Yeah, because they can be quite tricky, can't they, seaside gardens?
They can
Salt
be.
spray and stuff like that.
Exactly.
That can be quite hard.
These are good for that sort of area. What I was going to say is, windy places, great for sort of windy places.
Because they're quite low growing, so they don't get affected.
Huggers.
Yeah.
But really easy to grow, long-lived plants as well, and exactly the advice Bex gave for the phlox, do the same with the rock roses. After they finish flowering, just trim the dead flower heads off just down into the top of the foliage, just literally just take the tip off the last bit of foliage, leave them, and they'll come back and they'll flower year after year after year.
For a long time,
time, yeah.
3 different colours included in that collection. In the mini greenhouses is how they arrive to you. They are labelled so you know which colour is which, just in case you do want to plant certain colours in certain areas. The packaging is fully recyclable, by the way. That's important for a lot of us. We all need to do our bit, and our packaging is fully recyclable. But they've been designed so that those plants do arrive to you in the best condition. Obviously, they'll have been in the post for a couple of days in a dark box, so open them up. Show them some love. Talk to your plants. Give them a drink, show them the light, and then plant them out. You can plant those out with confidence. 480-992 is the item number. There is a double up deal available, so you could go for 12 of those if you want to. Put 2 lots in your basket, enter the code, and that's where those savings will drop out of your basket.
You was like a plant evangelist there, wasn't you? Show them the light.
Show them the light. I could do that. Right, moving on to the most. I'm going to say it. I think that the colour of this is the most beautiful foxglove of all the foxgloves. There's something about this that talks to me. And do you know what? It was what you said the other day. I've always loved it, but it was when you said the colours of this look like those glowing embers. You know, once a fire starts to die down, you've got those beautiful shades, the oranges and the reds and the pinks. That is what it is, isn't it? And it's beautiful.
It is. I mean, it's so unusual. Such a sort of dramatic-looking foxglove. And these are different in various ways to the wild foxgloves that are going to be flowering any time now. In fact, the next couple of weeks they'll be out. Those foxgloves generally tend to be purple or white, and they can get sort of 5-6 foot tall. These are much more squat, these ones. These probably, I mean, I grew these myself. Yeah. Mine got to about sort of 15-18 inches tall. Yeah. They were multi-stemmed, my ones as well. They had sort of about 3 or 4 flower stems on each plant when they got going, and they flowered for a long time, and it was just those incredible colours. That
wasn't it this when you said to me, once the flower goes over, if you cut it off, sometimes you get some other side ones coming up.
That's exactly
They'll be
what
a bit
happened.
Smaller, but you get some side ones coming up.
Yeah, so initially I had the main flower stem come up, which flowered really well, and I chopped that off, and then these kind of little baby kind of stems came up down the side, and they also repeat flowered.
I had it with delphiniums, so delphiniums do the same thing, don't they? So you don't get you get lovely tall bit, cut that down once it's finished, and you get some smaller ones coming up.
Which is great.
I love it.
Sometimes they're not always as big as the first ones, but they still keep going. But for me, it was the colour of them. They were just such an unusual colour, and as I say, like what Bex was saying a moment ago, it just kind of reminded me of when you have a barbecue, and then it's just starting to get dark, and then you I don't know, you just sort of disturb the charcoal a little bit, and you see all those glowing kind of ember colours in there. That's what this flower colour reminds me of. It's really unusual, and even the foliage is nice on these. And look at the quality of those plug plants that we're going out to.
Yeah, they're strong. I mean, look, it's a plug plant, but look how sturdy and strong that stem is, and it needs to be able to hold that beautiful, I mean, shorter but still tall flower spike up above. Again, in our packaging, fully recyclable, ready to be delivered to your door with a £5 saving included on there. Access that saving by entering the code, otherwise you'll pay full price, and we don't want you to do that, okay? And those are jumbo plug plants. Those are ready for you to plant out. Get them out in your garden.
And I'm quite sure these will flower for you this year.
Yeah, I think
later
they probably
in the season.
will, won't they?
Yeah, look at the stem they're already producing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they'll come back for you every year, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, these are perennial ones. I remember when I planted mine like that in a spring, they flowered the same season.
Very nice.
Yeah.
All right, well, fingers crossed for you. Do add those ones into your basket, because those are some of the most beautiful ones that we've brought you. Oh, now we were both excited about this one, weren't we? This hydrangea. Now, this is the Tara. Love this because of 2 reasons. First of all, you've got the combination of some of the most beautiful foliage and flowers when it comes to hydrangea. But also, once this gets established, and this is really weird for us to say about a hydrangea, it's drought tolerant. And I say drought, I mean drought tolerant for a hydrangea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I remember, what was that place? It's gone out of my head now. The other side of Epping. Anyway,
I'd love to say, but I don't know.
No, it is where I used to live in Bishop Stortford. I used to look after a garden that was the other side of Epping from where I lived, and I remember planting some of these right at the front of the house. They had one of these sort of bay windows that came out.
Very nice.
And the soil was really dry there, and I planted these hydrangea quercifolia, and they did really well. And you say that soil was dry, and it was shady, and they're called quercifolia because the sort of quercus is oak, so they're saying they've got oak type shaped leaves, like an oak leaf shaped leaf.
And I love those leaves.
They're just so etched, aren't they?
They are absolutely beautiful. There's something so fascinating about them. When I look at hydrangeas, when I think about hydrangeas in my head, what am I thinking? I'm thinking about the flowers. I'm thinking about the panicles, or the mop head ones. I'm thinking about the flowers. But when you mention hydrangea tara to me, the flowers are beautiful, don't get me wrong, but that's not the first thing I'm thinking of. I'm thinking about how gorgeous those leaves are.
Yeah, and that's why over the years I've planted a lot of quercifolia, hydrangea quercifolia, because the leaves are dramatic. And I've also found these can be semi-evergreen. I've known some to keep their leaves on all the way through the winter.
Amazing.
In milder winters. But the leaves actually turn a really kind of nice reddish bronze colour in the autumn as well. And as I say, I was expecting them all to fall off, but in quite a lot of winters I've seen them. There you go,
look at that.
just like that. And I've actually seen them stay on the plant in some winters. In really cold winters, they drop off. But then you get these wonderful heads of sort of what, lime green in the middle, and then white flowers on the edge. It's sort of almost a bit like horse chestnut kind of shaped flower heads on those, the way they stand up, like sort of candelabra-like sort of flowers. But yeah, it's a really, really gorgeous plant, and I even like the way the new leaves come through, that sort of greyish colour.
This is what reminds me of the Fatsia slightly.
Yeah.
So I've got the Fatsia spider's web, and it's interesting how the leaves come through. The new leaves come through from the centre, and they're a completely different colour, and that's exactly the same thing that's happening on the Fatsia at the moment. And then you get these lovely, massive, even at this size. Imagine what the size these are going to get to as this grows and establishes as well.
Well, they will get. I mean, probably.
Get big, don't they?
I mean, I would think. Because I'm just thinking of some gardens that I've got these in at the moment, and if you picked a leaf, it would cover a dinner plate. It would go from side to side on the dinner plate, from stalk to leaf tip. They really, really are big leaves, and when they grow, they sort of got quite a nice, relaxed, sort of open habit to them. These plants as well, and they're self-supporting, and then just the whole plant is just smothered. Almost every stem has one of these great big flower heads, and the flower heads last for a long, long time, and you can leave them on afterwards as well. You don't need to cut them off. You can leave them on because they look quite structural, even when they've sort of gone over.
So my lavender border out the front of the house, it's time for it to come up, I'm afraid.
It's got a bit dog-eared now, is it?
Yeah, well, and also there's loads of weeds in there that are growing through the lavender. It's really hard to get that out then, isn't it?
Perennial
Once
weeds.
it's started doing it, and they are.
You get those awful grasses coming and you just can't get the root out.
You just can't get the root out. So this year the lavender's coming up, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take cuttings from my lavender, and I'm going to do it this year, and I'm going to grow them on so that I can replace some lavender in my garden, free. Because you can do it with cuttings, can't you?
They're easy as well.
Super easy, so I'm going to do that. But I'm thinking about replacing that lavender border with hydrangea.
Go for it.
Because it's northeast facing, so it'll get a bit of morning sun, then it'll go into shade. This would work absolutely beautifully there, wouldn't it?
That'd be brilliant, Bex.
I need 5 of them, though. That's the problem.
Have we got a deal on this one?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a £10 saving.
Well, there you go.
But I need 5, so I've got to save my pennies for that one. 511496 is the item number. If you would like to go for a hydrangea Tara, it is a drought-tolerant hydrangea. It's still going to need a bit of watering. Don't leave it alone forever, but it is more drought-tolerant than other varieties of hydrangea, so that might really be the thing that turns this one into your basket, hey? 511496 is the item number.
Long-lived as well.
Long-lived. Decades?
Decades, yeah. And bone hardy as well.
Lovely. So we're moving on to our Dianthus next. Now, these are the pinks. Now, this selection is called I Love You, and it's just a beautiful selection here because actually these change colour, don't they?
They do. I mean, looking at that picture there, you could be mistaken for thinking, oh, that's nice. They put a right mix in there. They've put some pink ones in. They've put some dark pinks. They've put some whitish ones in. These are exactly the same plant, but the flower colour changes as the flower matures. So they start off kind of a deep sort of pink colour, then they fade down to a softer pink, then they go to that almost like a white colour before the flower finally goes over. These are fragrant as well, aren't they?
Oh my word, I love the smell of them.
Yeah, and they've got sort of
something really traditional. It just, I love them.
But there's sort of like spicy kind of fragrances, aren't they? You kind of almost get like cinnamon and kind of, I don't know, just all sorts of, what other spices am I thinking of? Cinnamon and...
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know, Adam.
Those kind of, yeah.
Lovely spicy.
Lovely spicy smells, yeah, gorgeous. I just love the smell of pinks. You can, cut little posies with these as well. You know, take them indoors, put them in the vase.
And they're hardy, and they leave foliage behind so you can always see where they are. I mean, I love some of my herbaceous perennials, but I've clearly dug some of them up in the past just because I've forgotten that I've got something planted there, or I've put something over the top of it because I've forgotten it's there.
Yeah, yeah.
At least with this, you always know where it is.
Yeah, you can see because there's all that sort of, remnants of sort of evergreen. What do they call this? They call it glaucusy blue. It's like a glaucous blue kind of foliage.
It's quite green now, but it changes colour as it matures, doesn't it?
Sort of matures. And again, these are great plants for quite punishing positions. So if you've got somewhere really hot and sunny that gets really baked during the summer, they do well on chalky soils as well. They like quite limey, chalky soils, so really good for those sort of places as well. Again, good for seaside gardens, good for very exposed, windy sort of gardens. Do well on quite poor soils. In fact, if you put pinks in too rich a soil, They do tend to do that thing like some plants do, where you just get masses of foliage and lots of growth.
And not too much flowers.
Not too much flower. They get lazy about flowering, so they think, I've got a good life going on here. There's no pressure to flower. I'm going to take my time. You put them in porous soils, the plant thinks, hang on a minute, I need to get a move on. I've got to produce seed. I'm going to start flowering really well this year. That's what they love, that kind of porous soil. They come up year after year, gorgeous colour ranges, wonderful fragrance. Just gorgeous,
yeah, total
plants.
winner, Dianthus. And you can propagate these quite easily as well, can't you, and spread them around your garden?
Yeah, just pull off the little side bits. They're called pipings. You can just pull them off. You can just get yourself a nice sandy compost mix. Plonk those in round the edge of the pot.
Yeah.
Leave them for a couple of weeks. They'll root in, and then you've got more plants.
Lovely. That's exactly what I'm going to be doing with my lavender this year. 480689 is the item number you need for those. There's a 12 plug plants included with a £5 saving. So enter in the code when you place your order, YGTV1924. That is how you will get that wonderful £5 saving. And of course, that will also enter into your basket the free gift, which is the pack of the 10 majestic lily bulbs. Now, when you get them, they're probably going to be shooting. Please don't worry about that. Look, this one's got big shoots coming out of it already. Don't worry about that. That's perfect. You know that that's really healthy. That's trying to send up a flower shoot before it has even been planted. The amount of flowers that you'll get, though, over the years, because these will come back for you year after year, won't they?
And you can tell from that bulbous end on there that actually is going to flower for you this year.
Yeah, you can feel it, can't you?
They will produce flowers.
Yeah, well, that's normally £10 for that bag of lily bulbs, but that is a free gift with every single purchase, every order you place. So if you place 3 orders, you'll get 3 bags of those lily bulbs, 30 of them. That'd be £30 worth of lily bulbs delivered with the rest of your order. So just enter the code YGTV1924 when you place your order. And do think about joining our club today. If you're not already a club member, think about becoming a member of our discount club. It costs you just £5 to join the club. It's a one-off cost. It lasts for 12 months. It auto-renews. You can cancel the renewal at any point, but it gives you 10% discount off all of the plants, all of the pots, all of the compost. You get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to spend throughout the year as well. So it's a really good club to be a member of.
Nutmeg.
Right. A what?
Nutmeg.
Nutmeg. Was that what you were thinking?
I had to get it out.
Well done.
It's like, when you need a big gap, you just got to clear it. It's like,
You'd have woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning shouting nutmeg, wouldn't you, otherwise? OK, we're going to stop for a second before we take you onto our flowering fuchsia tree, which is a buy one, get one free, by the way. Stu has been sent lots of pictures. So we're going to stop, we're going to have a little look at some pictures. Hello, Dingo. What pictures have you sent us, Dingo? Oh, look at that hosta.
Look at the mix, though.
And the ferns.
Hostas and ferns. That's a marriage made in heaven, isn't it?
He thanks Strolch for this, and I completely understand why. I've got 3 hostas in pots, and I thank Strolch for the fact that those leaves do not get nibbled. So if you've got a problem with slugs and snails, think about adding some Strolch into your basket, because it's this mineralised straw, does not kill the slugs and snails. They just don't like it. They stay away from it. It's fantastic stuff. That looks amazing, Dingo.
And that's got a lovely cool feel to it, that corner, isn't it?
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's the
stone crop cedar.
Yes.
That is beautiful.
That is just,
I love that in a hanging basket. So I've got a couple in borders. They're nice, but that is standout.
Yeah, it's loving the drainage, isn't it? It's got that acute drainage which it really likes.
Oh,
it's
I might
open
move
to
mine
the
now.
sky.
You've shown me that. That's awesome.
That's a permanent hanging basket as well, isn't it?
Yeah, because it'll look like that all year round.
Yeah, you haven't got to keep taking it out and throwing them away. That's glorious.
Great idea. I like that. Well done. Who likes alliums? Me! Oh, look at those, Alwyn.
The size of those flower heads on there.
They're amazing.
Beautiful irises as well. Those little Dutch irises at the back there. They're really cute.
Oh, I had some irises growing in this. I didn't put Strolch around. They got munched. They got munched.
Oh, that's a shame.
I have to remember next year to put some Strolch there.
That is a great mix.
That's
isn't it?
looking incredible. Love this. All right, now next up is quiz time. So Ken,
quiz time.
Ken has sent us some pictures, and he basically it's.
Oh no.
He's testing our knowledge. Sometimes we know, sometimes we don't. I'm all right with that. I don't know everything. Let's have a little look, see if we can name these flowers, shall we?
It'll always be the one you don't know.
Ooh, that looks Aquilegia. Yeah,
yes.
I know that one. Aquilegia.
And that's a stonker, that one.
Those are beautiful.
Another Aquilegia.
That's more Aquilegia. He's given it a different name,
Columbine?
Apparently. Columbine?
Lady's bonnet? Granny's bonnet.
Granny's bonnet, okay. No, I only know Columbine, but there you go. More Aquilegias. They're so pretty, aren't they, Aquilegia flowers?
Easy to grow, and they seed about. Don't leave. You just leave the flower heads on at the end, so they form seeds and give it a shape. You get lots of little baby seedlings all over the place.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That looks fantastic,
That's
doesn't
a great
it?
colour.
Look at those.
That's a nice bi-coloured one, isn't it?
Love
you've got
the
the
colour
sort
of
of the white
that.
and the purple. That's gorgeous as well. Yeah, I love that one.
They're so unusual, the Aquilegia flowers. We have got some on the show, by the way. If you are looking for Aquilegias, if Ken's pictures have made you go, ooh, what's that? Have a little look on our show page. We do have some Aquilegias available if you would like some. Very good. Sorry, Ken, you didn't stump us on that one. We knew the answers. All right, we're bringing. No, please don't test.
Because it's all, Sub's law is it's always the one.
It's always going to be.
You don't know, isn't it?
Yeah, until we go, I haven't got a clue what that is.
The amount of times it's happened, oh, Adam, you know a lot about gardening, and you always think, oh, not that moment, and then they show you, it's like, it has to be the one I've never seen.
I've never seen before, yeah.
And then all your credibility is like...
It'd be great if we could literally name every single plant, but there are millions of them. We'd struggle.
There's not a human on earth
that could
name
do
every
that.
plant.
Even Monty couldn't manage that.
Not possible.
All right, let's bring you on to our flowering fuchsia tree. This is our buy one, get one free, or one of our buy one, get one frees, because we've got millions of buy one, get one frees on the show today. 450008 is the item number. If you want to get a £24.99 saving, in actual fact, it's £29.99 saving, because one of these, our RRP, is £29.99. We've taken a £5 off, and we're going to give you one for free. It's like a double discount we're giving you on this one. That's stupid, isn't it?
Does this business make any money?
I don't think so. I'm not sure I'm going to have a job next year, but never mind. Let's just keep going. Yeah, these are phenomenal, aren't they? Because they flower for such a long time.
Yeah, and what's phenomenal about them, Bex, there's no waiting around here. These are out of the box. Yeah, what you see here is what we're sending out to you. There's a mix. I mean, we can't say exactly which type you get, but you know what? Whatever one you get, they'll look fantastic. Now, you might just see, I'm going to point this out to you, you might see some little speckly bits on the leaves there. Yours will not come with that.
No, they won't.
What's happened is, we've had these fuchsias in our greenhouse, just outside here, and they whitewashed the roof, and some little bits got splashed through.
We went and got some replacement plants this morning just because there was a few with a lot of this on, but we couldn't find. But they are here. I saw trolleys and trolleys of them arriving the other day, but we couldn't find them in time. So just so you know.
So, yeah, 11
it is
acres.
An 11-acre nursery, you're right, Stu, yeah.
We tried in the break, didn't we? We had 4 minutes to cover 11 acres. It wasn't happening, even if we all ran in different directions. But yeah, so don't worry if you're thinking, well, that looks like mildew or something like that. No, it's just, yours will be absolutely pristine and just gorgeous, gorgeous leaves, and smothered in flowers, and smothered in buds, and just giving you that instant hit of colour that is just going to keep going. And although we don't say these are hardy, that doesn't mean you've just got to give these up at the end of the year and, just let them go. If you get them through the winter somewhere just sort of, frost-free, you can keep these going year after year after year. And we've got options on these Becks, haven't we, as well? Because you can leave them to grow as they are now, kind of just loose and free and just doing what they want to do. But if you want something a little bit more compact, a little bit more kind of coiffured and sort of trained, you can just keep clipping back the ends of these stems.
Yeah, so if you cut back to where the leaf joint is, so if you cut back just to the other side of that, what it'll do is it'll encourage branching, won't it? So where you've got one stem coming, it'll encourage there to be 2 stems coming out.
Yep.
So then you get a bushier plant, which also means obviously you're going to get more flowers, which we all want, don't we?
And you can repeat that a couple of times this time.
Yeah.
You could probably repeat that up to about the middle of June, and then leave it after that, and then by the end of June, July, it'll keep flowering.
Delay so you'll get some flowers, and it will delay the flowering for you. But when you do get it, it'll be bigger and better.
You'll get more flowers.
You can take off some of the lower stems so that you can create that lovely standard shape as well. All you have to do is cut off some of these lower stems in order to create that lovely shape. You've absolutely got options, and when it comes to looking after them, making them winter hardy, and by that I mean just keeping them protected from the frost. Our biggest tip is to maybe keep these in pots, and we do have an amazing deal for you on the Laval planters, because by keeping them in a pot, it means that you can easily just pick them up and take them into that frost-free location. This is a twin pack, okay? So if you put one of these into your basket, you'll get 2. If you put 2 lots into your basket, you'll get 4. The double up deal represents the best value for money, because you'll get these for £5 each. Because you're going to put 2 twin packs in, that's 4 pots for $19.98.
So you're good at maths again. I keep saying this because I just don't want to do the maths in my head. So if we bought this fuchsia separately, that pot separately, what would that be the cost of those
So that would be
separate?
50 quid for the fuchsias because they're 24.99 each. So
Right.
50 quid for those, and the pots are. To 14.98, so that'd be another 30 quid, so that'd be 80 quid.
80 quid.
I mean, at the RRP, you can add another 10 or 15 quid, but let's go for the 80 quid it would be.
And if I bought these now, at those two and those two, what would I be paying now?
So
then?
now we're paying £24.99 plus your £19.98 here, so it's 45 quid.
Wow.
Rather than 80 quid.
And then your free lilies.
And then you get your free bag
Pack
of
of free
lilies.
lilies.
We
Well,
can do it on the website. Shall we show you?
That's mad.
Let's
That
do you a
is
little basket
phenomenal.
example, shall we? So we can show you exactly how easy it is to do this. You place your order by going to YouGarden.com. That's our website. The phone lines are open until 4 o'clock actually. So you could, if you prefer to, you can actually speak to somebody. 0844 502 0050. Just make sure you tell the operator that you've got an offer code. Tell them it's YGTV 1924, and then you'll get all the savings applied to your basket. Let's show you on the website. Here is where we go. Look, so there's me and Sean. Sean's having a day off. I think he's spending the day in the sunshine today. But you can click into our show page here. If you scroll down, look, all the things that we've selected for the show today is in that show page there. Of course, you've got the entire website that you can go and search as well. So you can shop the entire website. It's not just the things that we have selected. But we can go in here and we can pick. So look, there's our fuchsia tree. Let's put that into the basket. Add it. Lovely. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to get the Lavelle planters. So we're going to go back over here. We're going to go and have a little look for the Lavelle planter. Going back into our show page. Look, you just click that Live Now button up at the top there. And that takes you into our show page. We can just scroll down. There they are, Lavelle at the bottom. So we're going to add that into a basket. It's a double up deal, so you do need to add 2 of those in. So let's have a little look at that basket. So, £61.94. Hang on a minute, we want 2 fuchsias. Look at that.
My goodness,
It would have
mate.
been £86.93.
Look at that.
Because, look, we've got £6.99 postage. We've got the Lavelle planters, 2 packs of those. It's coming to 30 quid nearly. So you can see, look, £86.93. Let's do it the YGTV way, okay? We only need 1 fuchsia in our basket because it's a buy one, get one free. So we're going to put in the code YGTV 194. Check out what happens here. Oh!
Look at that.
Now we're down to £44.97. We've taken off the delivery cost. We have got £9.99 for each of those twin packs of the pots. We've got a free flowering fuchsia tree. We've got a free pack of our lily bulbs. There's an offer on wine if you want some. And we're not paying that postage, remember.
It's brilliant, Bex,
And
isn't
we're
it?
going to save money by joining the club here because our order is over that £5. So £5.50 saving. It will cost you £5 on this order to join the club. No further cost. And every time you place an order, you'll get 10% discount. That is amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. I mean, the fact you've lost £6 postage, that's gone, and then we're going to replace that, and we give you £9 or £10 worth of bulbs for free.
Perfect. Love it.
I love
Absolutely do. All right, so that was the twin pack of the Lavelles. That was your standard fuchsias as well, if you want to go for those. Double up deal there. Buy one, get one free there. If there is something that you want to do, by the way, in order to just save a little bit of money on postage, you can do this. So if your order is hovering somewhere around the, I don't know, £38, £37 mark, and you're like, okay, but if I put postage on there, it's going to take me up to £33, £34. Here is a top tip. I mean, here's a top tip anyway, even if it's not just to get over that £40 mark. But if you put these in your basket, put 1 in your basket, put the code in YGTV 194, it will take your order to over £40. And you'll be spending less because you won't be paying that £6.99 on postage, but you're also going to get 3 pots in your order as well. So you're going to spend less, you're going to get more. That's the important thing. Stu wants to show you his favourite thing here. So if you go to the website, look, 1 is £3.99, or we'll charge you £5.98 for 2. Please don't do that. Put 1 in your basket. That's the one you want. Add that to your basket. Go into your basket. We've already entered the code in there. So look, you've got 3 in there for less than the price of the 2-pack on the website. That makes no sense, does it? We're not going to question it. Just put it in your basket. Just do it. Just go with it. Adam's having a lovely time potting up his lily bulbs in here.
Yeah, I just thought I could get, you know, your free lily bulbs, by the way. So I've got 5 in there. You could get away with it for like just this year. You could have 5 in that pot, and then when they're finished flowering,
you could take the whole lot out. And then go and put that somewhere in your garden.
Else. And you could just sort of separate them out a little bit and plant them a little bit further apart. That's a great thing, again, about pots. When you plant things in pots, you can plant them much closer than you would, like bulbs, for example, than you would when they're in the ground, because you're only going to sort of have them in there for sort of 1 season, generally. But yeah, so if you know, somebody said earlier on how many to get in one of these pots, you could go for 5. I did compost halfway up, lily bulbs, then compost probably up to the little line at the top there, and then just sit back and wait for the magic to happen.
I like this idea. So you could put 3 in one, 3 in one, and 4 in another. I know we plant in odd numbers, but you could get away with that. This as an order would be awesome, okay? 1 in your basket. You're paying $3.99 for that.
Yeah.
These 2 are free. The bag of lily bulbs is free.
Yeah.
You've just bought 1 pot.
Yeah.
And you've got 2 free pots and 10 free bulbs. Now, you will pay $6.99 on that order, admittedly, but even if for postage, but even if that was your order and you paid the $6.99, that would be great. You've got 3 gorgeous pots with your free lily bulbs, and every year they're going to come back for you and give you more displays. Try and go to a garden centre and do that. I want 1 pot. And I want those free, and I want that free as well, please.
And would you get an extra 10% if you're in the club as well?
No, sorry, not in the garden centre, but you absolutely would here. Yes,
so
for sure.
That's.
I like that just as an order on its own. So 130272 is the item number. Put 1 in your basket, you'll get 2 free. Put 2 in your basket, you'll get 4 free. Put 3 in your basket, you'll get 6 free. You can multiply this up as well, and that's where you'll really start to add in some savings.
I wish YouGarden sold wine.
So do I. Right, let's go back over to our tomato sun gold. Super sweet, because this is really starting to pick up, Stu says. Loads of people putting these into their baskets. I hope it's because I've told you how amazing they are, or maybe it's just tomato planting season. But these are amazing tomato plants to plant in your garden. I think if you're an experienced grower, brilliant, because these are super easy, so they don't need all the time and attention of other tomato plants. If you're brand new, if you've never done much gardening, if you've never grown tomatoes before yourself, I'm going to recommend you go for these, because this is a super easy variety.
Well, the thing is, I'm going to let you talk about them, Bex, because you've grown them. So, as you said,
you've grown them too, though.
Yeah, in the past. But I mean, you grew these yourself last year.
I did, and I thoroughly enjoyed doing it. I'll tell you the mistakes I made first of all. Okay, so I have learnt from my errors last year. What I did was actually, so the plug plants that we brought last year, they were multi-sown plugs. So they had 2 shoots in. Now, sometimes that's an amazing thing. However, I don't think it was with tomatoes, because they need space.
Yeah, that's unusual.
Yeah.
That is unusual.
So what I did was I took 3 plugs and planted them in, but in essence it was actually 6 plants. So I put 6 plants into a space where only really 2, maybe 3 should have gone. So I overplanted, give them space. They will grow into a beautiful bush variety. To be honest, one of those in a 30-litre heavy-duty pot, perfect, because then it's got the space, light can get in, air can get in, and they grow super quickly as well. But there's no complicated kind of trimming of side shoots and things. I would still pinch out. I think it creates stability to the plant. It gives it more stability, and I do think it probably gives you more fruit production in the end. But you don't really have to with these at all, because they just grow beautifully. They grow really quickly as well.
Yeah, I mean, once you get tomato plants out into the natural light, and you get the high UV, and we've got those long days now, haven't we? It's not getting dark till sort of 9:30.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, in fact, when I was watching Eurovision last night, and some of the countries was bringing in their results in from like Sweden and Norway and places like that.
It was dark there and it was light here.
No, it's still light there because they're further north.
Oh,
yeah.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, and it was like 10:30 at night, and it was still light up there, and I thought, whoa, you lucky so-and-sos. But, you know, we are getting those long days now, and as we're sort of, approaching the longest day, don't want to think about that too much, but, you know, plants really do start to romp away this time of year, because they want to get to flower, they want to start producing that fruit. So you will be incredibly amazed how quick these do grow. And the features you were saying, Bex, about these, the fact that there's no rush to immediately pick all the tomatoes on these because they last on the vine for quite
They stay ripe on the vine
time.
for ages, so you don't feel like you have to get, I've got to pick those because they're going to go over or they're going to split. They do seem to stay ripe for a decent amount of time in the plant. You get loads of them as well. We say 400 per plant. You get loads of them. And what was the other thing I was going to say?
I'm just thinking, so
it's just dropped out of my head.
400 per plant. So we've got 12 fours. So that's 4,800 tomatoes.
Honestly,
it's
right?
Crazy
how many you get on here. They've written some. I forgot. Oh, and they crop from sort of around June, July time. They start and they keep going through July, through August, through September as well. So you get this constant cropping of tomatoes on there all summer long. You will be eating the sweetest cherry tomatoes because these measure 11.5 on the brick scale, don't they?
Which is phenomenal. But also, you told me something else as well. You said.
Thanks for reminding me because I can't remember.
No, you said to me even the ones at the very end of the season that didn't actually ripen on the plant. You pick those.
I still pick them. Yeah. So obviously the frost started to come, and there was still loads of tomatoes left on there, but they were like green and yellow. They hadn't quite ripened. I picked all of those off, and what I did was I just left them on a plate and put them on a windowsill. I mean, you could put like a banana or something because it helps to ripen things. Yeah. Just left them on a windowsill, and they ripened on the windowsill. So I even extended that period. You can use the green tomatoes, the unripened ones, to make chutneys and things with as well. There were so many tomatoes, and it's an easy variety to grow.
Yeah, it is easy as well. And the thing about these as well, I mean, I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with tomatoes. I love the little plum tomatoes. I love the little cherry tomatoes like these. I really don't like beefsteak tomatoes. They're not my thing at all.
Not your thing.
No, and I find sometimes with the bigger tomatoes. When my other half, and he almost never does it because he knows what a fussy son I am, but if he sort of makes me a cheese and tomato sandwich, but he leaves the little green bit in at the top, I'm like, no, so I have to sort of cut those green bits out. I'm right, I'm
you don't get that with these,
you don't get that with these, do you? Because you can just plonk the whole thing in your mouth. It's the flesh is soft, it's sweet, it's succulent, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, you're getting all those vitamins and minerals and it's like so many things. When you grow tomatoes yourself to that perfect point of being able to just pick them and they're perfectly ripe, they are different to the ones you buy in supermarkets. And I'm not knocking supermarkets because they do brilliant jobs for us. But there is just that extra magic of growing your own fruit.
I love it. Honestly, I mean, it used to just be plants and perennials and flowers and stuff, but I've really increased the amount of things that I grow myself. And look, I'm not creating a homestead. I'm not going to feed my family all year round from what I'm growing, but it's an exciting thing to do. I'm a mum. I've got 2 kids. I love showing them where the food is coming from. Okay, so it's not, as I say, it's not loads, but I've got a bit of honeyberry growing. I've got some blueberries growing. I grow strawberries every year because they're nice and simple. I've got an apple tree growing. I grow the tomatoes in the summertime. It's fun, it's exciting, and it's easy, and it's very, very rewarding. This is a buy one, get one free deal on here as well, so you can get 12 of these. You might not want all 12. You might not want all 12 because that is quite a lot. Maybe you do. Maybe you've got a big allotment somewhere and you want to grow all those. Still take advantage of the buy one, get one free and just give some away. I did it this week. I planted out my dahlias, didn't have space for more, left them out the front. Neighbours, take the dahlias, and they did. It's a lovely thing to do, is to give these things away. Just want to say a quick hello to all of our new club members, because actually Stu's telling me that we've got lots of people joining the club. The last 3 orders that have come through, all new club members included in there as well. So if you have just found us, thank you so much for finding us. We love it here. We've been broadcasting since last August was when we started from here, but actually YouGarden have been in business for 20 years. We've sold on shopping channels in the past. We currently work with QVC, so we do shows on QVC as well. But this is us here. This is where we broadcast our YG TV shows from. That's where Adam and I were wandering this morning along the nursery. We are literally on this 11-acre nursery. Yeah, that's why we can't find everything, because it's massive. Honestly, it takes a little while to walk around there. But we're here every Sunday. Currently our hours are 10 until 2 o'clock. We are live. We also do a Wednesday show and a Thursday show from 10 until 1 o'clock. But you don't have to watch live. We love it if you do, because obviously, you know, it's interactive. Send us your pictures, ask us questions. We show your pictures on the screen as well. But you can always watch the shows back at your leisure. I know a lot of people, when they're in their greenhouse, they'll take their iPad out and they've got us whilst they're doing their shows, whilst they're potting up and things. It's lovely.
I think you might have just said this, but you said you can get it on your smart
TV
screen as well, can't you?
I know a lot of people, you'd be watching on a phone or a little iPad or something or other, and then you want to place an order and you have to come off it to go on to place your order on the website. If you've got a smart TV, you can actually get YGTV on your big screen. You might already know this, but if you don't, here's a little clip of film to show you exactly how.
Hi, I'm Stuart from YouGarden TV, and if you've got a smart television and you're not doing it already, you can probably watch our live shows on YouTube. There's a few ways of doing it, let me show you how. So, if your TV is a smart TV, it'll have applications like iPlayer, like ITVX, and even if you've never used it before, you can use YouTube. All you have to do is open it up and search for YouGarden. So if you search YouTube using this magnifying glass here and type in YouGarden, it'll take us straight to the YouGarden channel. What you want to look for is that circle. Select that and we'll go straight to the YouGarden channel. And then if we're live, it's the first thing you'll see. Select on that and we're watching YouGarden TV. And if you're familiar with technology, you're slightly more advanced, you may even be able to send your picture straight from your smartphone to your TV. Once we've found the show on our smartphone, all we have to do is tap on the screen and look for that little symbol there. And that will show me if there's a television in my house that I can watch the programme on. Press on that TV and it'll broadcast it straight to my set. And the picture will appear on your big TV. Now, if this is all still a little confusing, or if you're not even sure if your TV can do this, just email us, ygtv@yougarden.com, and we'll do what we can to help you out. Thanks for watching.
We're all wearing jumpers.
We want to be on jumper today. Oh.
Yeah, so if you do have a smart television, all you need to do is look for the YouTube app, go in, type YouGarden, you'll find us and you can watch us on the big screen. It's entirely up to you how you watch us. Just watch us. That's all we ask for you. 480678 is the item number for the next item we're going to, which is the Meconopsis, the Himalayan blue poppy. This is one of the most beautiful flowers that you're going to grow in your garden. And Adam has 3 top tips, his secret to success with this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got these to flower. It was something I always wanted to do. From the first time I saw Meconopsis poppies, I just thought, oh my goodness me. In fact, when I was a younger man, I was still kind of learning lots and lots of things. I never thought you could get a blue poppy. To me, poppies were yellow, or they were red, or they were pink.
Yeah.
And then I saw this blue poppy. I was like, whoa, I've got to grow that. And I know people think they can be difficult to grow. 3 simple things I did with mine. I made sure I planted mine, or I grew mine in a pot where it didn't get any direct sunlight.
Yep.
So it got light, but it didn't get burnt or scorched by the sun. I made sure it never dried out, so the compost was always moist. And I used ericaceous compost because they like acid soil. Do those 3 things, you will get yours to flower. I promise you, you will.
Absolutely, and we've had pictures from our viewers who have had theirs in flower, and it is one of the most stunning sights when you get these to flower. The beautiful ice blue colour, the yellow centre, lovely tall flowers that you get from them. I think you'll be patting yourself on the back if you add those into your basket. Now you can just go for the 3 jumbo plugs. They are big plugs. These have been grown on, look, nice, healthy, yeah, whoppers, as Stu just said in my ear. Yeah, really big, healthy plugs ready for you to plant out. But if you want to double up and get 6 of those plugs, you absolutely can. Put 2 lots in your basket, enter the code YGTV1924, and the discount will come off. You'll get 2 of those for £14.98, plus another £1.50 saving if you are a club member as well. It's all about that code, YGTV1924. That's what unlocks all of the deals. Right, Osteospermum. Here is the hardy Osteospermum, not your annuals. These aren't, you're not going to throw these away at the end of the summer. These are going to come back for you every single year, and you get so many flowers from these, don't you?
Yeah, it's a great colour mix, Bex, isn't it? We're bringing you with this as well. Those lovely colours that are really harmonious together that, we would mix personally. You and I, we said we'd like the kinds of mix of colours together. So, a real tapestry of colour there. Obviously, they're all labelled for you in the little recyclable packages, so you can have separate colours if you wanted to. But if you've got somewhere really hot, really sunny, really well drained, and it's not particularly fantastic soil, that's the sort of position these African daisies love. They will sort of spread from year to year. forming sort of great big carpets, and they flower for month after month after month after month. Just keep deadheading them to keep the the flowers coming, to keep encouraging more and more blooms. And even the plugs we're sending out to you have already got flower buds on.
Yeah,
some of them,
these ones over here.
They're already trying, look.
That one's got 3 flower buds on there, and it, honestly, I mean, I've not grown the hardy varieties myself, but I have grown the annual variety. All I did was make sure I deadheaded. So there was one point in the season and it just sort of slowed down, it stopped flowering, and I was like, okay, that's because you haven't deadheaded. So I went around and I deadheaded it, and it sprang back into life, constant flowers all the way through the summer. And actually, here's something. So the pot that I had those in, I wanted to use for something else.
Right, yeah.
So, and I was like, well, it's near the end. It's a shame because it's still looking amazing, because this was early October, probably. The flowers were still looking fantastic, but I was like, I need to get this thing planted. So I took the Osteospermum out and I stuck it into a heavy-duty pot. I didn't plant it in the heavy-duty plot. I just took them out and put them in there.
Just sort of plonked it.
Just plonked it in there. Thought I'll do something with that later. Didn't do anything with it later. 3 weeks later, the thing was still flowering. It was still going. So that just goes to show, like, I didn't even put it in any compost. I just took the whole thing out and it was still going. They are really tough.
Yeah, they'll grow in really sort of punishing positions. You know, sometimes you might have a part of your garden that, this time of year really does get baked, and you've tried other sort of things and they've wilted, they've gone yellow, they've struggled to establish. Or you might have one of those gardens, where you stick a fork in the ground and you're hitting stones and gravel and stuff like that. They will do well in those kind of positions. Once you've got them established, they will love those sort of positions. Open to the sky, full sun, well drained is what they absolutely adore. Great for hanging baskets. They'll do great in hanging baskets. You can put them in pots, troughs, window boxes, anywhere where they've got good drainage or sun. They'll love it.
Yeah, absolutely. 480-991 is your item number. You can just go for 6 jumbo plugs if you want to. $12.99, $11.69 in the club. But if you want 12 of those jumbo plugs, then you can do a double up deal. So add 2 lots into your basket, put the code in YGTV1924, and you'll get 12 of those for £17.99. Take another 10% off that if you are a club member. Right, now some time for you to get your pens and papers, and we're going to do a little review. So I'm going to go through the items that you've seen, give you item codes, little description of them, and you can make a list and start your basket and place your order. Adam's going to get a few more plants out for us. We're going to start off with our alliums. Oh yeah, I love a big purple ball. They are absolutely incredible. These are perennial plants, so they will come back for you every single year, and this is a half price deal. So I would add 2 lots of these into your basket because you're saving half price anyway. Let's have a little listen of Sean, shall we? Because he went out and had a little look at these on the nursery floor.
Well, guess what's caught my eye? It's hard to miss these. These are the Allium Purple Sensation. And what I love, when you see them all grouped together here on the nursery, it really gives you an idea of the impact that these have en masse. Now, you do get 3 of these, but you may well want to buy more. And obviously, over the years, you get more and more. But they are just spectacular. I mean, those flowers that are just coming out right now, they're just wonderful. The purple is so powerful, isn't it? Really, really rich. And I just adore the fact that you get these long, straight stems, and they're just this ball of flowers. And actually, on each stem, there are dozens of individual flowers that create this wonderful, wonderful ball. Often used by garden designers. They've been in many actually award-winning gardens when I think about it, but you can see why. I mean, that is just breathtaking, isn't it? And sitting here looking at all of that purple. And you notice with alliums, the leaves are not significant, and don't worry about that. It's very normal for the leaves to die down a little bit as they flower. And what a lot of people do is they underplant their alliums with other plants just so you actually hide the leaves. But what you really want to enjoy is that complete sea of purple. That is magnificent, isn't it? It's made me think I need more of these. So yes, it is the Allium Purple Sensation, and it truly is sensational.
Yeah, they look absolutely beautiful there, don't they? All planted en masse. This is why I'm definitely suggesting, as it's a half price deal, why not buy 2 lots of those? 560-885 is the item number. Make sure you enter the offer code in order to get that half price deal, though. The code you need is YGTV1924. Look, This is one of our lovely viewers who sent this picture in earlier. Alliums are just stunning. And of course, pollinators adore them. This is mine from last year. I've got so many videos on my phone of bees buzzing around the alliums. They really do enjoy those flowers. Sunbelievable is next. This is the brown-eyed girl, and this is going to give you flowers all summer long. They are incredible. There's hundreds of them out there on the nursery floor. They will come to you in bloom. It's the perfect time to get them because these are going to flower right the way through to those first frosts. It's a sterile plant. It can't produce seed, so it has to just keep producing flowers. And this is why you'll get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them throughout those summer months. Another half-price deal for you, just £14.99 or £13.49 if you're in the club. 560541 is your item number. Next we have the Illumination Flame. This is the Fox Glove, our digitalis. I love it. I just love the colour. As Adam says, it looks like those glowing embers from the fire, you know, when it starts to die down and the coals are still doing that lovely glowing thing. The mixture of shades, the oranges, the umbers, the reds, the pinks, it's so mesmerising. Bees absolutely adore these. You can see a little bee bottom sticking out that flower, can't you, wiggling away. I think it's a brilliant one. It's a bit shorter as well, so it's not going to reach the heights that other foxgloves can get to, so that might be an attractive feature for you in your garden. £5 saving on there, so you will get 3 of those jumbo plugs at £9.99. Make sure you use the code to access that saving. 480558 is the item number you need. Next we have that called Quitsia, the pink cloud. The George it was, I think, who asked to see this earlier. So we brought this out specifically. It is a gorgeous shrub, this one, called pink cloud for a reason, because this gets absolutely smothered in these beautiful blooms. They've got like this lovely trumpet shape and then kind of open at the end. They are gorgeous, honestly. Very easy to look after, a shrub that will last for years and years in your garden, and it does have a £5 saving, so that's fantastic. £14.99 to get a plant that you will have for years and years. £13.49 if you are in the club. 511485 is your item number. Now might be a time for you to grab hold of some stralt. I do need to get a bag of this myself, actually, because I've just planted out all my dahlias, and we know slugs and snails like to get hold of those dahlias, don't they? They love munching on that new growth that comes through. This is an environmentally friendly way of keeping those slugs and snails away from your plants. It's mineralised straw. There's no poisons, there's no pellets. We're not damaging the wildlife in our garden because we still want the slugs and snails. The hedgehogs feast on them. It's wonderful to have all of this wildlife in there. We just don't want them eating our plants. This is a way of them keeping away from there. But it also retains the moisture in the ground. It will also stop weeds from growing through. Once you've finished, you know, after 2 years, it kind of loses all of its properties there, where you can dig it through the soil and it'll improve the texture of your soil. So this is a multi-use product. And we've kept with this two bag deal, 2 9-kilogram bags. You're saving £16. It's £36.97. Dingo, remember, he sent us a picture, his hostas. He's thanked us for using this. I did it with my hostas. I was amazed last year at how I got my hostas to grow with no holes in them because the slugs and snails didn't get to them. That looks fantastic, doesn't it? And it's all because of, well, not all because of strolch, but a lot of it is because of strolch. I'm sure Dingo is very green-fingered. 100149 is your item number if you want to grab hold of that. It's postage included on that one, so that could be a way of you getting a free gift, by the way. You know, your pack of 10 lily bulbs, that will be included as long as you enter that code. Now then, you might be looking for a climbing plant for your garden. Another climber that we have on the show today is our clematis, the Mrs. N. Thompson. She's coming up for you just in a second. There she is, look. Such a pretty flower, and these are big, bold, bright, beautiful clematis flowers that you get on here. I love how intricate and delicate the centres look on there as well. Slightly more compact variety than other clematis. Other clematis can grow 3-4 metres. This should only grow by about maybe 1.5 metres, 2 metres, and it is a half price saving. So you will get 3 of those 9-centimetre pots for £14.97. Use them to climb up fences, over sheds, over pergolas, over archways, or perhaps invest in our tower pot for them to grow in as well. So you get that lovely 360-degree display. Plus, if you ever move house, you can take it with you. I like that idea. 550350 is the item number if you want to go for your Mrs. N. Thompson. Now, here's a good one, I think, for most gardens. I've got a bunch of these ready to plant out. It's the Creeping Phlox collection. 24 plug plants included here, $13.49 if you're in the club. So per plug plant, that's amazing. And each one of those plugs, Adam was telling us, can probably, over a space of a year or two, grow into the size of a dustbin lid. If you don't want it to grow that big, you can trim round it, you can keep it smaller, that's not a problem at all. But if you want ground cover, if you want something that's going to flower for you April and May time, and it's going to smother the plant, then phlox is an absolutely fantastic addition to your garden. Evergreen as well, so you always know where it is, but then every year, April and May time, it will get smothered in these gorgeous flowers. Another half price deal, $14.99. 480-533 is your item number. And finally, in our little review, is the Tomato Sun Gold, the super sweet variety. The one I grew last year. To buy one, get one free. You can get 12 of these plug plants delivered direct to your door. Enter one into your basket, put the code in, we'll put the other pack into your basket as well. But these are super sweet. They measure 11.5 on the brick scale of sweetness. That is, I mean, it can be up to 4 times sweeter than your supermarket variety of cherry tomatoes. You get loads of them on the plant as well, up to 400 per plant. They stay ripe on the vine for quite a while as well, so it's not like you have to quickly rush out and go and, oh my word, I need to pick those tomatoes. They will stay ripe on there for ages. And they're just super easy to grow. So I think certainly for beginners, if you've never grown tomatoes before, this is a great variety because they are really simple. But also if you're experienced grower, then maybe have something a bit easier, you know? Don't complicate your life. If we've all got really complicated things to grow in our gardens, then it does become a bit of a hard job, doesn't it? It's not as much fun.
No, you don't want to make it difficult for yourself unnecessarily, do you? I mean, sometimes, you know, you might like a little bit of a challenge in, you know, well, it wasn't a challenge, but like the Meconopsis poppy, you might want to try something a bit different, a bit unusual. But sometimes, you know, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Absolutely, super, super easy for those. So, and that's become really popular this afternoon. So do think about adding those into your basket. You go to YouGarden.com in order to place your order. You can go to our phone lines, 0844 502 0050. They're open for another, 2 hours 45, open till 4 o'clock basically, so you've got a bit of time to place your order. Just make sure you tell the operator that you've got an offer code YGTV1924, because that's how you access all the deals, all the savings. The free gifts, the pack of 10 majestic lily bulbs worth £10 gets put into your basket by entering that offer code. The buy one get one free, the double up deals, all of that is unlocked by doing that. Now we've had some questions. Thank you so much if you're still watching. We're here until 2 o'clock, so we've got about another 45 minutes, but we've had a couple of questions that have come in. Angela, first of all, what is it Angela wants to know? Viburnum Eskimo Standard arrived in flower, but not looking that great now. The flowers are dead. Does she deadhead it?
Yeah, you can deadhead, take the flowers off, no problem at all. Yeah, just trim those off.
So the beautiful thing with the Viburnum Eskimo Standard is that it flowers, so it's winter flower, winter colour, isn't it? So it's evergreen, it'll stay luscious foliage, but it flowers over the winter time. But quite a long time. I seem to remember it starts flowering around October, November and goes right the way through the winter, through to about now when it will go over.
Yeah, was it that, or was it the Viburnum tinus was the...
No. Oh.
It's the Viburnum tinus, I think, is the
Am I thinking Eve Price? Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I think because the Eskimo one was the one that had
the big
heads,
ones,
didn't
yes,
it?
sorry.
Yeah, had the big heads, and we had it at the back here.
Yeah.
Like the snowball
mixed up
one,
with
but kind of, bigger.
You can leave them on, though, if you want to, but sometimes it's a bit tidier, isn't it, to nip them off?
I mean, to be honest, if it was a really huge shrub and it was just growing somewhere in a park or whatever, nobody would bother.
Nobody would,
sort of
yeah, you're right.
But, you know, if the dead heads look a bit scruffy for you, just trim the dead heads off, but trim them back. So, say, for instance, where I'm here, if that's sort of the flower stalk, just trim it back, right back to just in front of a pair of leaves. That's what you've got to do.
You don't want to go too far, do you?
No, just literally go from the flower head itself, and when you get to the first set of leaves, like that, just cut it off in front of those set of leaves, and it'll just keep it nice and neat and tidy.
Lovely. And we had another question. We did indeed. Anna, she's got the Tayberry from us and she's planted it. But she's saying that she doesn't think it looks too healthy at the moment. It's gone a little bit yellow. What should she do?
Okay, now it could be a little bit of transplant shock. Sometimes, we have sort of things up here in the nursery in one position, and then when they've sort of gone outside, and suddenly, sometimes these big weather changes sort of can affect things. So, you know, we've gone from really cool kind of dark nights and cold nights, and then we've gone to this really hot, full-on sun. So it might just be a little bit of transplant shock. Make sure it's nice and moist, not overly, you know, not overly wet.
Yeah.
Don't make sure it's not water, but make sure it's nice and moist. If it's somewhere quite nice and sunny, you know, just give it a little while. And hopefully, you know, it'll recover and get
Would a
growing.
bit of feed help, do you think?
I wouldn't worry too much about feeding it at the moment. Just kind of sort of be patient for a little while. But of course, you know, please remember, you will have the lifetime guarantee.
Absolutely,
as well. So,
yeah.
And you know what? I'm going to be really honest with you here. All the planting schemes I've done in my life, I can always guarantee there'll always be one that, for no rhyme or reason, doesn't thrive and dies.
It's true.
If I knew why, I'd be a rich man. You know, I've done everything right, but sometimes, for some reason, a plant, 1 out of 100, just says I'm not going to grow.
Absolutely.
But don't panic. We'll give you a fresh one if that one, you know, pops its clogs.
Yeah, for sure. I think sometimes we do underestimate. I certainly do. I underestimate, you know, that transplant shock. I really do underestimate that. You know, you've taken it out of its home, you've plonked it somewhere else, and it's like, oh, I didn't want to be. I liked where I was.
Yeah, and yeah, sometimes another thing as well. Sometimes at the nursery here, you know, if you came and visited us, you know, where I taken this tapery out from, they're in a huge, great big block. So the ones round the edge get lots of light all the way round.
Yeah, and the ones in the middle.
The ones in the middle are a bit like that analogy I gave you of, like, you know, where you go on holiday and you've been in an office all your life, you know, and you just strip off and straight in front of the sun, you know, you're scorched. And that can be what happens with these. You know, the ones in the middle, the growth has got a little bit soft. It's not been exposed to all the elements, and then suddenly you whack it into that sunny position. It's all out on its own. It's like has a bit of a hissy fit.
Yeah.
But you know, normally after 2 or 3 weeks, things settle down, grow away, and you know you'll get the result.
Fabulous. Well, we hope we helped you. Do message in if you do have any questions. You can go on the chat on Facebook or on YouTube, or you can send us an email to our email address, ygtv@yougarden.com. We'll do our best to help you out with any questions that you've got. Right, we're bringing you back to our buy one get one free on the oleander bushes. This is the yellow, the creamy yellow variety. It's my favourite out of all of the ones that we bring you. Just love this colour.
I like it, Bex. I mean, I do like the pink ones, but you know, the pink ones we always, you know, have seen for many, many years, and it's just a treat for me to get a slightly different sort of colour variety. You know what? It almost reminds me a little bit. You remember for donkey's years, delphiniums were always blue, weren't they?
Yes.
Blue, 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 blue. Now you can get those pink delphiniums,
yes.
And it's sometimes just so nice, isn't it, to have a plant that you've always associated with one colour, but then suddenly somebody says, you know what?
You can have a different
one. You get a different colour now, and you think, wow, that would be nice. I always say dandelions. I always say if you could get dandelions to be 5 different colours.
Oh yeah, all of a sudden they wouldn't be a weed, would they?
Everyone would want them, wouldn't they? Everybody would want them. But yeah, I mean, and I'll let you tell the story of these Becks, because you know all about the background of the grower and everything.
Well, so these are incredibly good quality. So we work with a specialist grower in Sicily. It's the best when it comes to growing oleanders. Our head gardener is super proud of the relationship we've got with them. There was a waiting list to get to work with them. It was, I think it's now a 10-year waiting list. Wow. That's how long people have to wait to get to work with them. We've been working with them for several years now. We're very proud of that relationship because we know they are the best when it comes to breeding and growing oleanders, and that's where we get ours from. You can see that from that root structure. You can see it from the multi-branched stems that we've got here. This one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there's 9 stems coming off that, and there's foliage all the way down to the base. These are really good indicators of quality, aren't they?
And when you had it out of the pot just now, when you take it out of the pot like that, what is fascinating, it's good to know, it's as good under the ground as it is above the ground, and that's so important, because you know what? These people, these are cuttings. This is grown from these growers. They could have just put those cuttings in there for just a couple of 2 or 3 weeks. Put these on the container, sent them over, and we wouldn't know until we take them out the pot.
Yeah.
The fact that they are so incredibly well rooted and established just means you're going to get that result. Look at these.
Yeah, that's the nursery right now. Well, a week or so ago, last week.
A bit more depleted now.
Yeah, there's a few more gone, but you can see the quality. You can look how uniform they are. They all look as good as each other. Those are the pink ones, obviously, but exactly the same when it comes to the creamy yellow ones that we're bringing you here today. You buy one, Yeah, get one. Absolutely free. That's what he was doing there. It's £29.99. They are drought tolerant once they get established. If you think about in those hot countries when they're growing freely down the sides of the roads, there's not somebody going out and watering them every day. These do not need constant. In fact, that is quite dry. That pot.
Yeah, I noticed that actually when you took it out of the pot.
It is quite dry.
That did look quite, yeah.
There's barely any moisture in there. It's flowering beautifully.
There's
These
no
are...
wilting, is there? That plant's not looking stressed, is it?
Absolutely not. I mean, we say drought tolerant when it gets established. It's already pretty drought tolerant.
And looking at that plant, Bex, there's not a yellow leaf. There's not a leaf with blotches or marks. Or every leaf is verdant, fresh, shiny, looking gorgeous, all the way down to soil level. Oh, wow. And they don't come with the pots.
No, we put them into these pots so that you can have a little look at these, because we say they're winter hardy down to about -5. So you might want to consider keeping these in a pot because then it makes it really easy for you if you do need to look after them over the winter. The twin pack of Laval planters in the ebony grey. These are gorgeous. You can double up on that deal as well. So you can get 2 twin packs. That's 4 of the Laval planters, working out at £5 per pot because it's £19.98 for that double up deal. So those are great pairing to go with your oleanders. Do remember with the oleanders, they are toxic, just like a lot of plants in our garden. Don't eat them. That's the top tip, just don't eat them.
And I think those oleanders will be happy in those pots for at least 2 years to start
I think
with.
So.
Yeah, 2 seasons without a problem.
Okay, so we're bringing you on to Ken showed us his pictures of his aquilejas earlier on. No, Grandma's bonnet. No, aquilejas. Or what was the other name? Columbine.
Or lady's bonnet.
Or lady's bonnet.
That's why in the end they introduced Latin names. Because gardeners from different parts of the country didn't have a clue what other gardeners were talking about. So that's why we've got that universal kind of Latin system now.
Well, that was Ken showed us his gorgeous pictures of his aquilegia. He's based in, did you say northeast? Up in the northeast, yeah. Well, we've got the aquilejas on the show for you. You can get 2 of these 9cm pots. I love aquilejia flowers. I've got some growing, and they were planted last year. I didn't get many flowers last year, so this year I'm going to get loads. These are amazing, aren't they? They're so exotic, so beautiful.
Well, I'm just kind of...
There's something incredible about them.
They are marvellous, but I'm just sort of tilting this one forward. You can see into that flower there. You can see you've got that bicoloured flower. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that when you look bang into the centre of that.
It's incredible.
It's like a flower within a flower within a flower, isn't it?
It almost looks like, because you've got these, so we're looking into the centre, but then underneath, it's like you've got stamens coming. They're not stamens, but it's the way the petals are formed underneath.
Yeah, well they are stamens under there. So you've got
stamens as well underneath there.
Yeah, these are the stamens, and this central bit, that's the stigma. That's the stigma and the style in the middle. So that's the bit that will get pollinated by the stamens, and then eventually that forms a seed capsule, and that will be your seed. I love
these tails underneath.
Yeah,
they're incredible.
They call them spurs. Little spurs under there, and they're just so different, aren't they? So unusual.
So unusual.
And I'll tell you what's a good thing about these Bex aquilejas. They're good for shade.
Yeah, they don't need a full sun, do they?
No, they don't. A lot of perennials will struggle not being in full sun. These will be good in a north-facing border or a really shady position, but equally, they're just as happy in full sun. They're bone hardy. They come up year after year. They've got lovely, wonderful leaves. In fact, the leaves remind me a little bit of that parsley, not the English parsley. The is it flatleaf, the French parsley?
Yeah, I know what you mean. They look a bit like coriander leaves.
Yeah,
as well.
also, yeah. They got, but the leaves are attractive, aren't they, on their own? And so even when the flowers are finished, you've got that nice sort of foliage as well that looks really attractive. But these are tough plants. They'll get through any winter. They get through any summer. They flower reliably year after year, and they're just glorious.
Lovely. 2 of those 9cm pots with a £9 saving there, so just £10.98 or £9.88 if you're in the club. 561073 is your item number if you want to add those into your basket. Next, we're going to move on to the Biden's Hawaiian Flair. This is not the president having a party.
I'll tell you, a bit of politics. I'm glad we're not selling the Trumps.
These are awesome flowers, though, aren't they? I love the hot colour scheme that you've got here, and these are another one that flower their socks off.
These are daft. They're just plain daft. These plants, they really are. I mean, you put these in, you leave them, and just all summer long, in fact, right up until October, November, till we get quite a sharp frost, they just keep flowering their socks off. And I accidentally ended up with Bidens in my garden last year because I needed, I think I was going to try it and grow on a rose in a pot. And I needed a pot and some compost. And just so my other half said, well, I've got a pot out the front, something's died in it, you can have that. So I took that, I put the rose in, and the rose was growing away. And then I saw these little seedlings coming up, and I thought, they don't look like weeds, I'm going to leave them. They were Bidens. Yeah. Because John had grown yellow Bidens at the front the year before. Up. Yeah, and they'd self-seeded. Wow. And the seeds were obviously in the compost, and I didn't give them any love or attention. And once they got flowering, that was it. They just kept going all the way up until, I think, end of October, November. And we have a bit of a division, John and I, between back and front garden, because John is very sort of regimented in the way he has his garden. He's very colour schemed, and he loves oranges and yellows and that kind of thing. I'm more kind of just, mix it all up. I'm more pinks and purples and whites. So, and normally I wouldn't have anything yellow, orangey in my garden, but once these Bidens started flowering, I thought, you're happy little plants, I love you. And they were great, you know, and they were just, I did nothing with them. They just grew themselves, and we've got some fantastic plugs here. I mean, you can see the fantastic root system on these. They've got this lovely delicate foliage, flower buds on already. So get these home, plant them up, front of the border, dry areas, rockery areas, hanging baskets, window boxes.
Oh, hanging baskets, that'd be great, actually.
Anywhere you need to plug a little gap that's sunny and bright and well drained, just plonk these in, leave them, and from now until the frosty times, they'll just flower their socks off and they'll look fantastic.
Lovely. So 400-551 is the item number. Go to yougarden.com to place your order, or go onto our phone lines. Just make sure you tell the operator you have an offer code to use. It's YGTV1924. That's how you'll access that £8 saving for those 12 plug plants. Now we're going to move on to, this colour combination is incredible. The Anagallis, the Sky Lover or Blue Pimpernel. It is the most vivid blue, and then this shock of pink in the centre. I just think it, and a bit of yellow in there as well. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's awesome.
It's a shame that you haven't got that top on you was wearing the other day. Yeah. It was the same blue, almost as this Pimpernel. And these are the same as the wild Pimpernels. Yeah, you see the orange Pimpernel flowering. I see that work flowering away. It's exactly the same family, except this is a blue coloured one, like sort of a bit more of a hybridised sort of blue coloured one. And again, if you want some real drama this summer and you want some great sort of ground cover, you want something sort of slightly trailing or spreading, these again will flower their socks off with minimum effort and just give you that almost like that lobelia kind of blue.
Yeah.
Because that was another plant, wasn't it? When we first came out, lobelia was always blue. Now it's mixed colours. But look at that plant.
Well, I just want to show you how many stems are. I mean, it's a plug. It's one of our regular size plugs, the smaller sizes. But look how many stems are coming out of this, and there's fresh new ones coming up as well. Little baby ones coming up. This is going to give so many displays, isn't it?
Do you know what, Bex? That is going to flower again right up until sort of later. I mean, basically, this is one of those plants that literally will flower itself to death, and some do. They just and plant. I'm not even joking. Some plants do that. They just flower so much that in the end they exhaust themselves and they expire. Yeah. And this is a kind of plant that will do this. I mean, this will just flower like crazy for months on end. As I say, great for hanging baskets, pots, troughs, so anywhere it can sort of tumble down or make sort of quite nice sort of ground cover. But I think the thing I like about it in particular is just that blue. It's such an unusual blue, isn't it? There's very, very few plants that are that incredible blue.
480978 is the item number if you want to go for those. There's a £7 save and you'll get 12 of those plug plants delivered to your door. That was the last of the new items we're going to show you. Now we're going to go back and we're going to recap and we're going to show you some of the favourites in the last sort of 30 minutes that we've got with you. And the first one we're starting with there is going to be our Tayberry. This one has been beautifully popular, and I love that because I'm a big fan of people trying to do a grow your own thing, and this is a great one for grow your own, isn't it?
Yeah, this is not a raspberry, this is not a blackberry, it's both. It's actually a cross between a raspberry and a blackberry. So sometimes raspberries are super sweet, but the fruit is quite small, and sometimes blackberries can be really huge. There's one called Himalayan Giant that has huge fruit, but fruit can be slightly tart, kind of more acidic. Well, they've crossed the two now, so now you get big fruit and they're sweet. And you don't see tayberries in the shop because they produce the most delicious, soft, tender, sumptuous, sweet fruits that you could possibly imagine. And if they tried to put them in punnets and transport them to the supermarket, by the time you kind of went to buy them, they'd just be red mush in the bottom. So that is why you need to grow them in your garden, because you can enjoy those. Super delicious tayberries. They really are wonderful fruits, fantastic for a pavlova or something like that.
When will it crop later on? Sort of what, September, October?
Yeah, these are kind of, if you think of the sort of time blackberries start to fruit.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, back end of summer, early autumn, that's about the time they fruit. They will need support as well.
Yeah.
So they'll need some wires or some trellis or something to grow up.
They're slightly spiky as well. There are some little spikes coming out the side here, not like a rose thorn, but just slightly spiky, something to be aware of.
I'd probably wear a pair of gloves for those. I mean, then, as I say, they're not the sort of spines that are really going to pierce your skin and make you bleed, but they can be slightly uncomfortable. So yeah, put a light pair of gloves on. You don't need gauntlets or something kind of super heavy.
Now you can see the difference in the stem colour. Let me move this out of the way so I can show you. So look, down the base here, this one's a darker colour here, and this one is the lighter colour. So Adam, this grows fruit on last year's stem. So this one here, which you can easily see as last year's stem because it's more woody colour, that's going to be the stem where the fruit comes from.
Yeah.
This one is going to be next year's.
That will fruit for you next year.
So once you've finished with your fruit off this stem, later on in the year, we're going to snip that right back down to the base, like here, right down at the base.
That's it, and by that time you'd have tied this one into the right. And that is something else I need to advise you on as well. When you tie these in, don't let them grow up. Don't let them go upright like this. When you tie them in, you need to tie them in horizontally.
Yeah.
As horizontal as possible, because what that does, if you actually tie them in horizontally, that restricts the sap, and that makes them break bud all the way along the stem. So rather than just getting a little clutch of flowers at the end, they will flower along the cane a lot more than just if they're straight up. So
that's
you
why
get
you do.
more flower and more fruit.
That's why the espalier. Espalier, that's what it's called, isn't it?
Yes,
That's why espalier was invented or done, because there is actual science behind it. Yeah. It helps with the fruit production.
Because what happens is, normally any plant, it'll just want to produce what's called an apical meristem, so it just want to go straight up and that's it. The minute you make it go at that angle, the plant still does want to go straight up, but it'll burst bud all the way along the stem, and all those will go straight up.
Lovely.
So you've made one stem that will just have flowers on the end if you had it upright. Now produce lots of other stems that will also produce flowers, and you just increase the yield.
Amazing. 310062 is the item number. £5 saving, just £9.99 or £8.99 if you're in the club. Stuart just said in my ear, I want to grow those. Those look great. I'm with you, Stu. I need to find a good sunny spot in order to grow that up. So it's not going to be a project for me this year, but I'm definitely going to add that to my projects for next year. Hopefully I can find a space for it.
I'm just going to move this out the way because I'm a little bit...
Go for it.
I'm a little bit hidden.
We're going to move on to our honeyberry. We're carrying on with our grow your own section. We've both got this grown in our gardens, haven't we? I know a lot of our regulars have as well. The honeyberry is incredible, packed with antioxidants.
Bex.
Oh my word, what have you found? Have you found fruit? He's found a fruit! Hold the line!
All the time we've had these in the studio.
Check that out.
Look, and they've... I've just,
We've got fruits. Amazing.
How good is that?
Look.
Because they were green the other day, they were just camouflaged, weren't they, by the foliage?
Look at that.
Isn't that
got
great?
A couple of little fruits growing on there.
Wow.
Fantastic. Now, these, I think, are a great option for somebody who's fancied growing blueberries, which are packed with antioxidants and things, but they just don't want the faff of, I need to grow them in a pot and I need some ericaceous compost and blah, blah, blah. That can be too much faff for some people. These don't need that ericaceous compost, do they?
These are such silly, easy plants to grow. They're not really fussed about soil. They're super, super hardy. They'll grow in full sun. They'll grow kind of in partial sun. They're a type of honeysuckle, but they're a woody type of honeysuckle. They're self-supporting. As I say, they'll come with a lifetime guarantee as well. So they don't need ericaceous compost or anything.
No, they're
fussy
stupidly
like
hardy, these ones, aren't they?
Stupidly hardy. They have lovely little honeysuckle flowers, individual little flowers, earlier in the year, which mine did. And then you see those little fruits start to form, and you need to leave those for a while until they kind of double or treble in size, and they'll go that lovely sort of deep purple colour. when they're sort of really nice and plump. In fact, what you could do, I mean, if you've got a number of these, you could just try one, and if it's not quite sweet enough, you know, just to leave them on another week or so, and then, you know, and then you can pick them when they're absolutely spot on. But
see, I never could find any more fruits. Can't find any more fruits.
I can't believe, because we've used these 2 specimens for week on end, haven't we? And we've never noticed those fruits before, and there they are all the time.
Remember that this is a double up deal if you want to take advantage of that. It is self-fertile. You don't have to go for 2, but obviously 2 will double your fruit production, and they do help each other out, even though it's a self-fertile plant. So 310070 is the item number. 1 for $9.99 or 2 for $14.98. Remember to take 10% discount off either of those prices if you are in our discount club. Now, here is a bonkers deal for you. This one is just crazy. Do you know what? Our commercial director, Jenny, she's off at the minute. She's convalescing, which is wonderful. Hope you're doing well, Jenny, if you're watching. And we can tell that she's not here because somebody's lost their mind and decided to do an amazing deal. I'm sure Jenny would have said no to this.
Yeah, I think if Jenny's watching, she might need another couple of weeks off after seeing this offer, because she's probably just relapsed, thinking, what's going on in my absence? But
so what you get here is a set of 9 Lucky Dip perennials, and they're all winners. We've got Goras, we've got Geums, we've got
catmint,
and what was the other one?
Got the little cranesbill geranium, the
Gaillardia. I mean, there's some absolute winners when it comes to perennial plants in this collection. But what we're going to do is we're going to add another set into your basket, absolutely free of charge, if you put the offer code in when you place your order. So that would be 18 perennial plants in 9cm pots delivered to your door for £17.99 if you're in the club. That's £1 each. How much are we paying for these in a garden centre?
This one here, this Gora, in a 2-litre pot would easily be £4.99. I mean, the size of it in this 9cm pot is crazy, and we can do what we always do.
Oh,
fabulous
beauty.
Root system on that. Look at that. Oh, that's
very
gorgeous,
healthy, isn't it?
And Bex would go on, Bex, you do it.
Squeeze and tease, right?
And tease.
So with a root system like this, obviously it's starting to circle. We want to encourage those roots to go elsewhere. So what I do is I give it a good squeeze like this. Just by squeezing it, you can start seeing the roots start to poke out in all sorts of different directions. Then what I might do is just tease those roots out a little bit. And once you've got a few pointing in other directions, then what it does is it encourages those roots. It encourages those roots to spread rather than continuing to go round and round. It encourages them to go down, to search out the nutrients, to search out the water that they need. And by doing that, it creates a much stronger plant, doesn't it?
I can tell you're a professional lady. You kind of just you've done that a few times, haven't you?
Done it before.
That was like a real kind of snuggling that down in the pot. You've potted a lot of things on, I can tell. And like Stu just said as well, square holes are the thinking now as well, because then the plants hit the flat sides in the corners and they just penetrate the soil rather than just keep going around in a circle and not establishing themselves. But no, honestly, this is mad. And let's be honest. Yeah, we are here to sell things. That's what we're here for.
That's our job.
But that's our job. But we're not over-egging it at all when we say this offer is insane. Because
genuinely,
this is bonkers. The plants here that you'd normally see in a 2-litre size pot for £1 each is just fantastic.
And winners, as you said. I mean, so Gaillardia. This one is the geranium, the lovely pink summer that we're talking about there. We've got Erigeron down there. These are, true winners when it comes to perennials that you would want in your garden, not just for a certain amount of the year, but because this is a mixture, you're going to cover months, aren't you?
That's the great thing about it, Bex. I mean, you first of all, just quickly kind of summarise it, if you like. First of all, we've got wonderful different foliage shapes.
Yes.
We've got different foliage colour. Then we've got different types of flowers, different shapes of flowers, different flower colours. We've got plants that are flowering at different times of the year. We've got plants that are going to flourish in different parts of the garden. So this really, really is a comprehensive mix. Down at the very, very front, we've even got, in fact, that's one of the smallest ones at the front. And ordinarily, for the value of this, that would be the sort of size I would expect all of them to be. We've got that little Anaphylis down there, or Anaphylis, which I've grown before, and that has these little tiny stems and little white sort of papery-like flowers. They feel like paper to the touch. Now, if they were all that size, I would say, sort of, 18 quid, is about the going rate. But you know, when you
We're
look
not
how
saying
big,
that, are we? We've got big established plants
big established
here.
plants. Yeah, but you know that Anopheles that's quite an unusual perennial, and it's a really lovely perennial as well. Great sort of ground cover. So yeah, this is just mind blowing, and it will make a great gift for somebody. They'd be absolutely knocked out, you know, if they've just moved somewhere and they've got that space to fill. And most of these will flower this year.
They are all named as well, so you can see that the labels on there do give you the name. So it'll be really exciting to get this collection home. Open up the box, find out what you've got. If you, I mean, I know most of them, but some of them will be like, "What's that?" You can go onto our website. You can have a little look. You can see the size it's going to grow to, where it needs to be planted. All the information you need is on there. If you want to take advantage of the most bonkers deal that we've got on the show today, then what you need to do is put one set into your basket. Go to our website, YouGarden.com. Enter the item code 561046, add one into your basket. Then on the sort of right hand side of the screen it says, do you have an offer code? Yes you do. It is YGTV1924. If you enter that offer code, we'll put another set of these into your basket. That's 18 perennials, plus we'll put a bag of our majestic lily bulbs in there, absolutely free of charge. It's worth £10, but it's our gift to you. Here it is, look, we're going to add it into the basket. Let's view our basket. We've got an offer code. We're going to put that in there, YGTV1924. Get it right. There we go. Apply the code. And there we go. Look, there's the free one entered in. The majestic lily bulbs have been added in there as well. And another item that you might want to be adding into your basket could be our premium professional compost. Everybody needs a bit of this compost. It's not something that you want to run out of. So look, we'll add that in. And now what's happened is that the delivery cost has disappeared because we've spent over £40, and that is our postage incentive. Get to over £40, we'll take away all that postage cost. If it's under £40, you'll only pay the postage once. And I think the maximum today is £6.99. Eleanor, she's finished shopping for this week. She's just bought the Lucky Dip. Well done, Eleanor. I think that's a great item to
Let
have
us know
bought.
Next week as well what 6 you got. It'd be just interesting.
9.
Yeah. Oh, 9. Sorry. Yeah. Let's.
Or 18.
Yeah. Just let us know.
Let us know what you got.
Yeah, be good. Honestly. And if you've got any questions about, you know, just ask us next week and we'll give you some advice.
Are you here next week? Have I got you with me next week?
Yeah, I think I am next Sunday. Yeah, down again next Sunday.
Lovely.
Yeah.
All right, 561046 is the item number that you need for the Lucky Dip Perennial Plant Collection. Now then, I was just talking to you about the compost. This is definitely something that everybody needs in their basket.
You can't stop doing this with this, can you?
I can't stop playing with it.
There's just something about it, isn't there?
Do you know what? It's roast. It's getting really hot in here
you can
right
tell.
now.
We're looking a bit shiny now.
We're into the last 20 minutes, but you know what? This feels lovely. Just putting your hands,
I could just lay
put your
down
wrists
on this.
in it.
Yeah.
Oh my word!
I could just
I feel
strip down
nice
to my
and cool
pants
and
and lay
calm.
down on that right now. It'd be lovely.
That would get us lots of viewers. I think we should do it.
Yeah.
Woo woo. No, your legs are enough, thank you. Yeah, next week you wouldn't be allowed on again.
It just feels so cool, doesn't it?
It's so cool, it's lovely. It is light, it is airy, it is absolutely beautiful. Your plants are going to thank you. If you've struggled with things in the past and something's not doing very well, here's a tip for you. Repot it in this.
Yeah.
Maybe
Definitely.
not right now if it's in full flower because you'll stress it out. But repot it in this. It will thank you for it, I can promise you, because this is packed with some amazing ingredients, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, this is a hugely reduced peat compost as well, which we're all aiming for, which is really important. Then we've got that composted wood fibre in it as well. That does 3 things, basically. It opens the compost up, so it lets the air and the oxygen down to the roots. It lets the roots penetrate down through the compost, but also it allows the water to percolate through. So you've got that balance there of what, some ingredients holding onto the moisture, others facilitating the drainage, so it's never too wet, it's never too dry. There's a slow release fertiliser in this as well that's going to feed your plants for up to 6 months. There's a wetting agent. That's really important because what that does, it makes the compost want to absorb moisture. It's known as making the compost hydrophilic. It loves moisture. It wants to draw in the moisture. And we've all been there, haven't we? When we've used other composts, your hanging basket, your pot's dried out, you've come home from holiday, you've walked round the corner, oh no, and you're mortified, and then you try and pour the water on, run straight off the side.
It's true.
All over you, all over the floor. This compost is much, much, much more likely to absorb the vast majority of that water rather than just repelling it straight away. It's pH balanced, so it's not too alkaline, it's not too acidic, it's near the centre, it's kind of towards neutral. So That means many, many more plants are going to enjoy growing in this compost. And it just comes in these really, really plain bags as well, because Stu, our producer, he actually says, you know, the value is in the bag, not on the bag, because this compost is not going anywhere other than from the supplier straight to you.
Yeah, and do you know what? That's an important point, because sometimes when you go to the garden centre and there's rows and rows and rows of compost, and it's confusing, isn't it? Because they've all got claiming I've got added this in it and I've got that in it and I've got that in it. And 9 times out of 10, you probably go for the cheapest one there just because it's too confusing. What's a number 7? What's a number 3? Why do I need a 7 and not a number 3? You don't need to worry about all of that. Honestly, we've had experts who have developed this compost, who have worked in horticulture all of their life. And what a head gardener says is, basically, you need 2 composts, with the exception of a couple of things. But this compost and ericaceous compost is pretty much all you need for the majority of things that you're planting in your garden and also in your home. Somebody did point out a couple of weeks ago, but orchids need something a bit different. Yes, I admit there are a couple of exceptions out there. But for the majority of things that you're going to plant in your garden or in your home, you need your premium professional compost or you need the ericaceous compost. That's it. You don't need to worry about all of that other marketing, all of that other slogans that they put on their bags. 100125 is your item number 2, 50-litre bags. Of course, you can multi-order. I highly recommend you do. You never want to run out of this stuff. Once you try it, you will know you never, ever want to run out of it. Now then, Stuart missed this out, and he's come to it because he knows, he loves me, and he knows how much I love acers. And this Taylor acer is one of the most beautiful acers that we are bringing. Isn't it gorgeous?
Oh, look at it, Bex. I mean, you know, it's got shrimp pink in there, it's got green in there, it's got sort of creamy colours in there, and it's got foliage that is like a chameleon, this
It's
acer.
gorgeous. My acer has got little flowers on it. My red one has got little flowers on it for the first time. They're like those little wing...
yeah, that's it. That's the seed heads. So
Yeah.
the flowers are normally like a little reddish
I've
yellow
missed
colour.
those, but the seed heads are now there.
You know, like a sycamore seed.
Yeah, like a
That's
sycamore
it.
seed,
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
that. You know the ones that helicopter?
That's it.
There's like 5 of them.
Yeah, that shows...
It's not going to die, is it?
No, that just shows... No, they're not monocarpic.
happy.
So that shows it's a really happy acer.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's flowered for the first time in about 7 or 8 years I've had it.
that's
I'll
good.
take some pictures later.
I mean, you know, some plants have to get to a certain age, trees and shrubs, and particularly before they'll
Before
start
they'll do it.
flowering. Yeah, so it just basically means your
I'm
acers,
doing things right.
Your acers come of age.
Yay!
It's, yeah, you need to have a sort of a 21st birthday party for it or something.
Need to give it a talk about the birds and the bees.
That's it. Yeah.
510524 is the item number for this Acer Palmatum Taylor. It's gorgeous. I love how the foliage comes out pink to start with, and then you get these lovely shades of green and variegation on there, and you get a whole mixture of them all going on at the same time. The fan is just blowing those branches and those leaves around, so you can see that lovely calming nature that you get from Acers. Our Sean went out onto the nursery. He went out into the nursery a couple of weeks ago just to make me jealous. Here he is in the tunnel where our acers are kept.
Well, I've just come into this wonderful part of the nursery, full of acers, actually, and gorgeous ferns. But the acer to me that stands out the most is this one here. I mean, that has to me one of the most beautiful coloured acers that we've ever seen. I think it's the most beautiful. It's called Palmatum Taylor. And what I love are all the different colours on the foliage. So when the leaves first emerge, they're this beautiful pink, absolutely gorgeous. And then as they age, they go more green. But what is interesting, some of the leaves have even got 3 colours in there at least. So creams and greens and different shades of pink. They're just beautiful. And acers are very easy to grow. They're just like a sheltered position. They hate strong winds. And I think you can see, looking at the foliage, it is delicate. So just keep them away from strong winds and actually keep them away from really strong direct sunlight. That can actually burn the leaves. That's kind of strong wind. So as long as you get a nice sheltered corner, free from winds, I'd say part shade, dappled is absolutely ideal. And they really create a wonderful tranquility and calmness in a garden. Quite often acers used with water features and Buddhas and things like that. And they do look very nice when grouped together in pots. And I wish I'd planted this. I've got several acers in my garden. I do need this one, definitely, because it is one of the most beautiful. Now, this is one that we've got on the show today. Really good sized pots. This one is the 3-litre pot. We did have this one last week, which is the 13 centimetres. So I just wanted to show you really the difference in terms of size. I mean, we've got different sizes for all budgets here at YouGarden. But do bear in mind, acers are quite slow growing. So this will take several years to get to its full size, which could be about 1.5 meters, maybe a little bit more. But if you do buy the bigger one, then already you've got so much growth on here. That is so pretty, isn't it? So yes, I have to say, I think you are the prettiest acer in the nursery right now. I know you shouldn't have favourites, but you are definitely the prettiest.
Yes, she is the prettiest acer, isn't she? Taylor is gorgeous, and that one's the slightly larger one that we're bringing you. There is various sizes that we've got, so maybe if your budget doesn't allow to go for that one, you could go for the smaller one if you want to. It's entirely up to you. Go and shop the entire website. That's what we're here for. 510524 if you do want to go for the Taylor. Now we're coming back to our favourites table. This is pretty much where we're going to end the show. Sorry, I was just looking at the clock there. We've got about 10 minutes left to talk to you about some of the favourite items, starting off with our Osteospermum collection, and not the annual Osteospermums. These are the hardy ones.
Go away.
Go away.
There's a spider on my shoulder.
Spider. I'll get him. Adam doesn't like spiders.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's quite small. But
It's gone.
just quite the corner of my eye. So, yeah, if it'd been some great big thing, it'd have been. But yeah, these are hardy Osteospermums, and they're probably loving the heat in here today.
They're probably having a great time, aren't they?
Time, yeah. Great colour collection on this as well. Great colour mix there. We've got this, that sort of purple. We've got the pink. We've got the white. Bex and I personally, we said we kind of mix the colours, but it's up to you because they come labelled in these recyclable little packaging, so you can choose. And these make great ground cover. And all they ask of you is put me somewhere really bright and sunny and well drained.
That's it.
That's where they really thrive. They're not particularly fussy about having super rich soils. They grow on quite poor, sort of denuded kind of soils as well. So if you've got stony, gravelly, sandy...
I love your words, denuded.
Yeah,
that's another word I've never heard.
Kind of just really, low quality soils. They'll do quite well in sort of soils like that. In fact, sometimes with plants like this, if you put them in too rich a soil, you get loads and loads of foliage and lots of green growth, vegetative growth, but you get very little flowers.
That's a good point. Somebody was asking me about Ceanothus the other day, because they were saying that their Ceanothus, it's looking all right, but it just hasn't flowered much. Could that be a reason for that as well, then?
Yeah, Ceanothus, they originate from California, that part of the world, the United States. And in the States, they grow on, like, scree slopes and really stony, poor soil in very hot, intense conditions.
So it could be they've just got too good a quality soil.
Yeah, so, they want to be in full sun, baked, poor soil. If you give them too much soil, then they just get lazy and they'll produce loads of green growth, but they won't bother to flower.
Yeah.
So, where they grow in California, because they're stressed, all the plant's thinking is flower, I'm going to die soon. Flower, because I'm going to die soon. And you just force the plant to flower. Which is the same with these. Put these in a poor soil, and that I know sometimes it seems counterintuitive. Hold on a minute. Put a plant in poor soil to make it flower. Certain plants like this, they will flower better in those poorer soils than richer soils.
Right, so all I'm going to suggest is a bit of deadheading as far as this is concerned as well. If it starts to slow down on its flower production, it's because you're not deadheading enough. That's certainly my experience last year with the annual variety. So just go out, do a little bit of deadheading. It's quite an enjoyable task to do, isn't it? And it will reward you, keep those flowers coming all summer long. Double up deal available, so you can get 12 of those, which would mean you've got 4 of each colour. My maths are rubbish sometimes. You get 12, which means you're going to get 4 of each colour if you go for that double up deal. 480991 is the item number that you need. Put 2 in your basket for a double up deal. Put the code in, and then your savings will drop off there as well. Now then, we're going to move back over to our Mecanopsis, the Himalayan blue poppy. We've had a picture from Kathy with a K, I think it was. Kathy with a K. She has... Oh,
look at that one.
Wow.
Look at that. Isn't that incredible?
Look at that. That is a stunning colour blue, isn't it?
That is.
So look, on the one side it's it coming out, and there it is out.
And it's so weird when they first come out, because that flower is so scrunched up inside that, that bud. It's almost like crepe paper.
Yeah.
And then it's so amazing how when they open out, the petals just smooth out and they just become these silky kind of looking blue flowers.
Incredible. And then they have that gorgeous yellow centre in there as well.
Yeah.
3 tips for success. What are they?
Well, that one did have a little bit of sun on it, but I found for me, the way I got mine to flower was never keep it in direct sun, so, you know, light shade, never let it dry out, and also grow it in ericaceous compost. And that worked for me. That's how I got mine to flower.
So nice and easy. If you do worry about it drying out, you can get, you know, a big bowl to put your pot in.
I just
so
put
you
a big
always keep
plastic
that
saucer
bowl.
underneath.
Keep that bowl just completely filled with water all the time. So if you go away for a day or two, you know, it'll always have access to that water. Here's Adam's flower. I mean, it's beautiful.
Well, I put
isn't
3
it?
in a pot there, and I'm pretty sure that they started off as plugs early in the year, the same as the ones we've got here. I'm pretty sure they flowered the same year as I put my plug plants in. Couldn't say 100%, but I'm pretty sure from memory. But yeah, that was the result I got just by doing those 3 different things. That may have just got the slightest little bit of sun first thing in the morning, but really for 90% of the day, I had that out of any direct sun. Because where they grow in the Himalayas, quite often they grow by sort of streams and places like that, and they're sort of overhung by trees, and so they grow in quite shady, cool kind of places where the soil never dries out. That's what they love.
Lovely. 480678 is your item number. You can get 3 if you want for $9.99, or you can double up and get 6 of those for $14.98. This is our lovely Ian's Mechanopsis from last year, so he's waiting for it to come out this year. So I'm sure he'll send us some pictures. And that one's Malcolm's. Yeah, they're so pretty. I just love the colour.
That blue is just something else.
It's so cool, isn't it? Love it. If you want to join them, put those in your basket. Kathy says hers took 18 months to flower, but it is totally, totally worth it.
Yeah.
I'd like to think you'll get flowers this year, but I can't guarantee it. You might have to wait a little while for it, but it'll be worth the wait, won't it?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think back. Well, I couldn't remember whether I had mine one year and they got established and then they flowered the next year, or if they flowered in the same year. But it just depends on how mature the plugs are. So, yeah, these might produce lots of foliage and like a rosette this year, and then flower for you.
We're
definitely
used to
next
it. Look,
year.
as gardeners, we know some things take time. Some things you can get those, you know, instant gratification, and that's what you want your summer bedding for. Absolutely, that's great. Other things are going to take a bit of time. So I like that. You've got to work for it sometimes.
So worth the wait.
Totally worth the wait. Okay, Amanda. I think Amanda's been out. Was it? You went to church. I think Amanda said she was going to church this morning, so she's come back in now after church. So hello, you've joined us for the last 5 minutes. She'll be able to rewind and watch some more and go back to the beginning, because you can always catch up on YouTube and on our website as well. Shows are always there for you to be able to watch. Right. Oh, there will be another show put on straight after this. So one of our ones previous in the week that'll come on straight after this. There's always somewhere something to watch. The best place to watch is on our website, YouGarden.com, but you can go to YouTube as well. Right, tomatoes, sun gold, super sweet, absolutely beautiful cherry tomatoes that are super sweet, 11.5 on the brick scale. These are gorgeous, lovely bush variety, really easy to grow as well.
Yeah, well, you've grown them, I've grown them.
Love them.
Yeah, and a sort of what we call more of a bush kind of tomato. So you can get the vine type of tomatoes that you can train up strings, and you know, you have to sort of pinch out the sides and all that kind of stuff. These ones kind of form almost like a little tomato shrub, if you like, and they will need a little bit of support, some bamboo canes put between them, because they get so much fruit. If you didn't support them, they'd just get top heavy and fall sideways. But, you know, all the things, you know, you've been experienced with these, Bex, is phenomenal. The fact, you know, up to 400 fruits per plant. So I think I just worked out you could get 4,800 from
something
all of
crazy.
these, you know, 12 that you can get from us, which is just sort of crazy. I like the fact that, you know, you found in your experience that the fruit could stay on the vine for quite a long time before it started to go over. So there wasn't a sort of a pressure to have to eat them all really, really quickly.
It's quite frustrating sometimes when you get a glut of fruit all in one go, because then you're like, well, what am I going to do with them? Can I freeze it? Can I do so? You don't have to worry about that with this, honestly. I mean, they stay ripe on the plant for ages, and they crop over a long period of time. So it's not like you get it all in one go.
Yeah.
July, August, September into October, you'll constantly be going out and picking fruits from your tomato plants. It is a buy one, get one free. So enter one into your basket, put the code in, and we'll put another pack of 6 into your basket for you. 370043 is the item number. And I think in the last couple of minutes, what we're going to do is finish on our Lucky Dip Perennial collection, because this is just amazing value for money. you're going to get 9 absolute winners when it comes to perennials. They're beautiful mixture in here. Adam's going to talk us through a few of those. But this is a buy one, get one free. So you put 1 pack into your basket, enter the code YGTV1924. We'll put another pack of 9 in. So that's 18 winners, perennials, coming back year after year in your basket. They work out at £1 each if you are in the club. And if we compare that to garden centre prices, you could be paying £5 for each one of these.
Yeah.
£1 a piece if you're in our club, just over £1 each if you're not in the club. Run through a couple of these varieties for us, because they are incredible, aren't they?
They are.
They're
I mean,
winners.
they are winners. And what I'll quickly do before that is just say to you, you've got different foliage colours, you've got different foliage shapes, different flower colours, different flower shapes. You've got plants for shade, plants for sun, plants for moist areas, plants for dry areas. You've got colour all the way from now right up until the autumn. You've got things like this Gora, for example, which is a silly-sized plant that could be £4.99 easily in the garden centre. Months and months of fabulous pink flower colour on those, great for a really hot, dry, sunny position or poor soils. You might want a bit of ground cover. How about this fabulous Nepeta or catmint? Just sort of covers the ground, loads and loads of blue flowers for months on end. Then you can trim it back, it reshoots and it will repeat flower all the way up into the autumn. Down at the front there, we've got the little Erigeron there, Carvinskianus, which is the little fleabane. That all flower, insanely, 7, 8, 9 months of the year. Yeah, just an incredible mix there, and the value is crazy. In the past, sometimes, back in my dim and distant past, I felt awkward or ashamed selling something that I know is overpriced. I actually feel quite amused and a bit baffled. Now this is something that is massively underpriced.
Yeah.
I don't know how we're doing this
for, sure.
for the cost. And these aren't naff plants. These are high quality, brilliant, well-grown plants. Look at that root system.
Really healthy, really ready to get into the ground. And I think these are plants that any gardener could be going for. So I think somebody who's got, a brand new garden, loads of spaces to fill, would go for this. But likewise, if you've got a nicely established garden, you've still got some gaps in there, and you could fill that with these. Now then, we are done for the day, unfortunately, although with the heat in here, I'm quite glad. But we will be back during the week. We'll be back on Wednesday. We'll be here from 10 until 1 o'clock. I haven't seen the show list yet, so I'm quite excited to see what's coming up. We've got verbenas, we've got nepetas, we've got sherbet lemons. Ooh, summer bedding mix coming up. Yes, we've got water lilies.
Wow.
Thalictrum coming up,
that's
lovely.
Nice.
Hibiscus chiffon collection, lovely. Weigelas coming up. So there's there's an Acer Phoenix. I don't know if I've got that one. So yeah, come and join us. We will be live again. Are you here on Wednesday, or have I got Sean with me?
No, you're with Sean on Wednesday.
Sean on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So me and Sean will be here on Wednesday 10 until 1 o'clock. We will also be doing a show on Thursday 10 until 1 o'clock, and then Adam and I will be back in the potting shed on Sunday from 10 o'clock until 2 o'clock. Loads of brand new things to show you. All the amazing deals that we have, the buy one get one frees, the savings, and all of that as well. Thank you so much for joining us. We've really appreciated your company. We've loved seeing all the pictures of your gardens. Now we're going to go and crack open a nice cold beer, aren't we, and chill out in the sunshine. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.